Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their awesome AG1 health supplement. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 232. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, how are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man. I'm doing well. It's one of those days that doesn't feel particularly. This is a very nothing day. Like I woke up and I specifically thought out loud to myself. I was like, this feels fine. Like not
it's just one of those days.
No, exactly. It's just one of those days.
Fair enough, my friend. Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand. Good to see you. How are you today?
I feel fantastic.
Wow.
You know why, Colin? Is that everyone in this company has kicked ass the last 2 weeks, and we are way ahead of the Christmas content. Ben and I, we try to set up like, hey, this is the checkpoint for this when we want to have this done, and I am more ahead than any previous year, and so is Ben. So we are just gonna, it's not going to be like a crazy rush week, though we have a lot to do next week. The Christmas content is getting lined up one by one.
Indeed, so, it is working out great. Yeah, working out great. You're doing a great job. Everyone's doing a great job. The Dukes, Ben, I won't say Dagan's doing a great job. We gave him the month off, although he made the new logo for the new show, which we'll discuss in a minute, and is making all the animations for the backgrounds. We have Ramon, my best friend, making the music for the new show. Very exciting stuff. Everyone's doing a great job. So as of the time we're recording this, we've already recorded episodes 234 and 235. This is episode 232. We're going to do the same kind of thing we usually do. And I think we'll get into that in a little while as well. But let's introduce everyone to the show first and foremost. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is our weekly PlayStation podcast. Goes up each and every week, and you can get it 3 days early and ad-free on Patreon, like 12,000 of you do on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Could not do without you over there. Perks include access to our Discord, submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, that early ad-free access. And of course, Sacred Symbols Plus, our supplemental podcast. You get that twice a week, and that's only for patrons. Sometimes we put about 1/4 of them or so on YouTube eventually, but the best way to be able to listen to them and watch them in a timely fashion is to go to Patreon. Recent episodes of Plus include an episode I just did with Hogue on ZAUM, which is actually pronounced Zam, which I learned when I was doing my research. And those are the guys that made Disco Elysium. And there's a ton of drama, if anyone doesn't know, around that studio, because they're a workers collective. And then basically the capitalists that moneyed the first project have kind of come in and kicked a lot of those guys out. And it's a very intimidating topic that a lot of people haven't covered. So we really sat down, and what I think that podcast is probably the most comprehensive piece on the internet about what is going on over there so far. So check that out if you want. I had John Gibson on, who of course was the removed CEO of Tripwire Interactive, the guys that did Maneater and Chivalry and Red Orchestra and all those games. He basically got in a lot of trouble in 2021 for saying that he was pro-life, and that was the end of that. Of course, that studio has since been sold to THQ Nordic or to Embracer Group. So he walks away with many millions of dollars, but of course without his studio as well. And so we had a 90-minute conversation about that, which was awesome. Dustin, you recently did a mailbag, which people enjoyed. We did our 2-part rankings of the studios. The first part's up as of the time we're recording and publishing. The second part is recorded, but will go live in a couple of weeks. And then, of course, Sacred League, Sacred Saga. Those will go up in a little while as well. Merch, laststandmedia.store. We have new merch over there, and we appreciate that. Psych Coffee wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Hey, CDC, I just received my brand new beanie and magnets from the LSM shop, and I have to say that this may be the best beanie I have ever worn. The content you post every week is always high quality, and now I can see your merches too. I know it takes a lot of work every day to make it all happen, so I just wanted to say thank you. LSM really stands above everything else out there. Keep being awesome and have a great day." Thank you. so much. I love those beanies.
Dude, they're great.
Not trying, you know, we love to sell them. I'm not trying to advertise them. They're selling briskly anyway, but it's great. It's a great beanie. And I have the black one as well, although there's a blue one there too. If you listen on YouTube, you might want to watch our clips channel that's up there, but of course leave us, you know, nice comments and thumb us up and leave us reviews on podcast services and all the rest. And if you're interested in coming and seeing us in Houston, Texas, I think in February, I think there's a few tickets left. What was the URL for that? I don't even remember anymore. There's a URL.
It's in the description of every YouTube video, every sacred video. Yeah. There's the link. So it's easily accessible.
You're pretty much almost out of time. So if you want to come, I'd make that happen soon. All right, my friends. Let's get into some topics of discussion. Of course, we like to begin our show each week by stretching our legs a little bit. I don't know if you guys saw, I put this comment in the Sacred Symbols Discord that I loved this YouTube comment we got last week where it said, and it was totally earnest. I guess maybe never listened to the show or don't listen to it very often, and said, skip 1 hour to get to anything video game related. Good. Indeed.
That's awesome.
All right. Turbocharged Nerd wrote in. This is well, it's a tie back to Sonic and autism and all the things we've been talking about on the show. Hey boys, I wanted to rate regarding last week's episode about autism's connection with Pokemon and Sonic. I am a full-time supply chain management worker at a hospital and a part-time special education teacher 3 days a week. I have autism and wanted to let you know that there is a linkage. I connect the two to my fellow teachers when they ask about students' interests. Autistic people like repetition, following a schedule, and collecting. I'm generalizing to that info dump, he says. All Pokemon games have the same starter types, mechanics, 4 moves, types, turn-based, repetitiveness with shiny hunting, etc., making it the perfect series for autistic people. For better or worse, we know what we get when we buy a Pokemon game. When my teachers ask about Sonic, I say, it's because we all know the games are bad. It could be that.
Yeah. It's the safety of just understanding that whatever awaits you is garbage.
Right.
And you don't have to be disappointed. That's
now,
amazing.
Let me ask you this, okay? Autistic people, he says, like repetition, following a schedule, and collecting. Is he describing me?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Spaghetti-o. If I am autistic, my nephews tell me I'm autistic sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes, meaning more than once?
Oh, yeah, more than once.
Oh, well.
Yeah. They're 3 boys, and they're like 11th grade, 8th grade, 5th grade, or something like that. And I'm always weird around them. I love them. We have a great relationship, but I always try to be as weird as possible. And they're like, they think there's something wrong with me. But maybe it is that I am high functioning based on your perception on the spectrum. Or maybe I just really like, because I've always been really into collecting, organizing, statistics. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't like Sonic. But like you said, Chris, last week, it's not that I like Sonic. It's that, or not like Sonic. It's that I have a feeling, a strong emotional. There's a strong emotional connection between you and Sonic, whether you want to admit it or not. Right.
It's a negative one, but it's there.
Dude,
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When you were at my house, Colin, Sonic was staring above you in my guest room. I've got that. I don't know where that Sonic little plush hang thing came from. I've had it since. It's probably from the Genesis era.
That was your childhood room, right?
Yes, but I had it before we lived in this house. That's how this thing is old. And I set it there not to watch you. So it was an unintended consequence, but a good one.
You should commission a painter to paint a Sonic version of the Sistine Chapel ceiling in that bedroom.
Dude,
that'd be awesome.
You could have some ridiculous, and then you just have the entire, 100-acre wood watching over you. I don't know what the fuck that world is called.
I'm trying to look up, like, what are the various things going on in the Sistine Chapel?
Dude.
Oh yeah, there's the touching of the fingers. I thought so. So you can have like Sonic and Dr. Robotnik.
Yeah.
Coming together,
or Sonic and Christian.
Christian, right? There you go. Or Sonic and Jesus Christ.
Yeah, why not?
Christian.
Really try to get those all together. Well, the one thing I want to say and just reiterate about Sonic is I do fear him. Like there was some weird Sonic discourse on the Twitter the other day I saw. Did you guys see that? About there was some poll or people were talking about Sonic, and then someone apparently like self-harmed themselves and sent these pictures to someone because they were shitting on Sonic. This was like this craziness.
That sounds about right though. Like that's good Lord.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
All right, my friends. Let's move on. No. Yeah, this one's fine. Broderick Fleming wrote in. said, "Hey, Sacred 3, I work at a pet mortuary, and every week we switch speaker privileges for the shop. My week is coming up, so I ask your advice. Do I subject my coworkers to the insanity of sacred symbols, or do I do the right thing and preserve their innocence? Thanks for the input." I mean, I think you know the answer, but my big question is, you guys go week by week. That's kind of nuts. Like, you have to deal with an entire week of someone listening to something.
Yeah, that's...
You think you would go like every day or something like that, or every few hours or whatever. But I think you know what you have to do. Not only for the people that work there, but for the souls of the dead animals as well. No, nothing.
I'm trying to process this week thing. That's the thing that's messing me up, because that is, when you have a week of privileges of something like that, that is less of a privilege and more of a responsibility, because now you have a responsibility to understand. It's like, okay, my week is up. I don't want people to slowly start poisoning my coffee. So what can I play that I like that I also know other people will? And that's when, and then you start getting into like, all right, well, what's safe music? Like, what's something that everybody likes? Like Hey Ya by Outkast or something. It's like, all right, you know, like, and then it begins to just be like, this isn't fun anymore. I can't play my like Devin Townsend record because I have to go for longer than a week. If I had like a couple hours, I could just indulge in whatever the hell I want because I know that somebody else's turn is right on the horizon. It seems like a punishment more than a privilege to me.
Yeah, and it really puts you on the spot, right?
Yeah,
you want to utilize that. Imagine there's 8 people in the shop. You have to go 2 months. Then your time comes and you're like, I don't know, man. I'm here. You get the yips. You can't perform.
Yeah. I was thinking, he said about the insanity of sacred symbols, and I was thinking about the power of this show. We have people waiting at, as soon as the show releases to listen. It's music to the ears, and we appreciate that. But could, to other listeners, if someone else heard it, drive them to insanity, right? Like the lucrative power of the show. Is this something that they could subject to somebody like Clockwork Orange? They're forced to watch sacred symbols, but they hate gaming or something.
Yeah, their eyes are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's extreme
you'll have to
power.
let us know how it goes. Maybe can I say something dark about pet mortuaries though, which is that I learned this not too long ago, and I think it's true. I'm going to tell you as if it is, which as far as I know, if you get your pet cremated, it is common for them to cremate several pets at the same time. And then you get some admixture of ashes, and it costs more typically to get your pet cremated by itself so that you get only its ashes. And I found that weird because I had my cat's ashes, Chun-Li, who died in 1993 to 2009, RIP. And we got her cremated, and I had her ashes for forever, and I buried them in my backyard here finally. Like, I can't keep carrying these things around. I don't know why I still have it. And I was thinking, is it even her? I don't know. I have no idea. It's just carbon and some other animal. Some turtle they fucking baked. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That is uncomfortable, but it makes sense. I mean, to me, because it's, if there's a way to make money, and do less work, then that's probably going to happen. It's just, you might as well. Who's going to tell that? No one's going to sift through the ashes. It's like, this doesn't look like my boogie's ashes.
Yeah.
Like, this is not quite right. This doesn't
my
taste
boogie
like
wouldn't
my
burn
boogie.
like this.
My boogie wouldn't burn this way. By the way, if you are listening to this into a pet mortuary, you might want to check on that cat because it moved a little bit. It's unsettling. So look at that.
It is unsettling. You definitely keep an eye out for that, the moving cat. Otherwise, do you guys want to be cremated when you die? I actually do. I've specifically instructed everyone in my life that you must cremate me, because there can be no burial of me being buried alive. There's just my greatest fear. It's like, I'd rather be incinerated alive than buried alive.
Well, look, you're not going to be buried alive now. Unless somebody does that to you intentionally, unless like the mob, like Jimmy Hoffa, like the mob would have to do that to you intentionally. Like,
you're right,
because you get like autopsied and you get your fucking skin ripped off, and your chest is like leaning on your nose because they're
they
like
embalm you.
Yeah, they do all sorts of fuck shit to you, so you're definitely not going to get buried alive. However, I just don't like the idea of like, I already am really like unsettled at the idea that at my very core, I am a series of sticks. Like, that bothers me every now and again. And the thought of like my sticks being in a box somewhere, and then someone just eventually just like digs really deep. It's like, oh, look, sticks. And then I have to be like wherever I am and being like, no, that's not sticks. That's me. Like, I don't like that.
And they'll wonder about you, which is that's the shit I always love about archaeology and all those things. Like, we wonder about these people, and they would wonder about who was this person? Like, what did he do? How did he feel?
Yeah. And I don't want that. I don't want anybody. I'd like to be. I don't know if I want to be cremated. I would love to be shot directly into the sun.
Yeah, that would be hot.
Oh.
Like, that would be, if I ever am in a position to have that much money and that gratuitous amount of wealth that I could just waste that much money like shooting myself into space, I would absolutely do it.
Yeah, that would be cool. I could dig that.
Yeah, but I don't know. Anything else is just like,
Dustin, cremation?
Yeah, definitely. Just because, first of all, it's a lot of safety if there is a zombie apocalypse that you're not going to be used in any.
You won't be a party to it. Yeah,
right. And if I've thought if the end times of Revelations is true and the dead rise, then I want to like materialize from dust from the air and just like, come back. I think that would be cool too. Also, just you are made of the earth. You'll return to the earth. You might as well just skip that whole process of slowly rotting in the ground. Just burn me up.
What do they say? Ashes to ashes.
Right.
Dust to dust. Which I think that's such an awesome. I've always loved that saying. I think it's awesome. Dust into dust. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, please.
No, I was about to say, it's like, it's interesting that there's never been like, because zombie apocalypses are pretty supernatural, generally speaking. It's weird that no one's ever thought about like ash monsters for the cremated.
Oh, whoa, yeah.
Carbonated.
Like, that'd be dope as hell. Imagine a zombie that could go like almost incorporeal. And it's like lumbering after you, and it's like made of like loosely connected together, like the Sandman or something. Yeah, dope as hell. Anyway,
yeah, there's a fear there, I suppose. You've lost your sentience, so there would have to be some sort of eldritch magic at play. Which I don't know, like, because that was what was so cool about The Last of Us was they kind of made it so that it could, it really happened or whatever in quotes because of some fungus. But I like the idea. I like the idea of going back to the earth. I like the idea that you just go back to the component parts again. Mm-hmm. But to the point, I don't need worms eating me. It's just like, I'll just dump me in the goddamn Long Island Sound as a bunch of ashes and I'll be fine. I'm going to go and just settle to the bottom as some silt and some fish will eat me. And then that fish will be eaten by a boy and that boy will cure cancer. Something like that.
And then you will have done it. You will have cured cancer. And
that's exactly right.
Yeah, exactly.
I always wondered when I was a kid if, how water is, it gets broken down into component parts and becomes urine and all these different things, but are we drinking like some water that someone else drank at one time? Or did it go out and become urine and then kind of reconstitute into these different components and then become water again somewhere else and then come back? I've thought about that. In other words, are you drinking like a water molecule that Jesus drank?
Yeah.
It might be possible. I don't know.
It's a water cycle, dude. That's how it works.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. All right.
I like that.
I love the water cycle. Okay. This one's a little sad. I have a sad one, but I wanted to acknowledge it because sad things happen and then we'll have a positive thing to go after this. But let's acknowledge Art Vandelay, our latex salesman who wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, this was meant to be a more lighthearted write-in as my then pregnant wife surprised me with tickets to the live show since it falls on my 33rd birthday. I was going to comment on how at that time our unborn baby would have just developed ears and the live show would be one of their first things she would hear. I wanted to see if she would be inducted as the youngest member of the Gamer Battalion. However, just yesterday, my wife woke up basically in a pool of blood, and we learned later that day that we indeed lost the baby. It was and continues to be the most devastating time of my life. I wanted you guys to know that as I drove around yesterday, I listened to you guys and managed to laugh as Colin talked about mercilessly destroying his nephew in chess. The only laugh or smile I've had in the midst of all of this. What you guys do matters and goes beyond just games. So thanks, guys. It means a lot. Well, first of all, Art, we're looking forward to seeing you at the show. Sorry about this.
Yeah.
I've had people in my life that have had miscarriages. It's a very sad situation. However, I don't know if I don't think it's like telling too much of her business or should we care, but one of my sisters had a miscarriage when she was younger and it was very scary, but then she had 3 children, healthy, strapping children. I think that sometimes happens the first time. Like, I'm not a doctor, obviously, but I think that you hear that it doesn't something's not right, doesn't quite take or whatever. So don't lose heart.
Yeah.
You'll have a child, I hope, that will be able to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and we'll do that at a live show in the future. Give our best to your wife. Stay strong, and remember that time that I absolutely, and I want to just reiterate, fucking boxed out my nephew in chess to the point where he had no idea what to even do.
Yeah,
he was 8, 9 years old. I fucking put him in his play. It was a complete obliteration. This kid was confident, he was cocky, and he's no longer either of those things. I ruined it.
Yeah. A little interesting that a story of Colin abusing a child made you feel better given the circumstances, but
that's autism.
But whatever works.
I'm going to blame everything on autism from now on. All right. But how about something positive and fun? Chris, you'll like this one. Genesis Point wrote in, said, "Hi, boys. Well, it happened and I'm on the precipice of being a dad. Names are floating around and I might have convinced the wife of Moriarty Reagan. With the last name of redacted, she will surely do great things or be the impetus of great tragedy. Thanks for the inspiration. P.S. Sorry for the exclusion of Dustin. He will be present not in body, but in soul." There's not enough room for you, Dustin. I'm sorry.
I have to be the godfather.
That's possible. You could be the godfather. Well, write in Genesis if you'd like that.
That's the only way to rectify this.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I was supposed to. So funny story. It was my brother Dagan's daughter, who's older than the boy I beat in chess, Lilia. When she was born, I was supposed to be her godfather, but I am not confirmed. And I've told people in the past that my family is very Catholic, but we don't mind pulling a few strings and maybe lying a little bit and stuff like that. But my brother's wife's family is so serious about it. They're like, we can't do that, because what we were basically going to do is like, oh yeah, Colin got confirmed. What are you going to be able to, you wouldn't be able to find out. I mean, yeah. So I was not able to be the godfather because of my lack of confirmation. But then we lied to another church later on, and I became the godfather of my my nephew Finley. So
I love lying to the church.
Me too.
When I was in Catholic school, I used to, because we would have to go to confession every. I don't remember how often it was, but it was pretty often. It might have been.
I think
we
went like every few weeks or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that.
When I was in Catholic school,
it wasn't exactly once a month, but it wasn't exactly once a week. It was weird. Mm-hmm. It was like a weird staggered schedule, and there would be times where I would just like I wouldn't have anything to say. So I would lie. I would say like, oh, I stole this a Pokemon card. I didn't, but I just felt weird that I would have to go into the confession booth and not have anything to say. So I would lie to the priest, and then the next week I would confess about lying.
That's awesome.
Dude, that's so 2 for 1 there.
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks in a row.
I wonder if you appreciated that.
Yeah, I was trying to maximize my priest time in a wholesome way. Mm-hmm. But I don't know, man. What I love about this Moriarty Reagan name is that if the kid ever does anything, if the kid ever does something amazing, then I can be like, cool, I could take credit for it. Mm-hmm. But if he does something terrible, it's like, of course, it's Reagan. So he becomes like a genocidal maniac, and yeah, it's President Reagan. No, it's not me. Yeah. It's the guy who put crack into black communities. Yeah. That's not me. I didn't do that.
Dude, your thing about confession is so funny, because I think I might have said this on the show, so forgive me, but when I used to have to go to confession in Catholic school, which again was like one of those things every few weeks or whatever, and you'd go in and you'd say, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been whatever since my last confession.
Yeah.
And I used to not know what to say, because it's not that I was a great kid, but I was a good kid. I wasn't really doing anything. So I would just make things up. Like I got into an argument with my father. I spoke back to my hockey coach. It's like I was literally just trying to figure things out, because I really felt like I'm not sure what to say in here. I don't feel like I've done anything.
No,
but when you say that to one of the sisters, right, like your teacher, she'd be like, no, you got to go.
Yeah, that was exactly my experience. I would be like, right. the confession booth was my first improv class. Because I just had to think on the spot. I was just like, I guess, I don't know, I stole a Pokemon card. It was a Charizard, and I feel bad about it. But I'm not going to give it back, of course.
That's funny shit, man. Catholicism's funny. All right. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's so old. Again, my family's devoutly Catholic. Yeah. It's so old. It's so funny how I actually like going to, I want to go to a Latin mass soon, just because I think they're really interesting, because that's the way it was done,
yeah.
In the early church. And I like that tradition, but it is strange a lot of it is strange.
Oh yeah,
and
I mean, I don't even think it's necessarily disrespectful to say that religion in general is kind of funny. Like, you know, even just Buddha, like it's just fat guy sitting under a tree. It's hilarious.
Can I tell? It is. That's even funnier. I don't even want to get into that because I'm not Buddhist, so I feel like I would be. I have no problem making fun of.
I think the tenets of it are really solid. Do you know what I mean? It's not even necessarily like opposition. It's just like the stories that are used to justify reasonable tenets are just very, very amusing. Like this fat guy just sat under a tree until he became the world. It's very funny.
It is, and it's. The thing about Catholicism that's so funny is just so much money. Just money. Money can do anything in that.
The little basket. The little basket on the stick.
The basket. Dude, I don't care. I think because I think it's fucking hysterical. My dad being devoutly Catholic, when my parents got divorced, my dad got the marriage annulled. Now, do you have like you can't just annul marriages? So I make fun of my dad sometimes. Like, how much money did you have to pay for that? Like, how much money did you have to pay to get a 25-year marriage annulled in the Catholic Church? Indulgences. Damn. All right. You ready? Did it get a little deep? Did it get a little sad? We don't think it's sad. We think it's funny and strange, personally. He still loves us, we think.
Yeah.
I did. He listens to the show sometimes. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their awesome AG1 health supplement, which you can learn more about at athleticgreens.com/sacred. As listeners of the show know, I try to take care of my health, specifically when it comes to working out. And as all cardio fans and weightlifters know, you need copious energy to be at your best. This is where Athletic Greens came into my life, acting as a great pre-workout energy boost. The day wears on me after all, and my 1 meal a day diet and hectic work schedule usually pushes my workouts into the late afternoon or early evening, when I'd typically be dragging. But when I drank Athletic Greens, there's no doubt I felt the difference. I felt healthier, more energized, and more eager to tackle my workout. I also felt pretty damn good about taking it because, well, the AG1 formula is also arguably the healthiest thing I've ever put into my body, no joke. It's made of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens, and it comes in the form of a powder that you merely mix into a glass of water and drink. It tastes good too. But what's perhaps most appealing about Athletic Greens' AG1 formula is how versatile it is, and how it's available to pretty much everyone, whether you're keto, paleo, dairy, or gluten-free, or even vegan. And you don't have to be an athlete or someone who works out to get the benefits of it. Merely putting AG1 into your body is in and of itself a very positive step, as it bombards you with all sorts of awesome healthy stuff you need to survive and thrive. If you're living on a limited budget, as many are, AG1 is also affordable, clocking in at less than $3 per day. And those who use it love it, with 7,000 5-star reviews online. And you can count me among Athletic Greens fanbase too. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime and their suite of basic banking options, which you can learn more about at chime.com/sacred. When I say the term credit score to you, your eyes probably roll into the back of your head, and listen, I get it. But reality is reality nonetheless. If you don't have a good credit score, you're not going to be able to do much of any meaning in the adult world, at least financially. No apartment rentals, no car loans, and certainly no mortgages, God no. That's why it's important to try and help actively engineer your credit score and not just let it linger helplessly in the wind. And the best way to help engineer a good credit score is to use credit responsibly. It's that simple. It's here that my friends at Chime come into play, because with their Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can begin building your precious credit score all the while staying on budget. It's simple. Use your credit card to buy items within your means, pay the bill off at the end of the month, and boom, that's a positive use of credit. Do this over and over again, hit your deadlines, don't run a deficit, and more, and you'll be engineering a great credit score with the very best of them. Tons of us do just this every day to build our credit, and Chime's Credit Builder Visa credit card can do the same for you. Chime members see an average of 30 points in credit score increase, and there are no annual fees, large security deposits, or credit checks to apply. And hey, if you like the sound of that, Chime can help you in other ways too, with an award-winning banking app, basic checking and savings accounts, a debit card, and more. Taking care of your money is essential. Being responsible and staying within your budget is everything, and Chime can help. Start your credit journey with Chime. Signing up only takes 2 minutes and doesn't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred for the Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card, checking and savings accounts, and more. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by Stride Bank N.A. pursuant to a license from Visa USA. Chime checking account and $200 qualifying direct deposit required to apply for the secure Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Regular on-time payment history can have a positive impact on your credit score. Impact the score may vary, and some users' score may not improve. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply, except at MoneyPass ATMs in a 7-Eleven or any Allpoint or Visa Plus Alliance ATM. Okay, let's see here. Oh, Dennis Lofgren wrote in. He said, "Hey, CDC, I wanted to let Chris know that as a huge Taylor Swift fan, my heart skipped a beat when he said he saw Coke for the first time at Taylor Swift's house. I was worried he was about to announce her as a Coke addict. I worry mostly about her well-being. I would still like her music regardless, but it seemed, though, through Chris's story, that it was not connected to her directly. Anyway, know that I was incredibly invested and incredibly worried. Keep up the good work and the interesting stories. You almost broke a man based on your Coke story at a party that was in LA at Taylor Swift's home."
Well, let me disabuse you of something.
Please.
I'm sure Taylor Swift has done coke. Like, I don't know this person. I don't know this for sure, but just based on what I know about, like, there are content creators who do coke. So, like, surely, huge musicians have at least done it. I don't think she's necessarily an addict. I don't think most people are addicts, really. But allow me to disabuse you of this, like, rosy, like, wonderful picture of Taylor Swift. I assure you she's done coke.
I think we got to clear the air about something else, because I saw quite a few comments about this, and I actually agree, Chris, is that the story began with what wasn't a low-key flex. It started with an Instagram model. See, you knew exactly what I was talking about before I said it. You knew.
I guess it was important to the story because it signifies that, like, this isn't a part of my life anymore.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
But yeah, that's fair.
People were happy. They were like, good for Chris. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, it was a terrible mistake. Actually, it was the worst. It was the worst period of time.
Oh, so
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that's not happening anymore. It's astounding.
Yeah, but I think I know what you're saying. Can I say something real quick about Taylor Swift? I want to just put this out there.
Sure.
And I know it's very personal. I just don't like her. I don't know,
like, as a person.
Why? No, like, I don't know her, right?
Right,
but
exactly.
I just don't. There's something about her that really bothers me. It's kind of like Jennifer Lawrence, where there's something about Jennifer Lawrence that really, really bothers me. And it's the same thing with her. I don't know what it is. She didn't do anything wrong, like, she didn't do anything. So I don't know why I feel that way. It's probably some people feel that way about me, probably. Like, you just don't know sometimes how someone's going to strike you.
Yeah.
And she comes off as a little fake, like, she's so relatable. She had this humble beginning. It's like, no, not really. She's very rich, very famous, and does not live a life like yours at all. But I don't really know her either, so maybe she does.
I saw a photo of her standing next to Bruno Mars once, and Bruno Mars is very short, and Taylor Swift is very thin. So Taylor Swift looks a little bit like a Draugr in that photo, and it's very strange. Not in an insulting way.
I like her music.
She looks like a Draugr in a good way.
Yeah. In like the most complimentary way you could possibly interpret that, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a problem with Taylor Swift. I don't actively listen to her music. I think I heard one song by her recently that I thought was okay. It's not my style, really. It's fine.
I like the country Taylor Swift best.
Oh, man. That's like the older one, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, because well, I'm going to tell you what really set me on it, over the edge here with her recently was I just saw a commercial. I don't know what it was for. It might have been for like a credit card or something. I don't know. But basically the whole gist of the commercial is she's really famous and she's just appearing in places and people are really smitten with her and can't believe she's there. So she's like in a bar and someone's like spilling her drink. There's Taylor Swift's there, and like she's at a restaurant. Someone like his mouth's agape or whatever. And I'm like, it seems weird to me that you would agree to do this.
Yeah.
Like it's a little self-congratulatory, maybe.
I guess. I have seen like there's this TikTok or this YouTube short. I don't remember where the hell I saw it. Maybe it might have been on Twitter actually, of some woman who looks shockingly like Taylor Swift, and she's walking through the street and like people are freaking out at her, and she goes like, "No, I'm Alex," and she's just like because she knows what she's going to get when she walks down the street. And it is uncanny, admittedly, but it's kind of like how somebody pointed this out to me recently, but Mike Dirnt from Green Day looks a lot like Vladimir Putin with hair.
Yes, I saw that. You might have tweeted that out and I saw it or something, but it's true. He does, and I never really noticed. I love Mike Dirnt, but I love Green Day, but yeah, well, whatever. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I want to ask you guys this next one because I thought this was funny. Cal and Kelly wrote into us and said, "Hey guys, my girlfriend consistently says that we should play it by year when making plans. Oh. She maintains in the face of all pushback that this is the phrase because you let time pass and see how it goes. Do any of you have phrases you know are wrong, but they become second nature? Thank you and love the show." I do, and I'll get into that, but I want to ask you this first. It's play it by ear. I think we all know that, but it's based on music, right? Like that's where it comes from, playing it by ear as opposed to reading the music on a sheet. That is the simple etymology of that saying. It's not like we talk about all these other things where it's like, where the hell did that come from? This is not that hard to figure out. Where did look a gift horse in a mouth? Like that's 10 times more weird than play it by ear. So your girlfriend's crazy. I guess she's made it make sense in her own mind. Here's the thing that I like to say that people bust balls about. Very New York thing. So I think you're going to be able to relate to this, Chris, is I could care less.
Oh, yeah.
I could give a shit. I could give a fuck.
Like
to me, that means a very visceral and real thing. But then people will be like, wait, so you can give a shit? You can give it? You do care? And I'm like, you know what we're saying.
Yeah,
when you say that. I love
just like less or fewer. You know what people are saying.
That's a good point, actually.
All right. You got me.
One of the best stories I heard about this, and again, this is another one that I can't remember where I heard it, was somebody was talking to their dad once, and their dad was like, "Knowledge is power, Francis Bacon." And that was the quote, obviously, from Francis Bacon. Mm-hmm. And he heard it as, "Knowledge is power, France is bacon." And every time he asked somebody, like, what does this quote mean? Knowledge is power, Francis Bacon. Everybody would like elaborate on knowledge is power and then not say anything about Francis Bacon. And so he just sat silently for years until he read it like written out on like a website or something.
That is
like 20
awesome.
years. Isn't that amazing? I love that. I wish I had a story like that where I would just be, I could feel that ignorant for so long. The closest, this isn't exactly the same thing, but when I was younger, somebody just told me, or I guess I just incorrectly read a map where I could have sworn New Zealand was like around Greenland for some reason. Oh yeah, we talked about that. You thought it was in Europe. Yeah, and I never bothered to correct it or check it out. And then like I found out when I was like 22 that it was like, because I was like, wow, their accents are so similar, despite the fact that they're so far apart. And somebody was like, "What? Are you dumb?" I was like, maybe. The only other thing I can think of, but it's not as funny because I was a little kid and I didn't really know, was I thought innuendo was in your window, like when I was 10. Oh yeah, like that. Because my dad would use, I still use words that my dad would use all the time, like, or things he would say, like, "What's on your agenda?" That's what he would say to me, like when you know, as a, like, not as a dickhead, but be like, you know, "What are you doing? What's on your agenda today?" Oh my God. You know what bothered me too is when people would say like "my own self." When people would be like, because I would be playing like Halo with somebody and they would like commit suicide by accident. They'd be like, "Oh man, I killed my own self." I'm like, what are you talking about? Your own self? Of course it is. Yeah, right. Of course it's your own. Who else's self would it be if it's yours? That's exactly right. Because this is what I always say about the term lived experience. The fuck are you talking about? The word experience literally means to live something. You know, there is no such thing as lived experience. All experience is lived. Yeah. The absolute wackest thing ever to be said. I can't, that's my goat. It's my lived experience. You can just say it's your experience. Yeah. And we'll insinuate that you're living. It's unnecessary sentence fluff. Right. Is what it is. Now, I'm verbose as fuck, so who am I to say? Dustin, you have something you want to say before we go? Well, as you guys know, in Western PA, it's people are barely able to talk around here. It's a big struggle. It's amazing. Who do the Pirates play? What are the Pirates playing? The baseball league? Dude, big leagues. Well, okay, so I do a lot of these jokingly, right? But there are a few things that I've identified that I say that are definitely Pittsburgh or Western PA. For example, it's getting icy out. Now, when the roads are icy, it should be a bit slippery, but oftentimes we'll say it's slippy out.
Oh man,
That's a Slippy is one. Instead of like
that.
a thorn bush, it's a Jagger bush. You guys heard of Jagger bushes or
No.
Jaggers? You heard this at all?
I don't.
Have you heard
like,
the term jag off?
Yeah, jag off. I know that.
Jag off is a good one to throw in every once in a while. But it's also, instead of cleaning up, I don't say this one, but I've heard it many times. Instead of like cleaning up the kitchen, you red up the kitchen.
What the fuck is that?
You guys got to get it together over there. I don't know. I love Western PA, but there's something really disturbing about saying the word big league.
Big dude, and Sacred League next week.
The sacred league.
Sacred League. I'm looking forward to it.
That is sickening. It's so sickening.
All right,
God.
You want to hear something sickening? Let's hear from Adam Cracknell. Hi, critically acclaimed CDC. I need to share my recent experience with what I can describe as unholy. My wife and I were out with some friends for dinner. One of them ordered a pizza. The night was going as expected. Food was served and I started devouring my burger. Moments later, I saw something that has been forever ingrained in my soul. Our friend took a slice of his pizza and proceeded to roll the entire slice into the shape of a jelly roll and then eat it with a fork and knife. Is this acceptable behavior or does this man need an exorcism? Thanks for the consistently great content and be kind to the poultry this holiday season. Thank you, Adam, for writing in. This is fucked.
Yeah.
What is going on here? Why are people complicating pizza so much? Chicago, you got to complicate the pizza by making it 17 pounds, right? And you can't eat it with your hands. Now we're going to make pizza. People are eating with a fork and knife, like Mr. Pitt eating a chocolate bar.
Yeah.
Can't be doing this. Pizza is made to be eaten with hands. What do you do with a piece of pizza? You pick it up and you fold it, right?
Yeah.
You pick it up and you fold it. You bring the two edges of the crust together and you eat it like that. That's it. That's the only way. And I think it's weird when people just eat pizza like a slice of pizza. They used to do that in California a lot. People would just be eating slices of pizza, like the whole triangle to your pizza. What are you
There's
doing?
nothing wrong with that.
There is something wrong with that.
I think that's a lot more acceptable than whatever the hell's going. Like, to me, it's like, because some pizza just doesn't fold well. That is something that I've noticed. And some pizza is so solid that it's like, all right, yeah. Because when you fold it, the whole kind of experience is almost like you're eating it normally, and then at a certain point, it kind of becomes like almost like a calzone-ish.
Yeah, it's like a taco almost.
Yeah, and to me, it's like I kind of like those first few bites a little bit more. Like when it's like flat and there's like the pizza on top, and I like that. But to me, this is if you're gonna roll up a pizza, that's already bizarre, right? But I guess at least you're using your hands still. You know, like at the very least, it's still not betraying what a pizza is in the sense that like it's a hand food. But for you to roll it up and then cut into it with a fork and knife.
Yeah, like he made a California roll or something.
Yeah,
you know,
it goes from like a misdemeanor to felony like so quick. The second you put the second you add utensils in. I think it's just not. I don't care how you eat your pizza. If you shove a pizza in your fucking down your throat like that, like that'd be fine by me. Like whatever gets your goat. But like, leave the utensils out of it.
Yeah, it sounds like he should have just ordered a pepperoni roll or a stromboli or something.
Yeah,
at this point, because what are you doing? You know, and especially, I think Chris is right. The biggest offense is the utensils. Enough of that. What are you, 80 years old? Or something?
It's like you've never saw pizza before. It's like they're eating pizza on Down Abbey. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on with that. You know what the best part of the pizza is to me? Because I appreciate those first few bites. Those are nice. But on a good American or a good New York slice is towards the end when you get the crust and then the sauce, like that sweetness is still there, and maybe a little bit of the cheese and the grease. That's a good part of it too. Same thing with the burrito, like the bottom of a burrito. In California, like a real burrito in California.
Oh yeah, all the flavor just falls to the bottom of it.
Right, it's just grease and cheese, and it's like like I wish that was all of it. I wish I could just have that all the way down. Oh my god, it's so good. I miss the food in California. I have to admit.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all we have to get through for that nonsense. That only took us 40 minutes this week, so saving a little bit of time.
Yeah, skip to 40 minutes in.
Skip 40 minutes
to get to video game related things.
Fucking boring. You're all boring. It's not nice. All right. There's a new Last of Us trailer out. It was released days ago for the HBO series. And this new trailer was put up, 4 days ago and has 13 million views. So quite popular on HBO Max's channel there. Chris Kenningham wrote into us on Patreon and says, hello, men of gentle status. Just watched the new Last of Us trailer from HBO, and I immediately noticed how this trailer showed very few moments from the game, and a lot of it was just stuff the writers had added to the story. Now, I know no one wants to see a one-to-one straight-up adaptation of the game, but I have to admit I was a little nervous after I finished the trailer. Have you guys seen it yet? And if you have, what are your thoughts? Thanks for making the day less shitty. You're welcome, Chris. Thank you for being with us here. Dustin, let's start with you. What did you think of this new trailer? I want to point out to Chris's inquiry that Neil Druckmann has said that the show is going to elaborate on stories that were written for the game, but either not put in entirely or not fleshed out in the story. So my assumption, I would love to see the story, and this isn't a spoiler, it's just a name. Ish's story, I think, would be something that would be interesting to see more of. And we're obviously going to see more of Tommy's story towards the beginning of the game, because we already know that there's a character being played in the game that is not seen in the game per se. I actually dig this a little bit. This seems to me to be exactly what they should be doing. I don't want to see Joel and Ellie as in, beat for beat that we saw in the game. If they're going to do it differently, they might as well explore the texture and allow them to build the world better.
Right. I like that too. And I like that there are some particular moments in this trailer that are pretty close to shot for shot for the game. And I thought it was done in a tasteful way to be like, hey, we're expanding, but there's going to have some set piece moments as well. And I feel like this trailer nails it. I really don't know. I don't know if I have any criticism for it really at all. I'm actually most curious just about when it comes to, I don't know, the level or tone of the violence, because these trailers are usually pretty cut down from what the actual show will look like. And I'm just wondering if this is going to be the same level of visceral violence that the games are. I would imagine it will be. It's HBO, so they can really do whatever they want. And I kind of hope for that. I don't know if it's like the game, that I want to be somewhat or more than somewhat, I want to be disgusted from the violence when I watch it in a good way.
Well, that's the point. I mean, to me, that's the point of The Last of Us. I mean, at least
Definitely.
A major point of it is like, you're supposed to really be mortified by it. I think that's what was so cool about the deaths and the gurgling and the strangling and like dudes clawing at you as you're doing it. It's like, you're not going to just pop a dude in the head in this game, or that's rarely going to happen. And so yeah, I wonder how they're able to capture that. But I thought it looked pretty good too. And you're right, there are some recognizable scenes, no doubt, from the game. And I'm interested to see where Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson pop up as well, since they're both in it. Some people were saying that Ashley Johnson was in the background of one of the shots, but I had not gone back to look. Chris, what do you think about this new HBO trailer? Again, the show starts January 15th, and so we'll be covering it on Sacred Symbols Plus, but this new trailer is hopefully the last look we get at it, because I don't really want to cover it again before that, and I don't want to see too much more of it. So, but I'm totally satisfied. I think it looks great. Yeah,
I think it looks cool. I don't see anything that is particularly that big of a red flag. I think it looks like a really competently done trailer. I think the sound design of it is really cool. I like how they use Take On Me in the way that they use it. I think it's really clever. I think it's really cool, because that happens a lot in a lot of trailers, and it doesn't feel as earned, because it's a song that is either just like very, very popular or doesn't really have that much significance to the original works, and it's Take On Me does. So it's cool. It's nice to see that.
Yeah, I don't want to even say what the connection is, but it was cool to hear that. Because it does bring everything together. One thing I did notice, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, but I just noticed it again, and Mike and I were talking about it after we watched the trailer together, they are going out of their way to not bring any of the PlayStation stuff into this. Like, I understand wanting to differentiate it and not turn people off potentially to something, but it's a little surprising that you don't even see a PlayStation Studios or PlayStation Productions logo in the beginning. It's just, there's no word of who made the game, that it's a PlayStation game. There's no Naughty Dog reference. There's no Neil Druckmann reference. The only game references, and they bill it in this order, from the creators of Chernobyl. I mean, that's what they say, right? And the hit video game or something.
But yeah, based on the acclaimed video game or something.
Right. And I feel like I'm a little disappointed in that, I guess. I don't know why. It's clear that it's a strategy, but I don't know why they agreed to it. If I were them, I'd be like, we want a Naughty Dog splash screen and we want a PlayStation Studios splash screen. It's our shit. And if that turns people off, then they're closed-minded and stupid. I just think that you have to own it more. And I'm really intrigued to see the first episode to see, because I imagine that they can't continue to do that. And there has to be some sort of tether between the products. I know that Uncharted didn't technically have that tether, but it was implied. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm excited. I'm excited about it. We'll cover it on Sacred Symbols Plus. No doubt about it. All right. Dustin, I was especially curious to hear what you think about this, although we can all discuss it. Gamatsu, our friends over there, tweeted out, and they got an interesting scoop. Capcom confirmed to them that Monster Hunter Rise, which we talked about last week and which is coming on January 20th to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, will be digital only. No physical editions. When I saw this, I thought of you doubly, but not only because of your love of physical games, but you like Monster Hunter. And so I was wondering what this meant to you and if it's going to preclude you from buying it or if it puts you off, or what's the situation here?
Well, I'm already out just because I've fully played through that game, put a lot of hours in. There's no cross save or anything like that. So I just don't have any interest in going back at this point. But this is a little surprising in that I think they would sell a lot of physical copies. I think that just even being on store shelves is an important advertising tactic as well. But it definitely feels weird because this is a game that actually could sell physical copies, but maybe it's just because it's already released on Switch and PC. Maybe there's some kind of weird deal with Nintendo that they can't release it physically or something. That I've never heard of anything like that, but I know that Nintendo did have a deal with this game. So maybe there's something like that they want to be, it's only allowed to be physical on Nintendo platforms. I don't know. That would be kind of weird, but it's possible. So either way, though, I'm excited this game's coming out. I'm excited for people to check it out. It's going to run at 4K 60 on PS5, and it's, really fun game.
I have a theory here that there could be some sort of exclusivity thing. They could also be seeing data where it's not worth it. But my theory is that they're just waiting because they want that Sunbreak DLC to come out. And then they'll put it all together and make one package. Now, I don't think that that's an ideal thing, but I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, because they're like, well, we can get to the scene early. We don't have to wait for the DLC to come out and then do it all at once. So we'll get those digital sales and then we can make a special edition and get those people anyway. I think that is what is going to happen, but we'll see what happens here. Chris, are you going to play Monster Hunter Rise? Are you interested in this?
I don't know. I know apparently it's going to be on Game Pass, so maybe I'll check it out of just sheer virtue. But I'm not really that into. I was so put off by Monster Hunter World, purely that really, really long tutorialization in the beginning that I don't know. I'm not. I can't say I'm really excited to play it. I can't say that it's something that I'm looking forward to. But given that it is going to be ostensibly free, free with brackets or quotations, I might check it out just out of sheer curiosity to see if the tutorialization is as bad. But if it's even slightly as bad, it's not going to last that long for me.
I've got so
many. Okay, well that's good to hear. But I've got so many other things to play in my backlog, and not even to mention during that. When's it supposed to come out?
January 20.
Oh, Jesus.
It's a bad time.
It's not a good time.
It's a good time if you like Monster Hunter, but there's just so many games coming out January, February, March. It's going to be a mess.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And we'll talk about it when we get to the games we're playing. I am just so far behind because of all the production we've been doing, family and the holidays. It's all an unholy alliance that's keeping me from playing games for more than 10 hours a week.
Yeah.
Which is frustrating me. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Feels and their high-quality CBD, which you can discover for yourself at feels.com/symbols. It's me again, your friend Colin, just trying to sell you some marijuana. But I'm not trying to send you to the moon, my friends. What I'm here to talk to you about instead is CBD, or cannabidiol, a marijuana-derived compound that's treated a bit like a wonder substance out in the real world these days, renowned for its therapeutic properties. And when it comes to the competitive world of marijuana products, one I'm fairly steeped in, I can say with confidence that Feels CBD is the best CBD product I've ever used. So what can Feels do for you? Quite a bit, as it turns out. For me, its use is simple. I have anxiety and I'm stressed to the max, and using Feels CBD tincture, just a few drops under the tongue, can help wash a day away, truly. And if you're a blue-collar kind of guy or maybe just sore from men's league or a tumultuous day of play with your kids, Feels properties also segue to physical relief too, for those nagging aches and pains. Feels is a great antidote to sleepless nights as well. My friends, I get that CBD can be intimidating, but I truly believe it can help you like it has me. So it's good news that Feels employs an entire team of real live help that can be accessed quickly and guide you to the products and dosages that'll make the most sense for you. For instance, if you want a more discreet style of CBD relief on the go, Feels Mints might be best for you, though I'm a believer in the classic tincture, which you can have delivered to you on the regular if you become a member. My friends, start feeling better with Feels. Become a member today by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS. And you'll get 40% off your first 3 months with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 40% automatically taken off your first 3 months with free shipping. Again, to feel better the all-natural way, head to feels.com/symbols today. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp and their accessible and affordable brand of online therapy, which you can discover for yourself at betterhelp.com/sacred. For those of us who have a depressed or anxious disposition, I fear these darker days of winter can be hard for many of us. But it's at times like these that we take control and do what we can to make ourselves feel better, no matter what might be weighing us down. See, to feel down sometimes, to feel off, these are human traits that every single person imaginable suffers from. No one has it perfect, and no one feels good all the time, and it doesn't have to be what bothers me that bothers you. Like I said, for me, it's anxiety and depression. For you, it might be trouble in a relationship or unhappiness at work or school, problems with a sibling or relationships or kids or something else entirely. Therapy can help you work through all of that, and I would know since I've been to therapy myself on, well, quite a few occasions. With BetterHelp, though, you don't have to jump through the hoops I did. No longer do you have to go somewhere in person, sit in a waiting room, speak for a bit, and then do the process in reverse. With BetterHelp, the entire focus is on you getting well by meeting you where you are, and that means you can meet with a qualified therapist over video or audio or even just via text. When you sit and think about it, there's no reason whatsoever that those modes of communication can't be just as effective as an in-person meeting, and frankly, we're deep into the 21st century now. It's no longer the 1990s. Expectations are different, and the ways we get and see results have changed too. But BetterHelp doesn't only make getting mental health easier, it also makes it cheaper. By cutting out so much nonsense like real estate and a secretary and whatever else your local therapist might have, the savings can be passed along to you. As the world's largest therapy service, BetterHelp has matched 3 million people with professionally licensed and vetted therapists available 100% online. Plus, it's affordable. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a therapist. If things aren't clicking, you can easily switch to a new therapist anytime. It couldn't be simpler. No waiting rooms, no traffic, no endless searching for the right therapist. Learn more and save 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS. Again, tend to your mental health from the comfort of your own home in a fashion that makes the most sense for you, and save money doing so compared to in-person therapy by going to betterhelp.com/symbols today. Okay, I thought this was hysterical. Yuji Naka has been arrested again. XTNers wrote in and said, "Hey lads, how's it going? News just came in that our boy Yuji Naka has been arrested for the second time in another insider trading scandal, this time for the Final Fantasy mobile game that appeared a year back. While I personally think that this is a corporate vendetta unleashed by Square Enix against a hapless Japanese man, I'm led to believe with the amount of leaks we get these days that insider trading should be quite common in the industry. What are your thoughts? And how likely do you think a Balan Wonderland DLC can come out of this?" Thank you, XTN, for writing it. So I copied and pasted this into our Discord because it literally made me LOL when I was writing the show. Not that it's funny people get arrested, I guess, but Video Games Chronicles story is titled "Yuji Naka Rearrested Over Alleged Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier Insiders Trading Scheme." I just thought that was an amazing headline that he's rearrested. And so yeah, as reported by trusted Japanese sources, and in this case Asahi, Square Enix employee Tasuke Sasaki was also arrested in connection to this plot, I guess, Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier insider trading plot, basically buying shares before the game's announced through your knowledge of internal happenings. And Naka reportedly purchased 120,000 shares in the company at a price of $834,000. So this is much more significant, actually, than the first insider trading claim. And again, these are all accusations. The first accusation was made about another game in Japan called Dragon Quest Tact, in which he bought $20,000 purportedly of shares. So this is substantially more significant. I wrote as a joke in our notes here that he was arrested again, but still not arrested for Sonic. So he's still on the lam as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For his true crimes against humanity. But in the meantime, what do you think of this? I mean, this is insane. Insider trading is very serious. I don't know if a lot of people know what that is, but it's basically using internal company knowledge to act on a public market to make money moves, like buying shares in something, knowing that big news or something big is going to make that price go up. And you just simply can't do it. If insider trading was legal, our market would be even more broken than it already is. And it's already woefully broken. People get way too rich. Too many people don't have enough and all of that. So I think we can all agree that it's already run amok. Like, I don't mind billionaires existing, for instance, but it's weird that you can even accumulate that much money in some way. Like, how is that even possible? What can you even do with all that money? And so insider trading has serious ramifications for businesses, and it is a serious crime, though it is a white collar crime. It's like, oh, who gives a fuck? But if everyone was doing this, then you would have even more haves and more have-nots, because the people, you go and you buy Square Enix stock and you have no idea what you're doing. You have no idea what they're going to announce. You're just doing it. It's a guess. It's a bet. It's an educated bet. But gambling. When someone like him is acting and saying like, well, I know exactly what's going to happen, and now I'm going to buy stock in this company, this dev that's going to work with Square Enix, knowing that that's going to go up. It's fucked up. Sorry, someone was saying something.
No, I was just saying, like, it's illegal. It is very, very illegal to get caught doing insider trading. I'll just put it that way. I am very, very sure that this happens a lot. But just don't get caught. You should have. Yuji Naka should have ran fast.
Should have gone fast.
Got to go fast, man. You were too slow. You're too slow.
You're too slow.
You.
Go on.
I gotta point out here that, Colin, you linked the Video Game Chronicle article.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny that it's this picture of him in the Balin top hat.
Oh yeah, they're totally busting his balls.
Imagine him being arrested in that in the top hat, in that getup there.
Jordan Middler wrote that story. He's a friend of the show. That is, he's very self-aware of what he's doing in that story. I would say
looks like a fucking Teen Titans like a Teen Titans Z-list villain. It's such a weird costume.
It's just so strange for this to befall Yuji Naka. It's so strange.
Yeah.
But you get what you get. I mean, you shouldn't be insider trading, but I think you're right, Chris, that it probably happens a lot. And I think that a lot of people just inoculate themselves from it. I mean, how do you think the people in the House of Representatives are getting so rich? I mean,
100%. I think there was like a website that would calculate like the stock moves or the stock portfolios of people in Congress, and it would just copy that.
Yeah, and they would be better than a big financial house making bets. Yeah, because they had I think someone did something like indexing Nancy Pelosi's stock,
her husband, because
her husband, right? Paul Pelosi's stock, and it's like
yeah.
it performs like magnitudes better than your just index fund that would be on the market.
No, 100%. It's all bullshit.
It sucks. It's fucked up. So white collar crime is, I don't think people take it very seriously, and I think sometimes you shouldn't, but this does affect like people that have your retirement or your pension funds and all that. It's not cool.
It arguably affects way more than petty, like normal. Like if somebody gets mugged on the street, yeah, that's violent and like unsavory, I suppose. But that's like one person, maybe like their immediate family that's affected by that. Yeah. Meanwhile, you got like a Bernie Madoff who like destroyed the world for 3 years. It's like, I don't know, man. Like white collar crime should be taken a lot, like way more seriously. It's kind of wild because just because it's not violent doesn't mean it isn't in some ways incredibly, indirectly violent. Like it's crazy. Like, well,
it's interesting, Chris, you say this because unless you're right, because unless you get your stock from an IPO, an initial public offering, so you're buying it directly from the company at a certain price, a set price, and then it goes on the market, and then the market dictates the price from there. You're technically, you're buying stock. When you buy stock on the market from someone, you're buying someone else's stock that is owned. Unless there are stock splits or new shares held, everyone that the stock just does isn't, you just don't keep buying stock. That would dilute the shares. So the point I'm making is the person who sold Yuji Naka $800,000 worth of shares technically got money stolen from them because they did it under false pretenses, right? Like they're the victim in some way. Mm. And yeah, people don't think about it many layers deep than that, but it's without these things working in harmony, we have an even more dysfunctional economic system than we already do. And it's deeply dysfunctional the way it is right now. So, and just way too many people with way too much money. Way too much money. And that might be surprising for people to hear out of my mouth, but I've always felt like that. Fuck the mega rich. I couldn't give a fuck about them. I love the rich, like the self-made millionaires that do good things and make good companies and work hard and all that. I don't have any respect for you don't make billions of dollars. You bet and win and make billions of dollars. And to me, it's just totally different. No disrespect to those guys. I like Elon Musk and those guys, but I see so many people with nothing, and that disturbs me a great deal. I see us paying for war, but we have no water to drink in Mississippi or in Flint, Michigan. It's fucking wild stuff, man. And it's because of the power that these people with money have. So Yuji Naka, innocent until proven guilty. So we'll see what happens with you, my friend.
Gotta go fast.
When those big boys come up to you in prison, you better go fast, my friend.
Yeah. Run.
White collar prison's probably not that bad. I would imagine it's probably not bad at all.
Yeah, it's probably
like jail with Christian.
I was reading about Bernie Madoff.
He gets locked up with Christian. Oh,
that's
Christian
the
won't
actual
be in a
question.
white collar prison though. Didn't he rape his mom or something?
Yeah, he's not going to be in a white collar prison.
He's not going to white collar.
It wouldn't make
prison.
sense, but I'm just saying, what if he meets the God that created Sonic?
Dude,
what if Christian is like, I don't know who you are?
Yeah. You know what the weirdest part of this is that Chris Chan's crimes were in America and Yuji Naka's were in Japan, but they end up in the same prison together.
Yeah. It's like a sitcom.
Yeah, it's like an anime or a sitcom. Exactly. A limited run manga. All right. A few more items that I wanted to talk about. I was excited to see this. River City Girls 2 finally has a release date, December 15th. The original River City Girls, which I believe came out in 2019 on PS4, was awesome. Awesome. Love Way Forward. I think they're one of the greatest old school slanted devs in the history of the industry. And are either of you guys interested in River City Girls or River City Girls 2? I don't know if you guys play these games. For people that are unfamiliar, they're brawlers based on the Kunio-kun series. However, they are much more modern, and they're basically role-playing games, big open role-playing games. And in the first River City Girls, you were playing as the girlfriends of these two guys that are like beaten up and taken away by this criminal enterprise. And so you as the girlfriends have to go and rescue them. And it's wonderful. It's a really, really good game. And so the sequel, I can't wait. Can't wait to play it. Are either of you going to check it out?
I played a little bit of the first one, I think, when it was on Game Pass, and it was cute. It was nice. But I'm curious, with a game like this, do you know what they're doing for the sequel that is unique and different?
No, I think it's just more of the same, I would assume.
Hey, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
6 playable characters, enhanced combat, bigger than ever, new locations with multiple routes.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's as I remember, the first one took place in like a cityscape, and there was like a mall and restaurants and city streets and stores and all this, and it was kind of open world. And then you could quick travel between places. So it's pretty unique because brawlers are typically linear and driven games. Like you don't, if you think about your golden axes, your final fights and all that, it's not quite as complex. And River City, I can't wait. And I told Micah, because she's upset. Micah likes playing games with people, and I hate playing games with people. We're just yin and yang in that way. But I told her I wouldn't mind playing this. Brawlers with another person, I have no problem playing brawlers with someone else. That to me feels very natural, very arcadist in my mind. Okay. Next piece of news that I wanted to talk about was over on the PlayStation blog, where it was announced from Polyarch, the studio behind Moss and Moss 2, that both games would be coming to PlayStation VR 2 in February of 2023. So presumably at launch of the console. Now, this is exciting news. Moss was a 2018 PSVR release, and actually the last PSVR game I played all the way through. And we talked about it, I think, in the early episodes of this show when we started the show in 2018. And I really, really liked Moss. I thought it was awesome. Moss Book 2 was actually one of my selections for our fantasy betting that we'll do when we get back for various games that are coming out for Metacritic scores in 2023. And I put Moss Book 2 on my list for 2022. There is a controversy around this, though. And Rob Kavazna, amongst others, wrote in and he says, "Dear Headset Boys, Moss Book 1 and Book 2 have been announced for PSVR 2. To this point, there does not seem to be an upgrade path for owners of the PSVR 1 versions. This has, of course, created drama on Twitter and within VR communities. I think it is being missed that a bundle for these games is available for pre-order at $39.99. For reference, this is the same price as Moss Book 2 launched at. Am I some sort of moron for thinking this is a good deal? I do feel bad for the dozens of people that might ponder if they should buy Moss Book 2 again, but as a Moss Book 1 owner, I am stoked. What say you?" Dustin, I saw you shaking your head when I was saying that there was some controversy around this. I imagine you have some thoughts about it. And to me, Polyarch is a small team, and their games are not selling many copies. Regardless of how critically acclaimed they are, they have to extract money in a much more literal way. And I think it is unreasonable to expect that they would release Moss and Moss 2, which are PSVR games on PSVR 2 without some sort of price increase, simply because it is not a mere port. The systems are different from each other. There needs to be a total reworking of the way the games even work. There's no camera. There are no PlayStation Move controllers. Like you have to redo it. It's not simply a matter of sliders and porting. I think people have to take into. I know that people don't like this angle of mine, but guys, the money has to come from somewhere, or these games aren't going to come out anymore. That's just the raw reality of it. And I don't know. What do you think?
I think that I agree. I'm okay with there being an upgrade fee to pay for that, but you're telling me that to convert the game over should cost as much as the game originally was in the first place? That doesn't. It is not the same amount of work to make. It's like the same amount of work to make the game twice in order to port it over. I don't think so. And I think that for most people that didn't buy Moss Book 2, this is not a problem because they'll just be able to buy, like Rob writes in, this $39.99 bundle and you get both. That's great. But it's a matter of, if, let's say, Moss Book 2 really didn't sell very well, which I'm guessing it didn't as a very late PSVR game.
Yeah,
is that really how you want to treat the people that did support you? What is it really to give them? And I'm not even saying I'm saying even if it's 10 or 15 bucks, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right that the people that supported the game and played it on their old ass PSVR 1, and these are the people that are dedicated to VR, if they're still playing PSVR in its very late stages, that they're going to be there on day one for PSVR 2, and you want them to pay again for the game that they supported you when there were probably way less people around. That sucks. I'm not saying that every upgrade should be free and that we should get everything for free, but it's about doing right by the people that supported you in this case. And so, yeah, I think that the fact that there's no upgrade path at all sucks. And I've said this about other games too. Persona 5 Royal having no upgrade path absolutely sucks. So I don't know. I think that this is like I said, because most people didn't get it, the $40, cool. It's not going to be a big deal for most people, but I think it's important to stand up for those people that are, I think, kind of getting screwed on this.
That's an interesting take. I want to clarify, because I don't really agree with you, but I think that it has to be looked at on a company by company basis. There's no reality in which Sony should be charging for upgrades to any PSVR game that they published, right? Like, they are the hardware manufacturer. They also have a lot of money compared to some of these devs. I don't begrudge smaller developers being like, in other words, I have a hard time believing Polyarc is being greedy. They're probably being like, we need revenue. I mean, we can't just do this. We're not Sony. And Moss Book 2, I don't know, man. I bet you it sold fewer than 10,000 copies, something like that. I mean, that's atrocious for a game like that. And this is almost like its first time being on sale in some way, you know? Even Moss, being 2.5 years after the PSVR came out, was probably too late to really get any shine. People were almost already over it even by then, even though that game was great. It was Moss and then Superbot, or Astrobot rather, that were like the late games anyone cared about.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you have anything to add, Chris?
No, I think I agree with Dustin a little bit more. I do think it's a little. I understand the necessity of treating companies differently, like based on, like, obviously an independent developer like the studio that made Moss is a lot different than, I don't know, Activision, like making Call of Duty. Those are very different standards to hold them to, and I think that's fair. But at the same time, this to me, this could have just been avoided with proper scheduling, because, like, in my opinion, they just shouldn't have released Moss 2 on original PSVR. They should have just
I wonder what the point of that was. I agree.
It's just very dumb. And that's, you know, not, again, I'm sure there's like some reason, but to me, it just feels like they would have been a lot better off just waiting for this for this PSVR 2 unveiling, so that they could be like, hey, here's Moss 2 and 1. They maybe could have even charged more. And so to me, I understand the sympathy for a developer that's just trying to extract value. However, I do think, you reap the reputation that you sow when you just don't schedule things correctly, or you don't run your business in a way that makes sense. Like it did not make sense to release Moss 2 when they did. Like it just straight up. And I think we all kind of felt that when we heard about it, like, or when we saw it coming out. It was just like, what the fuck? Really? It's so late. And we even before we had any real clue about PSVR 2, we kind of understood that it was probably on the horizon. So it's like, why? I don't know. Just very strange. Very strange way to plan your release.
Yeah, it strikes me as something, maybe Moss Book 2 took too long. Maybe, you would imagine it would have been delayed by COVID. And as we said on about PSVR development, I suspect that PSVR development, or VR development generally, is the hardest to do in isolation because it requires so much iteration and testing and people sharing things, like literally a gear with each other. And so I'm a little sympathetic to them in that regard. I understand what you guys are saying, but I have to reiterate, and it's why I bring up things like Game Pass and all these things all the time, where I'm deeply worried about the economics of the games industry, like deeply worried about it. I don't like what I'm seeing. More and more money's coming in, going to fewer and fewer games and organizations. It's not good. It's like I have to check myself on buying things on Amazon all the time. I literally it's so fucking weird because I'm like, I should buy something from Target because Target, as if that's the mom and pop store, because I'm like, I shouldn't give all my money to Amazon. I mean, or Walmart or something. That's the reality we're in. And I just don't want it to be like that with games. So people have to spend their money exactly the way they need to and want to. And that's great. I'm never going to tell you what to do. But for those that love video games and can afford it, I would be willing to put your money where your mouth is. I don't know that you're going to like where we're going.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I brought these, I went to PSN profiles to just look. When I said Moss Book 2 sold 10,000 copies, that's probably way more than it actually did sell. I remember mentioning this on the show at the time, but PSN profiles, which is an opt-in thing, so you have to opt in to PSN profiles, shows Moss Book 1 with 12,100 owners, and in Europe, 12,291 owners. Moss Book 2, 127 owners in North America, 170 owners in Europe. As a comparison, there are currently more than 60,000 gamers playing God of War Ragnarok on PSN profiles. So obviously we know that God of War is probably around 7 million-ish now sold, I would imagine. 5.5 the last time it was actually announced. So you have to divide those numbers. But when you do, you realize that no one is playing these games. And so they made no money. And I think that their gambit was probably like, maybe we can make a little bit here and then come out later. And it didn't work out. We'll see how it goes. I think $40 for those two games at launch is a great deal, personally. All right. I wanted to call this one out. We don't talk about very many smaller games in this part of the show, but this Power Wash simulator that everyone really loved from my friends at Future Lab. And I say my friends because I used to be really good friends with those guys when they were doing the games that we loved on PS3, PS4, Vita, Velocity and Velocity 2X, which were awesome downloadable games. If you've never played them, just wonderful, arcadey, stylish, fast, speedy games. They made an unusual game called Power Wash Simulator that came to PC in 2021. And then it came to Xbox in 2022. I think it might have been even on Game Pass when it did. So PS4 and PS5 were always going to get a version of the game, and we never knew exactly when that would be. And now we find that Future Lab, the British developer, says that it will be announced in early 2023 with new content updates. So probably in the first quarter, we'll be playing this game on PlayStation if we'd like to. I don't know if either of you mess with this game on Xbox or PC, but I think it looks awesome. I always love this idea of a developer doing something totally different. If people go and look at Velocity, those games, and then look at this game, it's not that one is better than the other. They're very different. It's almost hard to believe that they came from the same people. So, Dustin, what do you think of Power Wash Simulator coming to PS4 and PS5?
Yeah, I checked out this game a little bit on Game Pass, and it was enjoyable. Not really my thing completely, but people that play this game absolutely love it. Our producer, Ben Smith, got all the achievements for it, and he fully plans on buying it again on PlayStation and getting the platinum there because he loves this game so much. So if you're interested, if you enjoy the satisfying feeling of power washing, then this game may be for you.
Chris, do you have any experience with Power Wash Simulator?
Uh, I've played games like it. I get the appeal. I get that weird kind of itch in the brain that it scratches, where it's like it's vaguely satisfying, and I get it, but I don't know if it's something that I would pick up necessarily. It's a fun game for like a couple hours, maybe max, but like I there's not enough there. I just think it's an interesting niche that's kind of popping up. Like, I mean, we used to talk about a lot of the farming simulators back in the early days of Sacred Symbols and how weird that was. And now obviously we have so many different ones. But Power Wash Simulator makes a lot of sense to me because it is satisfying. Like I find cleaning satisfying. That's me. I don't know what that is, but it's like one of the few times in real life where you can see progress happening really quick. It's like, ooh, okay, I'm going to wipe this table and it's actually clean. Like the second I'm done wiping it, you know what I mean? It's like immediate. It's not like, oh, I got to get my affairs in order. I got to call people and wait for things. It's very, I get it. I understand the appeal, but I can't. There's too much to play.
Yeah, it's I feel like it's going to be one of those very relaxing podcast games for me. Just turn on something and cruise along. It's funny. I have a personal connection to Future Lab. I just remember them really well because they really liked me because I was such a big Velocity fan. And I remember going out to dinner with them once in San Francisco, and they were just really friendly. I think the heads of the studio are like a husband and a wife, as I recall. And they were really big PlayStation fanboys. Like they would always admit it. Like they wanted to work with PlayStation. Like they wanted to be with PlayStation. PlayStation didn't want them, basically, which is why I think that not even to buy, but just as some sort of second party, like they wanted to be the next Housemarque, I think, with like some great digital kind of games. And it never came to fruition. So seeing this game go to Xbox, I think makes a lot of sense. It's like going after your scorned lover in some way, like going to the other guy. So nonetheless, I think it looks great. We'll have a date for it in 2023, early in 2023, hopefully. Shout out to Future Lab. Haven't talked to you guys in a while. Hope you're doing well. I wanted to ask you guys on just a day or two ago from when we were recording, they finally released Dead Island 2 gameplay from the 2023 release. It comes out February 3rd, of course, 2023 on PS5 and PS4. Finally, this is an incredibly long in development game going on about 10 years now across 3 different studios. And it was with Jaeger first, as people might remember, the guys that did Spec Ops: The Line. Then it went to Sumo Digital, the guys that did Little Big Planet 3. And now it landed with Dam Buster, the guys that did the second Homefront game, which was dubious at best. I got to say, Dustin, we'll go to you first. I think this game looks kind of awesome. It looks a lot like Dying Light 2 in a way. It's like a total natural evolution of Dead Island's gameplay. Dead Island was very stilted, in my opinion, when it came out. It was fun, but it was very by the book, by the numbers. And also, it takes place in Santa Monica, and there are parts of this where I'm like, I lived there. I recognize this place. It's like Venice, Santa Monica, Marina del Rey. I know these locations. These are real, or at least based on real places, like the pier and all of that. Chris knows because I lived right there. I mean, it was just, It's pretty funny to see that. I don't think I realized how famous that place was when I lived there until I left, and then you just see it constantly. Like when the Rams or the Chargers play on Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football, and they have the establishing city shots, they're always in Santa Monica. So what do you think of Dead Island 2 and the gameplay running in 4K?
Yeah, it looks all right. I like that it's much like it feels more fun. The fact it takes in bright and sunny California. Yeah. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of these types of gameplay trailers. Like I want to see just the game, like someone playing the game would be cool. I get that there's usually like a build up to that, but it looks cool in motion, but it doesn't really give me a clue on what this game actually, what's the moment to moment like in this game? What's the HUD look like? Stuff like that. So I'm going to be more interested to see that when the time comes. But so far, this looks promising and more promising than I would have expected for sure.
Chris, you have, excuse me, I have a phlegmy throat time. Do you have anything you would like to add? Yeah,
I mean, I would agree. It definitely looks better than it should, given the story of like what this game went through. Obviously, we mentioned already that just exchanged so many hands in development, and it's been in development hell for so long. it's reasonable for people to assume that such a title would be borderline unplayable on release. But this does look a lot more competent than I was expecting it to, given everything. And I do like the variety of animation is particularly cool to me. Like, I like that it doesn't seem to be the same exact execution for every single enemy. It seems like there's a lot of variety in it. I don't know. I'm curious about it. I don't know if it'll. I'm kind of with Dustin in the sense that I would like to see like an uninterrupted 5 to 10 minute chunk of gameplay just to see like what the loop is, because you can usually get a feel for the loop in that amount of time. Like 5 minutes is more than enough. You just figure out like what's the 30-second loop? Like, is this like, what's the level layout? What's the progression like? What is the combat like? What is damage output? Like, how much health do you have? Like, how hard does the combat seem? I feel like I don't really get any of that from this, but this went from a game that I just wasn't really all that interested in to something that I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on. It looks cool. I do think that the sunniness of California lends itself really well to like the playfulness of it.
Definitely.
Because there's a lot of, I don't know, and I feel that way about a lot of games. Like even Far Cry, I think the strongest Far Cry games are tropical ones. Like, I don't know, there's something about like there's something about the sun bleached like sand and like water and like really almost picturesque vacation imagery juxtaposed with hilarious violence that I think just works really, really well. So yeah, I think I'm interested in this.
Well, I also think that
obviously.
Well, I think you make an interesting point too, in the sense that what's for people like you and I that have lived on both coasts. Yeah. What's notable about living in both coasts is the sunrise and the sunset, and how one is one side and one is the other side. And obviously you have a sunrise and sunset in California, but the sun sets, in a different way than the sun rises in the east. And so you get this different hue on the beaches. It's the sun-soaked mornings on the beach in New York or on Long Island that are really special. The sunsets are less special. The sunsets in dusk in California is way more pronounced. And I think that particular aesthetic, the pinks and the oranges and the purples in the sky, all of that, I think that really does lend to it. And I don't believe in Dam Buster simply because they weren't a very good studio. I mean, they Homefront is a bad game. The second one, I like the first Homefront. That was Chaos Studios. Those guys haven't existed in forever. Very rare New York City studio. But if this game looks as good or is as good as it looks, I'll definitely check it out. I feel like a little bit of a poser because I never beat the original Dead Island.
You don't have to.
Yeah, well, I just couldn't. It was so boring.
It's not good.
That was the thing. I was bored with that game. You're just opening luggage, and it's just like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
Dying Light is so much better. That's why I loved Dying Light.
Yeah. No, Dead Island is. I don't think it's a very good game at all, to be honest with you. I just wasn't. It ran like garbage. Also, and I noticed how poorly it ran back when I didn't even really care that much about resolution or frame rate or anything. I remember feeling like, why does this game feel like it's like sneezing constantly? Like it's so gross the way it plays. But this looks better. I want to see more, and I'm definitely gonna wait until after release because I don't know, man. The story of exchanging developers that often, if they get out of this, if this game launches and it's received really, really well and it runs really well and it performs really well, that's kind of amazing, to the point where I don't know if I would believe that that's even possible. So I'm definitely going to give it a second to marinate and see how it launches. But if everything seems to be in order, if it runs well, if there's no major complaints, I think if it's like a solid like 75 or like 80, I might check it out.
Yeah, I think the thing with, because you're right, Dead Island is an unremarkable game. The first one, I think what was remarkable about it was just the timing, because in coming out in 2011, people were really hungry for these kinds of games. They just didn't exist. When you think about, we had Infamous, Prototype, like games where you can really explore spaces. Of course, your Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas and shit, but Dead Island really scratched an itch. But it is some unholy alliance, and I say this with all due respect. We're friends with Head, who worked on the game, but it's Eurojank cross Bethesda kind of, and
very.
And with Dying Light, they just well exceeded the mark. And I'm really excited to play Dying Light 2. We're going to talk about that game in a little while because apparently the trophies are finally fixed in it, so I can go in safely. But Dead Island 2 comes out in February. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to say the best thing about Dead Island was the trailer.
Yes, famous trailer. People should go check out the reveal trailer for Dead Island from 2010, 2009. One of the most famous trailers ever, I would say, up there with the Gears of War, Mad World trailer, and a few others.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. All right, that's it for the news. I'm sick of talking about these things. I deleted a few things off the list because let's move on. Not that important. All right, let's get into what we're playing. This is exciting. We have a bunch of different things to talk about. I'll go first just to get out of the way because I only have one game to talk about. I'm playing God of War Ragnarok still. I was talking to the boys before the show began. Tomorrow, when we're recording this, we're going to sit down and do our spoiler cast. I have not beaten the game yet. However, I'm near the end of the game. Like they're being like, it's time to go. Like the whole thing where they're saying like, it's time to prepare to go and do that kind of end of the game sort of shit. Or make sure you do everything you need to do. And yeah, right. And so I'm there or around there. I'm like 35, 36 hours in. And basically I reached the 28-hour mark or whatever. And kind of saw the game organically and realized I could, I guess, do the final main paths and beat the game. So at that point, I went and started using power picks, and I'm just going through and getting all the collectibles in the different places and trying to beat all the optional enemies and just do whatever I can. Because and then if I'm up against it, I'll just go and beat the game and then go back and do everything else. But the one thing I hate doing, and I really, really hate it, is beating a game quickly or beating a game and having all this other shit to do. I'd rather do as much of it as possible and beat the game. And I think that's the way I did it with Horizon, as I recall, Forbidden West, which was I got it all in order before I even beat the game so that when I did the final boss and watched the ending, I'm like, I'm done and I'm out. I don't have to go back and do anything else. So I'm just trying to get into that position because first of all, my esteem for the game has risen in some ways. Yeah. I still think, I will say this, it is too long. I don't think it respects your time very well, but it is beautiful and it is fun when you actually can fight. Everything else I think is whatever, but the fighting is so fun. I'm obsessed with it in some way. It's so good. And I wish they would just let you do it more. Just let me keep doing it well. So I'm playing God of War Ragnarok. We'll have more to say about that soon on Sacred Symbols Plus, full spoiler cast and review discussion with the three of us. Plus, Rick Hogue is going to be on. We were originally going to have Gene Park on from the Washington Post, but he's still recovering from his cancer treatment, although he did announce yesterday, and I talked to him briefly via text, he is cancer-free, apparently. So congratulations to him. We are so proud of him. He's going to come to Richmond early next year and hang out with us because he's coming here to see a few other people. And he'll be at our wedding next year, too, so you guys will be able to see him there.
Dude,
assuming you take the time to come. Okay. Let's see. So we're playing totally different things. Dustin, let's go to you first and talk about some of the things you're playing. Delta Bugles wrote in for you and said, Dustin, respect for you continuing to play Modern Warfare 2 as it brings you joy, despite everyone loving to hate on the game. The intermittent crashes are annoying to be sure, but I, too, am having a blast popping on daily and having a romp in Warzone 2.0. And he asks, are you playing with a controller or a mouse and keyboard? Did you ever upgrade your CPU? All the best to you, sacred gents.
Nice. Yeah. So I am playing on mouse and keyboard, though it's a bit of a, controversial topic because the aim assist in Call of Duty is so strong that there is an argument that controller players have the advantage because over the years they have continually upped aim assist. And it's very annoying because the game has no way to put a setting so you only play with mouse and keyboard people. You have to do crossplay and you have to have different lobbies with controller, mouse and keyboard. It's very annoying. There's a lot of really annoying things about this game, but yes, I'm having a fantastic time. Now, guys, I wanted to bring something to your attention because I've already said a lot about the mechanics and what's wrong and stuff. In a moment yesterday with what I would like to call righteous toxicity from me. Where I was playing around with producer Ben and with some of our friends, our one friend Justin Guns, and we were playing. He's very, very good at this game. Clearly a hacker in the other lobby. I saw someone just point their gun and shoot at a wall not in like a fucking around type way. And a guy like basically sniped me across the map through a car multiple times. It was very obvious to us. At the end of the match, he starts bragging. And then he called our friend Justin the N-word in a very mean way, which that was just like a Call of Duty thing, you know, like it wasn't targeted. He didn't know Justin in any way. And I was so aggravated by this guy hacking and then bragging about it and then pulling out a racial slur that I went on comms and I said, "Fuck you, bitch." And then the game ended. I was like, whoa, that was explosive for me. So
you're gonna get
I like
banned.
to feel like I was in the right because this guy sucked. And then we reported him afterwards.
Good.
So Call of Duty, good. Guys, I got to eat my words a little bit on this next one. I'm playing a mobile game. So this is double eating my words because I'm playing a mobile game. It's also on, I believe, on PC. Maybe it'll come to console at some point. I don't know. Playing a mobile game. Playing a Marvel game. Marvel Snap. And let me tell you guys, this game is actually pretty fucking awesome.
I've heard it was great. I heard it's great.
Yes. So this game was made by two of the lead Hearthstone devs. And it is a lot like Hearthstone. In fact, if you have Hearthstone experience, then it's going to be really easy for you to pick up. But it is so much better, I think, than Hearthstone in this one simple way. Everyone has the same access to all the cards. There is no buying packs. There's no buying like new sets of cards. Everyone, it's an even playing field. So you're thinking, what's the monetization model in this? It's all cosmetics. So if you want to buy new different card variants, if you want to pay for cooler looking like holographic cards, whatever, it's all optional. And I love this for it. I absolutely love it because Hearthstone got really frustrating where it felt like if you wanted to keep up with the meta of the game, you had to buy the new packs. You had to buy a bunch of packs. And then it was, of course, loot boxes. So you didn't know what you were getting, stuff like that. Insanely annoying. And so for this game to say, fuck that, and just even the playing field for everybody is amazing. And we need to applaud games like this, whether it's mobile or in the console space, whatever. Keeping your cosmetics or keeping your monetization outside of the competitive aspect of the game is awesome. And this game's really fun. It's free to play. Check it out. I'm having a great time with it. Last but not least, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I think I'm going to give up on this game. I think I'm ready to let it go. It's not that I don't like it. I'm just not hooked by it at all. And I even went and I tried to like watch lore videos from the last two games to get into it. This game, I've probably played 8 to 10 hours of it. And I'm pretty sure that it's literally been in a tutorial the entire time, basically. It drip feeds you new stuff. And normally that would be a good thing. And it kind of makes sense in that the combat system in this game is pretty complicated. But it's just led me to feeling really bored while I play it. So I don't know. I probably would keep going with it, except for this time next week, I'll be playing Final Fantasy Crisis Core Reunion. And I think that's just going to be in the nail in the coffin that says this game's time is done with me. So it's fine. It seems like a game that I can respect. And if you're into it, cool. But I don't know. It's a really weird feeling. I could keep going, but I don't think I'm going to.
All right. That's an interesting hodgepodge of games, by the way. Chris.
Yeah.
Let's move on to you and let's begin with the Callisto Protocol. We have a couple of inquiries about this. Tony Rivera wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, with Callisto Protocol out in the wild, Metacritic has spoken. And although the average lingers around a 75, I still question who these so-called critics really are. For instance, one of the negative reviews of the game was written by an outfit called the Jimquisition. That's Jim Sterling, by the way. And the review was disrespectful and scathing, ending with, quote, 'You know what I wish the Callisto Protocol had more than anything else? Dignity. I wish it had some fucking dignity,' end quote. That's an awesome line. They then proceeded to rate it a 3 out of 10. Publisher Craft and stock plummeted 8% due to the lower than expected review scores for the game. And I'm getting uneasy Days Gone vibes fearing that, fearing that Glenn Schofield won't get a green light for a sequel. When developers depend on sales, which in turn depend on review scores, who vets the reviewers? This is a major bone of contention with this game. Chris, because it seems like a lot of people are having various experiences with it. And it seems like your experience, as far as I can tell, is much more positive than what the mainstream indicates. So I'm really eager to hear what you think of it.
Yeah, I remember seeing the initial review wave, and obviously a big red flag for any game is whenever the embargo is up on the day of release, which was the case for Callisto Protocol. I was like, that's weird. That's not great. And then the reviews started coming in and they were really, really mixed. And a lot of people who I respect and generally who I feel like I more often agree with than not were saying like, yeah, it's not good. And some people were like, it's terrible. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's really shocking. And then I decided to watch some of the reviews and a lot of the contentions that I heard were they started to confuse me because I heard it's very linear, and coming off of like a lot of open world games that really don't respect your time very well and meander and lack focus, I was thinking like that's bad. And then people were thinking like, oh, the combat is weird. It's different. Like you have to. It's the dodging mechanics are not the same as in other games. And I'm like, so it's different? I don't know. Like there were a lot of weird things that were going on. And I was like, all right, I have to see this for myself because I don't think I'm going to get I don't think I'm going to get a great sense of what this game is unless I just bite the bullet and check it out. And I understand what people don't like about it. But I guess what I don't understand is the intensity by which this game is being kind of thrown around into or like really harped on, because I understand it's very short. I beat it in about 9 hours. That is a complaint. It is very linear. And if you're not in the mode for that, then I guess that's a problem. There are a lot of shimmy sections where you're kind of like shimmying through things, but I just came off of fucking God of War and it didn't bother me there. So why is it, I don't know. Like I felt very confused playing this game because I was waiting for it to get to those points that people were saying were unbearable. It's like, oh, the game throws a lot of enemies at you and the combat's not meant for that. And it's like every time I ever found myself in a situation where there were a ton of enemies in a room, it's clearly a stealth section, and it's like you're supposed to sneak because you cannot handle that amount of people. And I guess that might be tedious for some people, but I love stealth. So I was chomping at the bit for this shit. There were like maybe 2 times in the game where I felt like, this is a little shit. But it maybe like 3 deaths max. And then I found my way through it. And there are little problems with it. I think the checkpoint system is pretty infuriating. I do think the death animations, while hilarious, some of these are really fucking funny. Because they're zombies, but they don't tear you in half. Like sometimes they do, but like other times they'll put you in a headlock and just noogie you to death. they'll beat you down like a person would. And it's the funniest. There's one specific execution where your face gets punched so hard that it's like dented in and you look like a kidney. And it's really fucking vile, but it's really satisfying. But at the same time, they are so long and the checkpoint system can be really finicky to the point where it does get annoying to see some of these deaths a lot. So I get what people are complaining about. I understand, but I just feel like a lot, like the intensity of the negativity was very, very confusing because to me, This is a really solid outing from a really technically fresh-faced studio that has a lot of promise going into the future. Like, yeah, this game isn't the resurgence of Dead Space that a lot of people were hoping it would be, but there's a lot here that I think it reminds me of Days Gone in some way where, a Callisto Protocol 2 would be sick. Like, if they really ironed out these little things and like got the checkpoint system working, maybe fleshed out the combat a little bit, you could have something like really, really special. The Callisto Protocol is cool. I had a good time with it. I liked that it respected my time. I liked that it wasn't 50 hours long. I liked that it didn't have a million branching paths. I liked that I didn't get lost. I liked that it kept going. I liked that nothing felt like filler. I liked that there were points that, genuinely, fucking startled me. I liked the enemy design. I think the combat's actually kind of cool. It is very finicky. It's not particularly difficult, and it does get overwhelming when there's multiple enemies in one room. But you can play this game like a fighting game in some way. And I remember seeing some footage of people really fucking around with it, where like they're beating a dude over the head, and then they're like telekinesising them, and then like shoving them into a wall, and then like when they're on the ground, they're like stomping and doing combos. And I don't think a lot of people really anticipated this game to have any expression of tech skill. But it's cool once you realize it's there. And I don't know. I feel like this is a game that history is going to be a lot kinder to. Is my kind of feeling on it. It's not something that I would recommend everybody rush out to get. It's not like a must play experience. But when this thing goes on sale, I highly recommend checking it out, because I think this is an amazing foundation for something that could be really, really cool in the future. And I think it's doing some cool shit with combat, to be honest. I understand it's finicky. I understand it's weird. I understand it's a little unorthodox, but I appreciated it because it was very, very different than what I was expecting. And yeah, I don't know. I like it.
And what else is going on here with well, actually, before I get into the next inquiry, to go back to what Tony was saying. It's funny he brought up the Jimquisition. That's Jim Sterling, and we're not friends anymore, but he was an old friend of mine, and I think his reviews are funny. You have to remember, he is kind of a comedian too. Should he be on Metacritic? I don't know. It just goes into, we talk about Metacritic and it's a useful barometer and tool, but it reinforces over and over again what we say, which is that it's generally fucking stupid to put scores on these things. It just doesn't matter. It matters too much. Maybe we're part of the propagators of that, but we don't submit our scores. We don't give scores. Obviously we wouldn't submit them. We wouldn't be party to that anyway. And I think it's a matter of being fair to games by seeing the greater gradient between the score and what that means. It's like talking about at IGN, we used to have this conversation about sevens. It's like, we're telling you the game's good. I don't know what else you want from us. We're telling you it's good.
I think it is a 7, by the way. I think it's a totally accurate score. I don't think it's any, I certainly don't think it's less than that. Like 3 out of 10 is insane. That is fucking ridiculous. But yeah, 7, I think it's pretty solid. I think it's a good game. It's worth checking out if you can get it on sale, or if it's probably going to come to Game Pass or something like that at some point.
Tyler Mitchell wrote in with just a quick question for me. He said, Colin, one point you made a few times was that the Callisto Protocol had to make its date in order to beat Dead Space to the punch. I think you were right. But do you think that's had a negative impact on the final product? Yes. I think it's clear the game went out without a reasonable patch. As far as I understand, it wasn't even running right on certain platforms. It was fine apparently on PC.
No, PS5.
No. PS5?
I played the PS5 version and it crashed twice, which is more than it should, obviously. But it was the most stable version. The PC version's fucked. And I think maybe that's probably what is contributing to a lot of like the negative review, because a lot of the review codes were PC. And a lot of game reviewers play on PC, and it just makes sense. It's the most customizable version. It's the one that has the most to lose. Because it's dependent on so much different hardware. But apparently the PS5 version is the most stable one. So this might be another Cyberpunk situation, to be honest. It might be just like, I just got the best version of the game and everybody else is playing this thing that runs at like 10 frames a second. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a strange situation because Krafton, the publisher, has got a lot of money. There was no imperative for them to get the game out in December. They really had to get it out before Dead Space. The remake. I just think that it was not going to compare well with Glenn Schofield being involved in all of those things. And obviously that Dead Space remake has all the makings of a very, very, very good game. So I think they made the right move probably commercially, but it wasn't clearly not ready for prime time. And they're going to continue to support it with patches. And I wanted to quickly note, I was going to note this earlier in the news section, but it just seemed to make more sense here, that on February 7th, 2023, they will add, and this is striking distance, the studio will add a hardcore mode and a new game plus mode to the game. And then the season pass, February and March, there's some bundles, spring another bundle, and then there's actual story content for the game coming in the summer. So they have intentions, I guess, to continue this thing. It's a little disappointing that they're going to put the new game plus in then. It almost makes you want to wait and be like, okay, I mean, like what's you're telling me the game's going to get so much better. I don't know that I'm going to play you now for a while. I'm going to go buy it because I want to buy it at full price, but yeah, I don't know that I'm going to get to it anytime soon. What about these other games? It says here you're playing Vampire Survivors and Bayonetta as well.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So let's just get Bayonetta out of the way first, because it's a game that I've been like, I played a little bit of Bayonetta a long time ago, and I did like it, but I just didn't have money. And then I realized I was kind of like, I was trying to find a game to play, and I just wanted to. I want to work on my backlog in a way that is reasonable. I want to be able to play games that I played before that I know that I can finish. And Bayonetta seemed like one of those. I'm about like 4 hours in. I really like it. Bayonetta is really cool. I think it's really stylish. I love the music. I love how absurd it is. The voice acting is very, very fun. This fat Enzo guy who's just like, forget about it. Love it. Appreciate it. But Bayonetta is, everybody knows Bayonetta is really good. But I am playing Vampire Survivors, and I'm playing it on Game Pass on my Series X and on my Backbone on my phone through the Game Pass streaming thing. I'm fairly certain it's going to come to PlayStation at some point. Like it would be bizarre, and it probably Switch. It's weird to me that it's not on Switch actually, because that was where I wanted to get it. But what a weird game. This game is really, really good. It is kind of incredible. And I remember people telling me this. It's like, oh, Vampire Survivors is really good. You should play it. And then I looked up gameplay trailers for it, or like gameplay videos of it. And I was like, this looks like shit. This looks so ugly. This is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. And it was 1 gigabyte and it was on Game Pass. So I was like, I have no excuse not to check it out. And it's wonderful. And for those of you who don't know, it's kind of a little bit difficult to describe, but it's like a 2D kind of top down, almost like a Dynasty Warriors type of game where like you're just sort of you are your character. You're on like a flat map basically, and a bunch of enemies kind of circle in towards you. And what's interesting about it is every ability that you have and every attack that you have is passive. So you never. So let's say you pick one character. There's like several characters you can pick, and one character starts out with a whip. You can't use that whip by pressing like a button. It just sort of activates every maybe like 1.5 seconds. And it has like a very predictable arc. It's the same attack every 1.5 seconds. And so the game is primarily just movement oriented. It's like you're moving around, and then you're killing enemies, and then you're picking up experience, and then you level up. And when you level up, you have a chance of 3 random items, and that can be in addition to your whip, so that way you can whip in 2 directions, or it could be like a Bible that floats around you, like in Castlevania. It's very Castlevania, by the way, in that way, very clearly inspired. Or it could be like a wand that fires, at the closest enemy. It could be like a chain of garlic around you that does damage in a circle, and then like
the garlic's lit.
The garlic is awesome. It's so cool, but. And you basically just kill and kill and kill. And then you accumulate all of these attacks to the point where like you are just this character that is surrounded by all of these like all of like you have like 5 Bibles circling you and doing damage. And then you have like this big radius of garlic damage. And then you have like this whip that's like cutting through enemies. And it's really simple and really, really satisfying. And I was not expecting to like this, but I really hope that this is a game that comes to every platform, because this is a very, very addicting game that I could see a lot of people getting into, especially, even if it's not your kind of game. This is a game that really proves that good design is so just transcendent of art style, or it's like, because I really thought this game was hideous. I thought it was like, why it reminded me of I made a game with zombies in it in some ways. And I was just like, oh man, what the fuck is this? And then you play it and it's like, wow, this is really simple and satisfying. So yeah, I highly, highly, highly recommend Vampire Survivors. This might be one of my favorite games this year.
Hell yeah.
Without a doubt.
Awesome. Yeah, I know you love it too, Dustin. I wonder if it will come to console at any given time. I'm sure it will. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'll be on PlayStation at some. It's unless the PS5 for some reason can't render this, which I don't imagine is the case. Have you seen gameplay footage of it?
Yeah, I have. It looks awesome. I love how simple it is. In premise, and yeah, it looks great. It looks awesome. I like I like the idea of really streamlining and minimizing mechanics as part of old school style games or games that are more arcadey in fashion. So having one fire button or a jump and a fire button in addition to movement, but in this having just no input other than movement.
It's literally just movement and like juking enemies, and it gets so intense. I think I reached level 21, and I was like hyperventilating almost. It was like I was playing like fucking hardcore in Call of Duty or something. You know, it was just like, what the fuck? Why is this so engaging?
And when you do die, you instantly want to start again.
Yeah, it really is.
Like
one of those.
It's a very addictive. I've played it before. It's like 1 a.m. I'm like, I need to stop, but it's
it hooked me, man. Like it's one of the few games that I've played recently that really, really hooked me. Like there are games that I play because I like them and I want to see them finished, and I enjoy them and I think they're solid. But this is one that just like dug its hooks into me, and I was like, okay, I get it. Like the second I got that garlic, I was like, oh, this is dope.
All right, so go check out Vampire Survivors if you'd like on PC. All right, let's get into the news now. At the very top here, I want to let everyone know we're recording this before the Video Game Awards. So the Video Game Awards happen the evening that we're recording. So what we're going to do is have a little interstitial here, and we'll put all of the stuff from that here. And that will probably be bigger than what we're going to talk about. Maybe not, actually, because some big things have happened even since we started recording. But this is where you'll find the VGA stuff we're not quite aware of yet. And then we will move on to the next pieces of news. And okay, we're back. It's just me and Dustin for the pickup. We just watched the Game Awards. You're already making an adjustment.
I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I want to make sure everyone has the perfect shot. Got a lot of things to say.
All right. So we watched the Game Awards. It was about 3 hours long, the Video Game Awards, and it was very long indeed. But I have to be honest with you, and I'm curious what you think. I thought it was great. I thought it was a great show. I thought it was one of the strongest game showcases in what feels like years, and much needed excitement injected with some of these new upcoming games. I think we got a little bit of a taste of some of what is to come. I was especially intrigued by PlayStation's strong presence at the show, both overtly and quietly. A couple of these games that they showed are low-key PlayStation console exclusives, while others are obviously Sony published fare. And a lot of big third parties, including the reveal of a new Kojima game, a new Levine game. As far as I'm concerned, those are 2 of the 3 greatest individual game developers in the entire world. And when you look at Miyazaki, you might want to put him in there as a 4th, and he won all these awards. So I have to say that I watched the show and I was really intrigued and excited by it. We'll get to it when I was there, but I was really, when I saw especially Judas, and we'll talk a little bit about that, I was like, this is fucking awesome. It's almost like I can't believe what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at a new BioShock game. The first Ken Levine announcement in literally 12 years. Right. It's a really big deal. Kojima coming out, long awaited announcement of the inevitable Death Stranding sequel and a bunch of other things sprinkled in. So I thought it was a really strong show. I thought it was a really judicious use of time. I didn't feel like the ads were out of control. I thought Geoff was good. I thought the presenters were largely good. The awards I felt a little bit of recency bias for God of War Ragnarok, but nonetheless thrilled for their success. Feel a little bad for Horizon, my beloved Horizon, which just didn't win anything, it looks like. And yeah, I thought it was really strong, and I'm pleased to talk about each and every one of these games. I suspect this will go a little bit longer than, as I was saying in our Discord, longer than I had anticipated, because I didn't think the show was going to last this long, and I didn't think that there was actually going to be this many notable things. This feels like a really strong E3 show from a first party.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what you think, if you agree.
Definitely. I think that not only were the announcements really good, but they were well paced throughout the show. It felt like it kind of had a nice pop at the beginning, in the middle, the end. And the ads, I thought, felt more tasteful, because I remember last year the big thing that it was all the level infinite ads, and some of the ads just didn't feel quite right. Of course, you're gonna have your random Grubhub ad for a PUBG mobile skin, but you got to pay the bills somewhat. I'm okay.
Yeah, it's inoffensive.
It's inoffensive. If that's sprinkled in there, it's totally fine.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question real quick? Sorry to interrupt, but I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
I was talking to Mike about this. We were sitting on the couch watching, and I was remarking to her, how much would it cost us to get a 30-second spot in the Game Awards? What do you think? My thought was 50,000, something like that.
Uh-huh.
Which is a lot. What do you think? No, seriously, I'm serious. Like, what would you think that 30-second spot, say, in the middle towards the tail end of the show when it's really getting going, just a 30-second spot in one of those 90-second sizzles? I'm going to say, and that's a lot of money, $50,000 is what it would cost us. Should we fan fund doing a Sacred Symbols commercial next year? For the
Dude, that would be something. We've never asked the audience for extra money before, but that might be worth considering. Now, I'll be honest, Colin, I have no way to. I don't know. I don't have any point of reference. I think about Super Bowl commercials where it's millions of dollars, but that's obviously a very different ball game. You think about, though, how this has more views than the Oscars now, which used to be one of television's biggest nights. So maybe 50,000 is on the low end. Yeah,
I mean, let's think. There's 180 minutes of runtime. You would assume, let's say, a fifth of that is, so like 36 minutes is ads, and let's say, which is maybe a little high, so that would be 90. So yeah, that would be 72 opportunities, I guess, for 90-second ads. And if each ad was, let me see, 72 times 25,000, that's 1.8 million. Yeah, it's probably too low. That show, I would imagine, just getting that theater is probably several 100,000. Then you would have to think about, I don't know. It's just a thought. I just thought it was funny. I really don't think I seriously want to do that, but I thought it would be funny.
It would be awesome,
do a Sacred Symbol spot or a Last Stand spot just in the middle of the Game Awards. I don't know if it would even be a good use of money, but who knows? Anyway, I'm sorry. I totally interrupted you. I just thought maybe you'd have a little something to say about that.
Yeah. So I would say what's interesting is the only two negative things that really happened, I felt like were probably out of Geoff's control. We have to acknowledge the Christopher Judge speech that just there was no contingency plan. There was no plan to play this guy off with music. And then even when they did play the music, finally, he doesn't walk off. He just keeps going.
Yeah, I couldn't. So I wrote in my notes here, first of all, the Al Pacino teleprompter issues were funny. Because it's like, did you even rehearse? Clearly you didn't even rehearse, which is so funny. Like, Al Pacino just shows up. He probably got paid, I don't know, a nice amount of money, tens of thousands of dollars probably to be there. And he just walks out. What I said aloud was, that doesn't even look like Al Pacino. Like, he could straight up just walk around and probably not be recognized as Al Pacino, in my opinion. He was very well dressed, though. But he was very cute, and it was funny, and, it was very warm. And then, but it was taking a long time. Like, he was definitely adding minutes of his own to the runtime of the show, just getting through and kind of milking the audience and enjoying the moment, which I thought was fine. But then, the Christopher Judge thing, the way I would describe that is completely self-indulgent and totally tone deaf. I have no idea what he thought he was doing. I like him. I think he's great as Kratos. I've always said that I see Kratos as a black man because of him. I just think I don't see Kratos as anything but black in my mind. It's such a compelling performance, and he deserved his accolades. But what was that all about? And as it was going, dude, it was going on, and I literally couldn't believe it. To the point where I thought, I'm sorry to interrupt, to the point where I was wondering, I'm like, did they get, because Geoff said he wanted to do a different kind of show this year, and fewer ads, more focus on the great performers and the great devs and all that. So my thought was, when it was going on, where I was like, did he just say, like, go up there and talk for 10 minutes? But then they did start playing him off, and you're right, like, they made it so loud, and it's absurd. I just don't understand. I thought that was I thought that made him look silly and bad, and totally tone deaf. Like, no one wants to hear from you for this long, dude. No offense. It's not a TED Talk.
He was the second most roasted person there that night. With people making jokes about, about going too long and the Steam Decks and stuff. The number one roasted, of course, was Phil Spencer, who got sued today and then won nothing and announced nothing, yet was shown to proudly there. So
yeah, I don't want to shit on them, but I actually was surprised by that. Like, what is going on? Where are your games? Where are they?
Dude, on my stream, he was getting roasted hard. Like every time Sony won, it was like Phil Copium, just purely like this guy take L's all day. Obviously, we're mostly joking, but it was true. It was funny that he was there prominently, won nothing, made no announcements,
was
leaves.
Nominated for nothing, nonetheless won nothing. But I actually think it's cool that he shows up. The one thing I like about
definitely.
Phil Spencer is that, well, I like a lot of things about Phil Spencer actually, but I think he's very gregarious and there's a magnanimousness to him, or magnanimity. I don't know how to say it. He's magnanimous, but it's weird because there's nothing to be magnanimous about. Mm-hmm. He's almost the one that's like, he wants to congratulate everyone for the new game. He wants to be in the picture. He wants to do this, but it's like, Phil, where are the games, Phil? And I did notice that, just as an aside, like the Dukes are definitely gonna have an easier time doing their pickup than we're gonna have doing ours.
Yeah.
And Nintendo was also there in a major way. So it seemed like everyone was kind of involved except for, I mean, even Facebook, well, Meta, Amazon, and so on and so forth. Google, Samsung, a lot of players there. But yeah, I'm surprised. If I were an Xbox fan, I would just wonder where the games were.
Yeah.
That's all.
Definitely.
But anyway, go on.
Well, and I feel like, before we actually talk about the games and as we're talking about the awards, we got to acknowledge what happened at the end. Like, I was speechless. What? And I think everyone was. What the fuck happened? What happened? It appears that this guy that came on stage, which I guess some of you out there maybe didn't watch the Game Awards. So this is what happened. Miyazaki gives his speech. It's a really good speech, basically saying
Game of the Year. Game of the Year at the end.
Yeah, Elden Ring wins Game of the Year. He gives a fantastic speech saying, I'm going to make better games than this, which I thought was a cool, bold statement to make. And they finish, the music starts going, and then someone enters and starts talking on the mic and says, I'm trying to remember what it was.
Something about Bill Clinton, apparently.
He's like, I want to dedicate this award to my reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton, or something like that. Like it was reformed rabbi and Bill Clinton, and that's it. And Geoff Keighley has tweeted that he's been arrested. Our man on the scene, Jimmy Champagne, actually before Geoff Keighley,
he's there.
I was like, what happened? He's like, I'm like, are the security getting that dude? He's like, yeah, it's happening right now. So bold dude just snuck up on stage, which. The thing that I was thinking, I was talking to Holly a little bit. I said, it could have been so much worse.
Yes.
I mean, it could have been so much worse.
That guy could have killed Miyazaki. The thing is that I was noting in my mind when he was speaking, I'm like, who is that guy? Because he seems way too young to be, there's like options. He could be a rare Westerner or non-Japanese person at a Japanese developer, which is, not uncommon, but not very common. But he's really young for that. He could be from Bandai Namco, but he's really young to be on stage. And then he was standing kind of away from them. And I was wondering in my mind, like, who the hell is this guy? Like, I don't think he's with them. And then I went to the bathroom and I missed the entire thing as it was happening. Because I was like, all right, I've had enough of this. And so I just went pee. And then when I came back out, Micah was like, this dude just said something weird about like Bill Clinton or something. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And that was the way it ended. So it was weird that it was weird that it was bookcased by or bookended, I'm sorry, by this weird Pacino thing and Christopher Judge in the beginning that they were just not prepared for. Obviously no rehearsal, no, hey man, take 30 seconds and let's get this over with kind of situation. And then at the end they have another thing that they're ill prepared for. Because otherwise I thought it was a very strong show. Yeah, that is scary though. And I know people were noting that one chick said during the show, anyone can be a murderer or whatever here. And it's like, well, there he is.
There he is.
There's and I heard he was on InfoWars, by the way.
Yeah, dude, this guy's going to be, everyone's going to know who this guy is this time tomorrow. We're going to know the whole story.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
I do honestly, like, it's funny, and there's already some excellent memes about it, but I feel bad. This was a special moment. Not only, this is Geoff's show, big deal, really hard work. Miyazaki, who's won, and From Software, only to have this stupid shit happen. It does suck. It's funny, but it sucks too. So
no, totally. I think that sometimes I feel like these things couldn't happen to nicer people, but that's not the way I feel with Geoff. I think Geoff Keighley is a really nice person. He works hard. I think he cares. I think he's trying to do the right thing. I think he's a good messenger for our industry. I think he's probably one of the best mainstream messengers we have, even though, he gets the Dorito Pope shit and all that. I think generally speaking, he's been a force for good. And so I am rooting for him. He's not like one of these douchebags. He doesn't say anything wrong. He doesn't do anything wrong. So it's really, really hard to not root for him, even though I feel like this marriage, this admixture of award show with this commercialized announcement thing is a little bit weird. I think he should, like we said, I think maybe we say it later in the show. I don't know where we say it, but it's like the Gamescom thing he does should be the announcements, and this should be the DICE or BAFTA-like thing. And if people don't care enough about that to have an American version of like just an American casual Oscars-like thing going on for video games, then without any of that other shit, then I think we have a long way to go. And I think that that's okay because we're a different sort of industry, but marrying those two things together always feels a little weird. And I'm rooting for him, but I hope that he does better and better so that these things can separate. But I think this is arguably the best show he's ever done.
Yeah, I agree.
So congratulations to him. I'm sure he doesn't listen to the show, but he's always been nice to me. He's always been perfectly nice to me. Okay, let's talk about some of these things that happened at the show. There was something that happened before the show, unless I just missed it during the pre-show. I didn't watch all of the pre-show. But over on PlayStation blog, if I can bring it up, I have so many fucking links over here. They finally confirmed, Housemarque kindly confirmed that Returnal is coming to PC in 2023. And this PC version, as friend of the show, Mikhail Haveri, who gave me the awesome art so I can make the Housemarque shirt and the Astra shirt that I made for myself. So shout out to him. He says, our PC version, quote, will have an array of PC specific tweaks and upgrades to make sure that the experience is as fluid as possible. More on these details later, but rest assured that you'll be faced with a cutting edge Housemarque challenge, and the bells and whistles are there to support the gameplay experience, including the relentless challenge of the Tower of Sisyphus and online co-op mode. For newcomers to the game, and he explains, you'll play as Celine and blah, 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 blah. Are you excited? I mean, I feel like this game in some way is made for mouse and keyboard. I think people are going to excel at being able to play the game in that really slick environment, certainly 120 frames. This probably really wide screen field of view and all of the rest that a lot of PC nerds care about that I couldn't care less about personally. But this seems like a really perfect game for Steam, although I imagine it's not going to sell extraordinarily well. I think the people that do play it will like it. Yeah,
you hit it right on the head. The mouse and keyboard support is more and more with shooters and these types of games. I'm gravitating towards playing with mouse and keyboard. And it makes me wonder, a lot of games now on PlayStation, you can play with mouse and keyboard. Call of Duty is one of them. And so it's like, hey, if you're doing the mouse and keyboard support for PC, throw that over on PlayStation too. It seems to be that there's people there that are interested in using that control scheme on consoles as well. But it's cool to see this finally get revealed, and it will be awesome to see it running, of course, 4K, 120 frames per second. And so, yeah, I'm really curious about that. I may have to double dip.
They say early 2023, so maybe February, something like that. Now, Housemarque's been real, loose lips sink ships with this shit because they were talking about the PC version openly at GDC. Just a few months ago, we reported on it, and it's leaked over and over again. It was on SteamDB a few weeks ago. So I think it's probably imminent. I'll be really interested to see. We often try to track and guess wrong the cumulative max players when a game comes out on Steam for PlayStation. And I wonder where this one will fall, because it's scattered from, I think, a few hundred or something like that, or 500 or 1,000 for Little Big Planet or Sackboy, whatever. And then I think it goes all the way up to like 70,000 for concurrence for God of War, which is not so bad for an old game. And I think Returnal will be the newest PlayStation game to come to PC and the one closest to its launch coming to PC. It'll be less than 2 years, which is pretty interesting. So times they are a changing, and it seems like Housemarque's doing this internally as well. So No Nixes. All right, the other thing that was announced during the pre-show, I don't know if you saw it, but PlayStation Blog wrote it up, and it's exciting, though a little strange and a little frustrating. It says on PlayStation Blog, Castlevania is back. Discover Dead Cell's new DLC, Return to Castlevania. First of all, love the art. Think it looks awesome. Of course, we're talking here about Dead Cells, which came out, I think, in 2018, I want to say. And it comes from Motion Twin, the French studio, which is a worker-owned team. Very interesting. They have a new DLC pack. They've supported this game. This game is very popular. Many millions of copies sold. And they have new DLC coming in Q1 2023 with the permission of Konami themselves. A return to Castlevania. It says players who choose to follow in the footsteps of the Belmont clan will fight their way from the foot of Dracula's castle to his throne room at the very top of the monstrous structure through 2 levels full of hordes of evil monsters. And he says you won't be alone as Richter, Belmont, and Alucard will appear throughout your quest, guiding you onwards as you push through the candlelit corridors and providing you with strong weapons. No prizes for guessing what those weapons are. Wield the vampire killer, throwing axe and holy water, and more iconic Castlevania weapons, etc. This is a pretty cool marriage of the art style of Dead Cells and kind of their artistic vision with what I think is the beauty of the total beauty and design mastery of Castlevania. Seeing someone like Simon Belmont or Alucard in this art is really cool. There's a cool screenshot on the PlayStation blog if people want to check out of Death with the scythe, kind of like in Symphony of the Night when he takes all your weapons in the beginning. So it looks beautiful. Do you have any comment on Dead Cells Castlevania?
Yeah, this is cool. And a huge get for Motion Twin and for the game. But man, the excitement around this is just, we want a new Castlevania game too. Hopefully this is gearing up. Maybe they can pique some interest in the series, but this is cool. I don't want to paint it in a negative way, but I was like, man, I just want there to be more actual Castlevania because I feel like that would be even way more exciting. But either way, cool to see that they're letting people use the IP in ways that make sense. And I think this one does.
The first game that they talked about during the show itself was Street Fighter 6. So a lot of these things had leaked and I didn't talk about them. The news to follow doesn't talk about these leaks because it was obvious that these were things were leaking because of the Video Game Awards. So we just waited to talk about them until now. We found out that Street Fighter 6 is coming to PlayStation 5 on June 2nd of next year. And it's pretty exciting. I know people are excited about that. I think some people were assuming that it was going to come more recent or sooner than that because it was, as we discussed, I think on last week's show, it was already rated in certain territories like South Korea for release. So that means that the release could be imminent, but months away, it seems. I want to say this about Street Fighter 6 is I just feel like the more Street Fighter embraces this 3D look, the more it loses the aesthetic that makes it special in my mind. It's really stark to compare these games. This like Street Fighter 6 looks like a Tekken game to me. And that's not a compliment. It's not to say Tekken isn't beautiful in its own right and does its own thing, but the real beauty of Street Fighter was always in the characters and the pixel art and the sprite work, and in my opinion, all that's all kind of stripped away. And when I was looking at these new characters that they announced, they're neat. Like there's that Roman soldier chick that is really cool. There's that JP dude. DJ's back, which I think is cool, from Super Street Fighter 2. I mean, he's been in other games as well, but he's like the Jamaican fighter. And although he's missing his Maximum pants. Do you remember him in that game? He had just Maximum written on his leg.
Whoa. No, I haven't seen that.
Oh my God. Classic character. He was introduced at the same time as Cammy and a couple of others as well. Fei Long. So I don't know if you agree with me. I don't know if you're even familiar enough with fighters to feel what I'm saying. But when I look at games like, let's say, King of Fighters, the old King of Fighters, the old Samurai Showdown, the stuff that Arc System Works still does, there just seems to be so much more of a spirit and character in those games. And this 3D stuff, since the very beginning, not because it was primitive on Saturn or PS1, but just because I was never into it. I was like, this Virtua Fighter shit, this Tekken shit, I'm like, I'm just not feeling it, you know? And they're kind of melding together, and there's becoming, I don't know, I think a lot of people are going to understand what I'm saying. Does that make sense to you? Because I look at this roster, even the familiar characters, but the characters we saw, and I'm like, it just looks boring in some way. I don't know if it's me.
Yeah, I feel like there is something a little bit off about the art direction of this game. And I don't have much experience with Street Fighter to say as far as a comparison to other Street Fighter games, but particularly in this trailer, they made a big emphasis to show off the like created character, which I thought just looked weird, like bad. Like there was a clear distinction in the graphics for that. But overall, even just comparing this to Street Fighter V, which I had at least a tiny bit of experience with, I don't know if this is the right evolution in art direction. I'm really curious what actual Street Fighter fans, like current ones, think, whether they're like happy with this look and the way it's going. But something feels it's weird. The thing that was going on in my chat was we were saying that it looks like somehow high budget and kind of low budget at the same time. And I don't really know what that is, but I'm most curious what Street Fighter fans think, since this is mostly going to be for them. But yeah, it'll be an interesting one to watch as we learn and see more.
Yeah, I'm writing down a note now to get this going in January. Let's get Vince Ingenito back on the show, and we'll do a deep dive. Now that the game's dated and we have a lot more information, we can really get the feel for the FGC on the way they feel about this game. Because to me, it just... did you see the link I sent you, by the way?
Yeah.
It's so that's DJ. It seems to me that was anyone asking to play as make a character? Aren't you playing fighting games to play as these cool characters that they give you? I do like this career mode that's more sophisticated than just going through the tournament, as it were, but training and getting better and doing mini games. That's cool. Street Fighter's always had a little bit of that flavor with like beating the shit out of the car and stuff like that. So like getting all of that and really mainlining that as a part of the gameplay, I think is really going to be a fun thing for a lot of people. But I don't know that people are going into these games to want to play as make a character. I could be totally wrong, but that was never the attraction. That's not the attraction in any video game for me. So maybe I'm just speaking a little bit out of turn. Shout out to DJ, of course. All right. What's next here on the list? Oh, I wrote here just Geoff Keighley wearing a velvet suit. How did we feel about that? I thought he looked great.
Yeah, there's a big discussion in our Discord about this, but I don't like the suit and sneakers look. It has an energy of what I said was the mom let me wear my play shoes vibe. You know, I think he should just commit. He looks good. He looks great. But I don't know. I'm not about the sneaker drip. But the velvet suit was a move, and I think he pulled it off.
All right. This was a surprise. We saw Supergiant Games appear, and they announced Hades 2, which I was surprising to me. Mike and I were chatting, and I forgot about Pyre as well, that they just make new games. Why? What is it about Hades that made them want to do it again? They obviously made it. It sold extremely well, so they made a lot of money on it. It could just be that shrewd. I mean, let's just make some money and we can put some of it away. I doubt that they were struggling in any way, so that's a totally fine thing to do. But it was surprising because I didn't think that they would ever do something like that. Bastion 2011, Transistor 2014, Pyre 2017, which I didn't play, or I tried it like very briefly. I bought it, but I never got through it. Weird soccer role playing game, right? Some weird thing like with
it was like NBA Jam, but Wizards, right?
Yeah, maybe it was basketball. That's what I was thinking. And yeah, then Hades in 2020, which I played very briefly, but wasn't super into it. What do you think of this? This is great news for Hades fans. It looks awesome, sounds awesome, but it's a little disappointing because a studio like Supergiant can really only make one game at a time, and so it is an opportunity cost and a little bit of a surprise that they don't have a new idea in them.
Yeah, I feel like though from what we saw, it does seem, at least from like the characters, they're not using the same protagonist. Seems to be mostly different characters. And I don't know, Supergiant is a studio that I respect enough to think that they would only do a sequel if they really felt like they could iterate and do something that's worth doing in the same world again. And so we'll see. I have to agree that I was disappointed initially because I thought that it was going to be like a Hades expansion or DLC or something like that. So to see a full-blown sequel was a bit surprising. Maybe they'll be able to make this game a lot faster because they can kind of work off the groundwork that they made with the first game. But either way, what they showed, I thought looked really good. So Supergiant, they only make, I would say, at the very least, very good games, often great games. So until they give us reason to think otherwise, this game will probably also be great.
All right, so Hades 2 coming to presumably PS4 and PS5. All right, so I wrote in a few things here because I forgot to write a couple of things down. So some of these might be a little out of order. Not that that really matters. If you didn't watch the show, you wouldn't know any different. Suicide Squad had a pretty cool trailer that ended up being an ode to Batman being in the game in some respect, which I guess is not a huge surprise, but specifically Kevin Conroy, little RIP for him having voiced Batman so iconically for 30 years through the awesome animated series and into the Arkham games with Rocksteady. Suicide Squad looks really good. Kill the Suicide Squad, whatever. Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League.
Yeah.
It looks really, really slick. And video games, what I remarked when Mike and I were chatting about it was the beauty of video games, especially these AAA realistic looking games, is that there's a level of cartoonishness inherently in playing a video game still that having like that shark creature, whoever that is, it just totally looks fine. There's no weirdness there. And that's a really cool line to walk with your stuff because Harley Quinn looks dope. That Captain Boomerang and that I think boomerangs are so neat. I love boomerangs. I think they're so cool. So like Quick Man and Mega Man 2, anyone that has a boomerang, very, very cool. Skymade in the G.I. Joes. So I dig it. I just dig the aesthetic. But is it not a spoiler to say Batman's in it? Because wouldn't it have been cool to presume that, but also be like, wow, that was Kevin Conroy's last performance as Batman, and it was in this game, and it was kind of something you discovered on your own. I was a little stunned by that. You didn't really need to do that. You don't need any juice. This game is gonna do great. And so I did feel like they kind of tipped their hand. I liked it as an ode to him, but it did give away, I guess, this performance that you could add a nice little tribute at the end of the game. Whatever, maybe they will. I don't know. Just that was where my mind went.
Yeah, I could really go either way with it. I do agree that they didn't need to reveal that. Maybe it's revealed early on, or it was already part of the marketing plan. So looping in as that nice ode to him, I think I also was cool with that also. So I don't know. I always kind of expected Batman to be in this game anyway, so it didn't feel like a big surprise. But I don't know. I could go either way with it. Either way, it was a nice, touching moment for the show.
Yeah, definitely. And that game comes to PlayStation 5, May 26, 2023. I was thinking about Rocksteady and how we went into how Sefton Hill and his partner, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, both left Rocksteady recently and what they're going to be getting into. The game is basically done, and I'm excited to see more. It's been a long time. By the time, geez, man, Arkham Knight came out in 2015, and I think Arkham Knight came out in the spring, so it'll be 8 years in between games, if my math is right, which I think it is. So that's fucking crazy. That's a long ass time to be making a game. Too long, in my opinion, like way too long to be investing in one product. Okay, my friends, Ken Levine was or at least showed a game at the show, and let me just tell you this. So I'm totally biased. I have to admit, as I once in a blue moon do, I am completely biased towards Ken Levine. He's a personal friend, and I don't want to say too much because I know a little bit, and I even demonstrated that to Dustin before when we were recording. The game is called Judas, and it's going to be Levine's first game since 2013. And I went and researched. I couldn't remember, when was BioShock Infinite revealed? I thought it was in 2011, but it was actually revealed in 2010. And so when you look at it now, Levine was on the stage at E3 in 2012, I want to say, announcing the BioShock Vita game. But that was the last time, which never came out, obviously. And that was the last time that we had ever seen him at the show. And Irrational released BioShock Infinite in 2013 and disbanded. Ghost Story Games in Boston is kind of the remnants, a much smaller team. And so I've spoken with Levine about some things, and I don't want to, it's, you know, that stuff when you like, I don't know what we even really said, and like, it just gets all mixed up. So I don't want to overstep my bounds and anything like that. But, and I feel like I'm not going to have anything negative to say about this game because I am so fucking excited about it, and seeing it, I really couldn't fucking believe that I was looking at a new BioShock game. I was actually applauding as I was watching it because I never saw it. I didn't learn anything like that. And yeah, you know, I wouldn't be privy to anything like that. And it's an interesting thing to kind of internalize what I thought it was going to look like and then to see it with my own two eyes. And it looks fucking dope. I don't know. I haven't been that excited to see a video game in a long time. Like, I don't know. We didn't see much, but they showed gameplay and I think it looks like a fucking BioShock game, dude.
Yeah.
Those horse enemies.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this looks so great. And the name and the imagery of the name, that kind of green, that boxy green 80s look for the logo. Just dope, man. Just dope shit. I'm going to have to ask Ken for that logo in high res so I can make a shirt out of that.
Yeah, definitely. I got to say, Ken Levine, I think, is obviously one of the all-time greats. And I've been hoping and predicting this game's reveal for many years now. So to finally see it for real is awesome. And it's funny because what I am curious about is that it really does just feel like a new BioShock game. And I wonder how this fits in since they are making an actual new BioShock game.
I thought the same thing. Cloud Chamber is making that game. And yeah, you're exactly right. How does that that aesthetic gonna fit in? You know?
Yeah. So that's going to be very interesting. And especially
Definitely.
because these two games are in competition, whether they like it or not. These two games will be compared to one another, even if they're very different. And this one looks fucking awesome. So shout out, Ken. I don't know if you listen. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But I'm a big fan.
What is it with the aesthetic, dude? I mean, there's just something immediately if you never even saw the Ghost Story logo in the beginning and you just saw the woman run up to the window, I would have been like, that's the Ken Levine game. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's so weird because I assume it's the same artists. A lot of these people have turned over. I'd have to ask maybe next time we talk. I'd love to have him on the show. But the trailer, for people that haven't seen it yet, is just it's so cool. The guy with the cowboy hat. I love that the shot of the chick. She's like looks like a younger, using that word chick a lot today. Like she looks like an older teen in her early 20s maybe, and she's got that smirk on her face with the red pink hair. And then there's like the black character in the silver that's dancing, and I don't know, man. It just the horse enemy. I don't know what. I'm just watching it now. It looks so good, and it looks like you're using it. I don't know. It looks just like BioShock.
Mm-hmm.
How can you be upset
awesome.
about that? You know. Oh my goodness. I'm watching it now. There's that one shot where she's riding the gun turret too and shooting one of the horse enemies, and
there's
a shot
someone in space. Looks like.
Oh my goodness.
What's going on here? What is going? This is a trailer. I watched it obviously when it premiered, and I watched it once before we started recording. I need to like really sit down and watch it and listen to everything everyone says, because I'm like, I don't really know what the fuck is going on, but just from a visual perspective, it looks awesome. Like in the gameplay, the fact, dude, having some gameplay at reveal,
definitely big time.
Really appreciate that.
Awesome stuff.
Baller move.
I think when they show that one woman hitting that ball and it like explodes into this thing, I'm wondering if that's the store, like the Circuits of Values in this world or something like that. And yeah, because it looks like they're using plasmids. I can't help but wonder if this is a BioShock game. Like I can't help but wonder if there's some sort of connection and they just haven't acknowledged it. That would be fucking sick. Sick.
At 33 seconds in, there's this, it shows this like glow sign that says eat the cookie. This image here is so BioShock Infinite. And it's like you said earlier, like you see something that's like, oh, that's BioShock. That's Ken Levine. This is one of those moments. And there's this guy with a horse head.
Dude, the horse head enemies are awesome. And he just is wiping the blood against it. And there's that shot right after it too. If people watch it, that's like BioShock as hell. That shot where it's just the water. Yeah, totally. It looks like you're gonna like electrocute them, like electrocute water down there or something, and shock everyone. Oh my goodness, dude! There's so much to love about this trailer, and I'm so excited for Ken, and I'm so excited for Ghost Story. I know it's been a long time coming. He is one of the greatest minds in the industry. BioShock is a religious experience the first time you play it, in my opinion, and I feel the same way for BioShock Infinite. They are, oh my god, guys! If I know most of you have played it out there. I mean, obviously, if you've not played BioShock and BioShock Infinite, and BioShock 2 is really, I think, a great game too. It's just not his game, but I also think that's a great game. If you've not played those games, you should drop everything. Nothing you're playing right now is as good as BioShock. I hate to tell you. Nothing. What are you playing? Genshin Impact?
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Come on, man.
Dork.
All right. We'll learn more about that. Actually, wait a minute. I didn't mean to close that window because there is... God damn it. Hold on a sec. There's something else I wanted to read because there is a little more news. Yeah, here it is. So there's a little more about the game on the website. And all it says is a disintegrating starship, a desperate escape plan. You are the mysterious and troubled Judas. Your only hope for survival is to make or break alliances with your worst enemies. Will you work together to fix what you broke, or will you leave it to burn? It is a narrative first-person shooter, and it is single player confirmed. No chicanery, my friends.
Yeah.
Wanted to note that. Okay. Quick, brief note. A little bit more of a Sony appearance here, and just a kind of an ad. The Last of Us Part 1. We knew it was coming to PC. They announced that it was coming to PC when it was coming to PS5. They announced them at the same time. They didn't come out at the same time, obviously. And we'll be able to play that game on PC on March 3rd, 2022. I am very interested to see how that does as well. Is there a possibility that does better than all of the other games? Because there's no denying God of War and Horizon have this real pull. But The Last of Us is a world-renowned banger of a game. I think everyone understands that, right? Like it's storied. And I wonder if that's just going to be very, very attractive to people that have never gotten access to it before. Or if no one's going to care, or somewhere in the middle. What do you think is going to happen with The Last of Us Part 1 when it comes to PC March 3rd, 2023?
I think that it will probably be somewhere in the middle, because the Legacy of Thieves collection didn't really do much of anything at all, which I think is due to the fact that they released the fourth game in a series without the prior three on an entirely new platform, because that makes sense. So the fact that you're going to be able to start with Part 1 on PC, I think will give it a huge advantage over that. But I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, between Horizon on PC, The Last of Us, I don't know, because I feel like, I wonder how many PC players that just have never, or don't buy a console, will not buy a console, will play this and come out in numbers, and people that will just come and buy it again. It's hard to say. So I'll say somewhere in the middle. Way better than their worst, but not necessarily their top. I'm trying to think what their best-selling PC game was.
Yeah, it was. I don't know about best-selling because several of them have passed 1 million, I think, in cumulative sales. But according to GameDeveloper.com, Spider-Man Remastered is at peaked at 66,000. Horizon Zero Dawn 56,000 and Days Gone 27,000. God of War is the leader at 73,500 concurrents. So yeah, maybe somewhere above Days Gone. Days Gone's 27.4, so I would say above that.
Yeah,
but maybe below Horizon's 56,000 and
between 50-60, I'd say.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see that, because I feel like there is just something about The Last of Us that I think is unique even to those more recent PlayStation games that have done well on PC, just because that game goes back to the PS3. If you've been a long-time PC stalwart and just haven't played console or PlayStation, you've really not had the opportunity to play The Last of Us. And I don't know, so maybe people will be attracted to that. We'll see when it comes March 3rd. They showed Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which now has a date, March 17th, 2023. From Respawn, and we see what is his name? Cal Kestis, I think.
Yeah.
And that redhead son of a bitch. And I thought the actor was quite charming when he came out as well, and did his little spin with the lightsaber and all this. The one thing I noticed in this is, do you know what my favorite, I don't know why you would know this, it comes up once in a while, but do you know what my favorite Star Wars unit is? Like my favorite Imperial unit?
I've heard
I
you
have
say
a
this.
real obsession with this particular unit, and then they're in everywhere in this trailer, which I was
don't
amped
know.
about. The Biker Scout.
Oh, right.
They're the ones
Yeah.
with like the boxy. They're the
Mhm.
ones that ride the speeder bikes in Return of the Jedi. And I just love that design. Dagan and I, my brother, always have loved that design. I've often said that if I were going to join one of those nerdy fake regiments, you know, like people dress up as stormtroopers and TIE fighter pilots and all these things, and they go to conventions and they have, it's like, you know, the 22nd Rhode Island stormtroopers and shit. I would join a biker scout regiment in 2 seconds if I really, really loved it that much. I definitely want to at least get a biker scout outfit at some point. No doubt about it. That's definitely something I want to waste money on. If we're going to get that fucking commercial, I'm definitely buying a biker scout outfit. But the game looks great. The one thing, though, is that I don't know that I'm going to play it. I liked Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I played it in 2019. I remember playing it during that weird period when I was like back and forth between my mom's and California when I was starting to move all my things away in 2019. And I played it at her house and was very absorbed in it. But I didn't quite like, it was almost getting a little Dark Souls-ish, and it was really hard. Like, I don't know that I was really looking for that, for me anyway, in a Star Wars experience. So it kind of just, I beat it and moved on. There's so many games coming out around this time that I just don't know. At the very least, I'm not going to play. I really doubt I'm going to play it at launch, but it definitely looks good. And there are biker scouts galore in it, which is very attractive to me. So what did you think about Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which comes out March 17th?
Yeah, I thought the trailer looked fantastic. This is a game that I enjoyed when I played it. And as time went on, it's one of those games that you think more positively as you think back on it. And I'm really excited that this next one, if the website is correct, this game is PS5 Series X only, which is great. So hopefully we can see, some next gen panache on that.
That would be nice. That would be very nice.
I like there's like a really awesome part in the trailer where he like uses a force move to grab a stormtrooper that's shooting, and it shoots the other stormtroopers. So Jedi Fallen Order was such a strong first outing, particularly for Respawn that doesn't normally make that type of game, right? Strong first outing for that series. And so to see them now be able to go and iterate on top of that, this game is, I feel like, just going to have to be amazing, really, at that point. So I'm excited. You're right though about the calendar next year. I'm growing concerned because tough choices are definitely going to need to be made, and just the first 3 months alone are going to be insane.
And it really, to put a fine point on it, though we know of a couple of first party games and spinoffs that we'll talk about coming out in 2023, like Spider-Man 2 and this Horizon DLC and other things, it doesn't even take into account those games, where they're coming out and what else might be coming as well. So we're really just thinking about third party games, and that alone is quite daunting. I find that I just can't, and I hope to be able to remedy this. I play a lot of video games, but I would like to play more.
Same.
And I hate these weeks, especially when I'm busy, where I can only get 10 hours in, 20 hours. I know it's ridiculous, but I want to play more than that. And even with trying to be disciplined in that way, something's going to have to give. It reminds me a lot of when I accepted around after I played Assassin's Creed 3, I'm never playing another one of these games. This just has to go away. I don't have time. And eventually I started doing that with Call of Duty as well. I just don't know where this game's going to fit in, but there's no doubt it looks good and quite compelling indeed. I liked that scene where the guy was like, show him why the Jedi should be extinct or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Pretty cool.
That was nice.
All right. This game, Earthblade, from Extremely OK, which is Matt Thorson's studio. Maddie Thorson now makes games. Maddie Makes Games was the studio, and it's called Extremely OK now as of 2019. This is, of course, the person in the studio per se that brought you Celeste in 2018, and before that, Towerfall, which was a really wonderful multiplayer game. This looks awesome, and on their website it says, let me see here. Oh yeah, here it is. She wrote, quote, when we did the original vibe reveal for Earthblade, we made sure to mention the game's seamless world, but reading the word isn't really the same as seeing the free roaming, dynamically loading map in action. We thought very hard about the best way to show off that central element. The result is this long panning shot across different areas, with Novoa, the main character, showing up repeatedly, engaging in several different actions that players will take part in as they explore. In our original plan for the teaser, this panning shot was much shorter and was only used as the finale to a much more typical indie game trailer, but we found it so engaging and time-consuming of an idea that it quickly swallowed up almost the entire runtime. We think that the seamlessness will likely be Earthblade's defining feature, and it is related to why we hesitate to call this game a Metroidvania, because it definitely looks like a Metroidvania. It does feature character growth and progression. Your moveset is not static as in Celeste, but structurally, it doesn't feel quite right to promise something that fits nicely within the line of these storied Metroids and Vanias. Maybe we're just too close to it or overthinking it, or maybe it will drift nearer to the archetype as development continues. Regardless, we will stand by our exploration classification for now. And the game will come out in 2024. They were hoping to get it out in 2023, but it will not be ready. It sounds like it's a little further off if they're willing to kind of redesign it in some way. I do think they're way too close to it and overthinking it if they don't think this is a Metroidvania. I mean, it reads like one completely. That's not a bad thing. I know you want to differentiate yourself, but there's really nothing wrong with being in that genre. I mean, it doesn't get much better than Castlevania and Metroid, in my opinion. So, Dustin, what do you think about this? Is this this is a Colin-ass game for sure, but I was wondering if this looked like something you would be interested in.
Celeste was so good that I will play whatever they have next, and this looks really good. So let's see, Earthblade. Yeah, I'm curious about how, obviously, it's a lot more combat focused in a lot of ways. Obviously, still a lot of platforming, but Celeste was purely platforming, so adding combat to the mix will be interesting. But like I said, Celeste was so good. If you haven't played that game, it is really tough, but worth it. It's one of those games that once you really get the flow for it, it puts you in like a flow state with the game. So highly recommend it. And Earthblade definitely looks cool.
Yeah, it definitely does. Okay, we saw Forspoken briefly. Of course, Forspoken comes to PS5 on January 24th from Luminous Productions, who of course gave us 2015's Final Fantasy 15. And I thought, before I get into anything else, at the end of the trailer, I don't know if it's been read before, but it clearly said this is a 2-year exclusivity deal. It said the game will not be available on other platforms until January 25th, 2025 or later. So a 2-year deal. I think we might have known that, but just to put a period on it. Okay, this action RPG I think looks great, but I think the character's a little annoying. It's too bad Chris isn't here because I love his impression of the game and the character. Nonetheless, a little bit of confidence shown here because there's a demo available to play, and I think I really doubt that the game's going to be anything less than great. I just can't imagine that. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to stomach the narrative content. We'll see. But I'd like to give it a go. I think this is a game worth playing and seeing what it's all about. And it certainly looks awesome. I mean, there's a lot of great aesthetic value in this game. No doubt a lot of time put into the way it looks. What do you think about Forspoken coming to PS5 January 24th? We already knew. Demo available now, I think, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, this has been a big Square Enix initiative this past year, is doing demos for their games. And I think for this one is very important because I think there's a lot of people on the fence. A lot of people saying, what we're saying is that the combat looks great and the world looks really fun and interesting, but they're not sure about the writing. And so I think a lot is riding on this demo. It is for me in particular and how I feel about this game. So tomorrow I'll definitely be downloading the demo and checking it out. And I think honestly, that demo might determine if it's a day one purchase or not for me. If it's kind of fun or not fun, then it's not worth necessarily, like, it's one of those things that if the game is really fun and the dialogue sucks, then it's okay, because some games it's just about playing and the fun you feel from the gameplay, right? But if it doesn't have that, then I don't know, this demo potentially could do more harm than good. But either way, shout out to Square Enix for doing that. Clearly there is some level of confidence there to do that. So I'm excited to check it out this weekend.
All right. Quick note on Diablo 4. They had a musical performance or whatever. Another one of these leaked dates. It comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 June 6th. I think it comes to PlayStation 4. I have to look that up, actually. But it comes out on June 6, 2023. I actually don't give a flying fuck about Diablo, as everyone knows, so it's not really a game for me to speak about. However, I know you and many other nerds are excited about, PS4 and PS5 both. On June 6, 2023. Anything to say about this? It was a long cinematic trailer. It would have been cool to see more of the game, although I know that plenty of it is out there. I think a preview cycle just happened, and the game's been in this closed beta for a while. That's just been leaking over and over again. Remember we were making fun of the one guy streaming it because he was like, I don't think I'm supposed to be doing this, as he was playing it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So that was Diablo 4.
Was that for Overwatch with XQC, I think? He was just like streaming it. Maybe he just booted it up.
No, it was I thought it was Diablo.
Oh, was it Diablo?
4. Yeah.
It probably has happened with both games, honestly. But I think Diablo, first of all, despite the downfall that Blizzard has seen these last few years, their cinematics are still on point. They are probably best in the biz, honestly, in a lot of different ways. But it's nice because these previews just came out for Diablo and they're all very, very positive. And so I have hope that Diablo 4 is going to be excellent. And what we've seen looks great. So this is one that's going to be day one for me, as long as it seems like nothing is totally fucked up and the reviews are good enough. That's one that is going to really, really take me probably. And I'm going to lose a lot of time too. But the thing they showed tonight was really cool. Like I said, those cinematics, awesome.
Yeah, I can't imagine how big Diablo 4 is going to be. And I don't think Microsoft's going to be able to wrap this thing up now that we know by the time this game comes out. But this would have been a huge Game Pass game for them, big time, on both Xbox and PC. But I don't think that's in the cards. Maybe it is. Maybe it's going to happen after all. But all right. So shout out to Diablo 4. That's coming June 6th, 2023, PS4 and PS5. All right. I think the biggest announcement of the show was actually in the middle. I would have expected this to be at the end, but Death Stranding 2 finally confirmed. PlayStation 5. And so there are several trailers. Actually two that I watched multiple times. I watched the Judas trailer probably 5 times. And I watched the Death Stranding 2 trailer several times. And that's not like me at all. I don't really buy in the hype too much. I also don't like seeing too much of a game. I kind of just buy in early and then say, I'll see you when you come out. Don't want to spoil too much. But man, Death Stranding 2 looks so awesome. Can we just talk about the villain at the end, dude, and how amazing? Is it the same? Because it's Troy Baker. Is it the same? I don't want to spoil the game, but is it the same person as the first game? The same character?
I don't know.
I loved that character with the Egyptian cape and the skull mat. Absolutely awesome. I don't know how. My brother and I were texting about the trailer, and I was like, how is it that they make villains so much better than almost everyone else? Like the most compelling, strangest villain. He is literally playing some sort of weird future guitar. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. I'm down, dude. Whatever's going on here, I'm totally down with it. He's got the red mask on. He's taking it off as the trailer ends. He strikes whatever that guitar-like thing is that's slung around him. I don't know what the hell that thing is. And the things around him come to life. Very curious if it's the same character. I really don't want to talk more about it because I don't want to spoil Death Stranding. But 2 things about it. Number 1, makes me want to go play Death Stranding again. We probably have a couple of years until this game comes out, I would imagine. Maybe even more than that, because he noted actually that he rewrote the entire game during the pandemic. I imagine that affected development a wild amount, maybe not. But there's this inkling that I definitely have to play Death Stranding again before it comes out. I'll play the PS5 version. So I'll definitely do that. But the second thing is that it's just, we see so many games and so few of them are truly interesting and truly on a different level, a different plane of video game. Death Stranding was a revelation. Really, really special game. A game that actually grows in esteem the more time goes on for me. Because you play more and more games and you realize, wow, a lot of things just don't bring anything fresh at all. And somehow this weird FedEx, foot delivery man simulator ended up being this absolute masterpiece of a game. So seeing Death Stranding 2, even though it's early, who knows if it's even going to be called that. Seeing an older Sam Bridges, a great Sam Bridges, just good shit, man. So talk to me about Death Stranding 2.
Yeah, well, you brought up the naming about it, which it's in the trailer. It's referred to as DS2. And when they were on stage, it was referred to as DS2. And then I believe, I just want to make sure
it says working title on their website.
Yeah, well, the working title. So maybe this game will not be called Death Stranding 2. It doesn't seem like it right now, which is interesting. And I think that the biggest question that I have in my mind is how this game will be different from the first. I don't think we're getting another delivery simulator or whatever you want to call the gameplay from the original. It'll be I wonder if it'll be more combat focused, more stealth focused.
I hope it's not combat focused.
I don't know. That's the thing. I'm just very unsure about what this game could be, but that's actually exciting to me. Just that I really hope it's not just an evolution of the original. I love the original. I think that the way that he was able to make a mechanic or many mechanics around delivering stuff really fun was really cool. But obviously this man is a huge creative force, and whatever he does, I'm in for. But this game, definitely a lot of intrigue, a lot of mystery. I'm really curious what Chris thinks too, since this is the game. What's funny about Death Stranding is this is, I think, the Sacred Symbols game where all three of us have the same level of love and admiration for it. So it's a very special game for our show. And this is one that is going to be fun to continue to talk about and speculate, and then eventually play together and talk and discuss.
Yeah, that's a great point. I never really think about that, but we are so different, and I'm a little jaded for sure. I've been just playing covering games for so long. I think I just had, I'm a little worn out for sure, no doubt. So it takes a little bit more to get me, and it is cool when we all kind of overlap, which doesn't happen very often. Although I do like that it doesn't happen very often because it gives us the greatest breadth of coverage as opposed to us just covering the same games over and over again. I sent you a picture or an image. I don't know if you saw the link.
Oh,
it's just an image from their website of that character. And he's so cool. What is this? It's so cool. We're talking about the character at the end with the red armor on. You can see like his internal organs and his chest and his stomach cavity. And he's playing this weird guitar thing and has this. Yeah. Dude, it's so, I don't know. Why is this cool? It just is. It's just so cool. And he just does whatever it just makes sense. Like someone came up with this silly idea for the same thing with the Troy Baker character in the last one. Why was I so in love with this character with a skull and his weird Egyptian shit and all that? I was like, this is awesome, dude. God, I love it. Kojima's so cool. That's the thing, is that he's so cool.
Makes you mad sometimes. Makes me mad.
Yeah, it's a little bit unnerving, isn't it? Mm-hmm. How can you? I would be so full of myself if I was that guy. Be like,
oh, and he is. That's what makes it tough. Is it's like, in one sense, you would be like, dude, chill out. You're not that great. But then you're like, well,
I mean, you kind of are, You
kind of are. You kind of have earned it.
I always knew he had a little bit of a bravado, but I didn't know he really ever would border or go into like the braggadocious, over the line kind of shit. Although maybe that's what happened with Konami. I mean, who really knows whatever happened there? That would be it. How do we not know how what happened over there yet? It was so long ago. It was 7 years ago around this time, actually. Remember, it was 7 years ago when that really awkward VGAs, which was 2015. Where Kojima was like, the prisoner of war and shit like that, being talked about like he was like we were, going to fucking trade assets to get him out of the prisoner of war campers. That was crazy. Yeah, and it was just like some Japanese dudes in an office being like, "We're just Konami, man. We're just hanging out, making pachinko machines, squandering all of our talent." Okay, what's next? So yeah, shout out to Death Stranding too. PS5, by the way, obviously going to be on PS5 only, and I'm sure it will be on PC as well. Interesting thing to keep an eye on. Does 505 Games publish Death Stranding 2 on PC? Because that was a weird move. And I don't know. See, the reason I say this is because logic would dictate there's no way Sony's letting them publish this game. They own the IP. They're funding the game. However, I would have thought the same thing with Control 2, which was a game that 505 funded and published. They funded and published the original Control. And I was surprised that Remedy was like, why wouldn't you just do it yourself? You don't even need them to do this. But they got the game and it had a $50 million budget and all the rest. So what I'm saying is I wonder if there's some sort of contractual thing where it's like, well, if you're going to do it again, we do get the PC rights again and so forth. I'll be interested to watch that. Because the situation with PC now is different than the PC situation then. And people might remember that Death Stranding was announced for PC before it came to PS4, and it was weird. Everyone was like, this is weird. But it's not like that anymore. So I'm sure Sony would want to do it themselves. The question is, will they be able to do that? But this was inevitable. And let me ask you this as an exit question. Would you have preferred a new game from Kojima out of like a PlayStation exclusive, but something else? Because I actually think there's a lot more to say about Death Stranding. I'm quite pleased he's going back into it. And I can imagine multiple games, not just one. I feel like this can be a new Metal Gear style thing where he has much more to say. Although he always wanted to not stop playing. I think he was kind of forced to make Metal Gear after the second one. But anyway, I'm going on and on. What do you think?
I think that my gut says I would want something different, but the logical side of me trusts Kojima that if he has more to say, then it's going to be good. So I'm in for Death Stranding 2. And as a Kojima fan and not just a PlayStation fan, he is doing something else with Xbox. So we can see him flex in a totally different way at some point. I'm guessing that's going to be far away, but this isn't the only thing he's doing right now. So that's good too.
He did confirm that he was working on something else, like something experimental. It's conjecture because we don't really know, but it has been said that it might not even really be a game that he's doing with Xbox, because it has something to do with xCloud, I think, and who knows what he's doing. There's no way that Sony didn't try to buy Kojima Productions, so I really wonder what his intent is, because he could have cashed out easily by now. Easily. I think Sony would have bought Kojima Productions before they even released Death Stranding, and then certainly afterwards, while it wasn't a sales darling, God of War, I don't know, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I would say God of War Ragnarok probably already sold more copies than Death Stranding did. And total.
Sounds about right.
And so I'm not saying that they made a shit ton of money on it, but that's just something you want to lock down as a prestige situation. So he is able to be flexible with all the different powers that be is his choice, and he's certainly going to explore it, because there's just no way that multiple studio. I'm sure Sony wasn't the only one. I'm sure Microsoft got in and tried to buy it too. That's one of the rare things where I often think you don't need to buy the cow, but if you can buy Kojima, if you can buy Levine, you have Druckmann, a few others, Miyazaki, Kazunori is already under Sony as well. Like, just some of these auteur style, really long time creative directors or creative visionaries, you definitely want to try to lock them down if you can. And very few of them are locked down. I was surprised when it really goes to show you how, and this is a bit of a digression, but it's interesting that things didn't go very well with Irrational and BioShock Infinite and Ken Levine. It took a long time to make. There was a lot of animosity behind the scenes, but it goes to show you in what regard they held him, because they just let him found a new team, which is very unusual, because I think they just realized, well, he's just going to go to someone else. Like, Ken Levine can literally go wherever he wants. So I think we're going to see more Kojima. I just hope he rejects that. He's got to do what makes him happy, but I hope he rejects this inclination that seems to be in him that he wants to do something else. I hope he realizes that he needs to keep making games, that it's very important that he remain in this space and don't get distracted by that other shit. That's a step down for you. Don't get caught up in that. All right. This next game I want to discuss, I thought was interesting because, as far as I can tell, it's a PlayStation console exclusive, and it's called Wayfinder. It comes from Airship Syndicate, the studio, and it's being published along with Digital Extremes, which of course is the studio behind Warframe, and they're doing that upcoming Warframe type game. I can't remember the name of it right now, to be perfectly honest. So this studio, Airship Syndicate, is making the game Wayfinder, described as a character-based online action RPG by website Gamatsu. It'll come to early access for PS5 and PS4 in addition to PC in the spring, with a full free-to-play launch across multiple platforms in the fall of 2023. I was surprised to see this. I don't know exactly what the intention is with getting this game as a console exclusive. What do you think about this? I guess it's just to kind of compete in the free-to-play realm. Probably doesn't cost too much to lock it down in some sort of limited way. And the early access stuff's interesting too, because there's just not that many PlayStation games that have actually exercised that.
Yeah, I want to be interested in this, but this is one of those situations that the art direction is so uninspired that it looks like World of Warcraft, Torchlight, like just a million of this, like the cartoony medieval fantasy look plus Fortnite, and it's unfortunate because it sounds interesting being that who's behind it. But I wonder if this game, like you said, with its connection to PlayStation, is one of the many service games. If this is this one on the list that they're partnering to help get made? Potentially, it seems like it could be. But yeah, the art style is just so disappointing. But I don't know. Maybe it'll be fun anyway.
Yeah, for people that if the name Airship Syndicate sounds familiar to you, it's because they've done a couple games, including a Darksiders game. But that game Ruined King, which is that random role playing, like that action or that turn-based role playing game that's based around League of Legends that came to console in 2021. They developed that game, and it's funny because I feel like this game kind of looks like a League of Legends game, same palette and all of that. It's just very generic looking for sure. But this game is coming in 2023. So again, early access on PS4, PS5 in early 2023 with a release on both consoles later in the year. Maybe you're interested in it, go check it out. There's a PlayStation blog post all about it. And by never mind, I'm not even going to say it. Just can't take it. All right. This is cool. This was rumored, but we now have confirmation. Horizon Forbidden West is getting DLC in 2023, specifically April 19th, 2023. It's called Burning Shores. It takes place in Los Angeles, my old home of 3 years and the home of Chris Reagan. This is, of course, very similar to the way Guerrilla, owned by Sony, of course, treated Horizon Zero Dawn back in 2017. They got the Frozen Wilds DLC out, I think, in late 2017, actually. This would have taken a little bit longer, about a year to get out, but a cool way to revisit. I hope they give it a platinum trophy. The reality is that I platinumed Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West, but I never even played the Frozen Wilds DLC. I have no idea why. I feel like sometimes I have a hard time getting into things that feel like true DLC packs as opposed to standalone expansions that spin off of a game, which is why I feel like I liked Infamous First Light. First Light, that was the one in 2014, much more than I liked, say, or would have been interested in something like this, or something like Legends or the Iki Island stuff on Ghost of Tsushima. I just, for some reason, never go back to it. So in my mind anyway, Burning Shores sounds pretty good for April 19th. I think Horizon's wonderful. It's definitely one of my game of the years for sure. I haven't really sat down and tried to figure it out. I also think I haven't played everything that I need to play to make that decision yet. But what do you think about Horizon returning to PlayStation 5? By the way, PS5 only, no PS4 version for this DLC. And it comes April 19th and again takes place in Los Angeles.
Yeah, this is cool. I think it's cool that they're going to such a recognizable and iconic location. I guess the last one being in San Francisco was cool, but Los Angeles definitely has its own flair to it. I'm expecting this to probably be more of the same, just kind of like the last DLC, which is totally fine for something like this. But I probably won't hop into it because same as you, Colin, I bought Iki Island. I played a few hours of it, and then I just kind of, I don't know. Usually these types of DLCs don't really hook me. They have to be more standalone. Like the Resident Evil DLC that came out recently where you play as Rose, that almost felt like you're playing a different game in some ways, a totally new experience. But I'm usually hit or miss with DLCs. But either way, this one at least looks cool. I like how they had the dinosaur, whatever, the robot coming out of like the Hollywood sign and stuff like that. The more they can use the location to their advantage, the better. Yeah,
the Capitol Records building was in there, which was cool.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't write this down originally. I think it happened around this part of the presentation, but I really don't remember because I thought it was already announced, but it wasn't. Company of Heroes 3, which comes from Sega-owned studio Relic on February 23rd. It's already been announced for PC. It has been confirmed for PlayStation 5 as well. It's a pretty big deal because Company of Heroes has never been anywhere close to a console before. It's a very deep real-time strategy game, rather. And so there's that. If anyone's interested, February 23rd on PS5. I think it's only on PS5. It might be on PS4 as well. Are you interested in this at all? You're not an RTS person.
I know of this game's existence. I know it's an RTS. I don't know anything about it, though. People in my chat were all about it, though. So cool to see RTS games come to console, though. Hopefully it is good.
Shout out to Relic, by the way. They're one of the few teams that have been under multiple publishers because they were owned by the old THQ, people might remember. And Sega actually got them as part of the bankruptcy filings. So, and I think a lot of the publishing rights for their games as well. So a weird story there, but Relic's quietly been doing a lot of good work. And we're going to talk about another game in a little while that I thought was developed by Relic. The first one was, but this one wasn't. Anyway. Okay. The next up here is Blue Protocol, which is coming to PlayStation 5 via Amazon Games and Bandai Namco. I didn't really make this connection, although I'm not really familiar with Genshin Impact, but I did notice that Push Square, our friends over at Push Square, wrote their story. It says Amazon and Bandai Namco take on Genshin Impact with Blue Protocol on PS5. I guess they see a connection here. This is pretty cool, I guess. I don't know if there's any room for competition in this space or what people might be looking for with this sort of game. But it is coming to PS5. It's not a PS4 game, which is nice. Do you have anything to say about Blue Protocol?
I enjoyed this trailer a lot, and yeah, the Genshin Impact comparison is definitely makes sense. But I just hope that this is an actual game that you pay for. You pay money, you get the game, and that's it. That would be nice. But unfortunately, if it is trying to be like Genshin, then it will be a gacha game that at that point will probably totally turn me off to it. So, Geoff, just release the game. Just make it a game. Let me pay $60, $70 for it, whatever. I'm in. But I don't want to pay for a pack for a chance to unlock a character. If that's the case, I'm out.
Fair enough. All right. Next up is I wasn't really paying attention to this particular part of the presentation because I went to the bathroom during this trailer, specifically because I thought it was already announced, but apparently it wasn't. Remnant 2 was revealed. This is the sequel to Gunfire Games' 2019 game Remnant from the Ashes, which is quite popular as far as I know. It's an action RPG. And so this is a sequel to it. Gunfire is owned by THQ Nordic, so it's owned by Embracer. I feel like this is another one of those games where they kind of all blur together. You know, like the really dark Diablo style gore and violence and demons and horned creatures and fire and darkness. It's like, all right. Mm-hmm. It's just too. I love that people are into this sort of thing, but this particular aesthetic is very tired to me. The eldritch creatures and the demonic beings and do I sound very old right now? I probably do, but are you interested in Remnant 2 from Gunfire Games? They have a nice little write-up on their website about it as well, and just a 2023 release window, no specific release date yet.
Yeah, I know a lot of people really liked the first one, but it's weird because in some ways I see some shots from this trailer that I do feel are appealing to me. Some of this kind of has a nice Bloodborne vibe to it, but I can also understand that it does fit that mold that kind of everything blends together. So overall, I think this trailer looked all right. So it's definitely one that I will keep my eye on.
So I thought that this is interesting because this must have been preloaded on their website, or I'm totally fucking crazy and it was already announced. But that splash damage game was a new announcement, right? Because it's interesting when you go to their website, and this might be a little bit of a hint. It's dated November 21st, the article, but when you go into the article itself and it says, London, UK, and then a date, it says December 8th. So they must have preloaded this and pre-written this and made it ready to go. It's just an interesting little thing. But Splash Damage, you might have known them from remember the game Brink? That old Bethesda published game. Well, they're making this new game, and it's a Transformers game. Transformers Reactivate. They describe it as, quote, a 1 to 4 player online action game being developed in collaboration with Hasbro. This PC and console co-op game will offer players an opportunity to explore a fresh new story within the Transformers universe. Splash Damage, of course, is responsible for other games. They did that. What was that? Gears Tactics on Xbox as well. Is this interesting to you at all? I'm honestly not a huge Transformers fan, but I know a lot of people are. My brother certainly is. It's just, it never really struck me. I think I was a little late. I was born in 1984, so I was a little late to G.I. Joe as well. But the beauty of G.I. Joe is that it kind of just kept going from 1982 to 1994, like the same run and the same continuity, same comic run and all of that, cartoons. So you're able to kind of jump in, and I had an older brother that was collecting that stuff as well. But Transformers seemed a little bit more inaccessible to me for some reason, so I just never got into it. So, but I know a lot of old heads and young heads alike are into this. Is this something you want to check out?
No, probably not. I think that the original Transformers cartoons are really cool, and they're really campy, and like the original movie was awesome. But then Michael Bay just kind of killed any of that for me. So the more serious Transformers, I don't really care for. But I'm trying to figure. This trailer didn't have any gameplay. It was just all CG. Yeah. So I wonder, dude, Transformers coming back though. They just announced a Beast Wars movie, so they're really just scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point, I think.
Yeah, Hasbro is pretty aggressive with some of these brands. Transformers is much more notable than G.I. Joe. But they are trying to get things going with both of those brands. So I think we're going to see a G.I. Joe game at some point too. We did see a G.I. Joe game actually in 2020. It was horrible, but I platinumed it. It's one of the rarest platinums I have actually. I'm looking at the Wikipedia for Transformers video games because I was curious what the last Transformers game was. And it was, as far as the mainline stuff, it was that game Devastation, which I think was a Platinum Games game by and published by Activision.
Right.
And then in Beast Wars, we haven't had a Beast Wars game since 99/2000. And then what is this continuity? The film series. So these are the film ones. I wrote one of these strategy guides, actually. We haven't gotten a console game for Transformers from that in forever, 2011. Or for Cybertron. Yeah, there's not many games. So a lot of canceled stuff, too. Transformers Online, cancellation date, 2020. Transformers Heavy Metal, cancellation date, 2022. Oh, that was going to be a location-based augmented reality game developed by Niantic. That was going to fail. That was smart to get out of that one. Okay, what's next? Oh, I thought this game was really interesting. Don't Nod, the French studio, announced their game. Where is it? Why can't I find it? Oh, yeah, here it is. Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. It's being developed by Focus Entertainment, and they describe it as, quote, a fresh and ambitious action RPG from renowned studio Don't Nod, coming to PS5 2023 as well as other consoles. And it says, quote, Focus Entertainment and Don't Nod are delighted to announce their next title, Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. Experience a powerful and intimate narrative in this action RPG playing as two proficient ghost hunters and lovers who face impossible choices that harbor dramatic consequences for the living and the dead. And there's a trailer you can check out as well. A little bit of gameplay at the end, which was kind of neat. It looks really good. Don't Nod's a strange studio because they've done a lot of different stuff. They're obviously best known for Life is Strange, but I always think of them as the studio that made Remember Me. And they're certainly trying to expand, and they have obviously rebranded this year. We discussed that in an earlier episode this year. Is this a game that's interesting to you?
I'm trying to remember. They also made Vampire. So
right, that's right. They did.
Yeah. So, and I know that game, at least according to our very own Mr. Matty Plays, a little underrated. I've never checked it out myself.
Yeah, I think I bought it in a sale, or it might have been on PS Plus. It's in my library, but I've never gotten to it. Probably never will, to be honest.
Yeah. So I'm curious. They showed a tiny bit of gameplay at the end of this, and I'm very intrigued by it. It's definitely at least kind of in a different time frame, I guess. I'm not really sure what to make of this one, but Don't Nod breaking out, hopefully making something better than Life is Strange. Am I right?
Life is bad.
I
I've always wanted to play Life is Strange. I just never have. I totally dig those kinds of games. Very, very Quantic Dream inspired or Supermassive type games. I can definitely get down with that. For some reason, I just never got into it. The only game of theirs I played was Remember Me, which I platinumed back on the PS3. And what's interesting about them is that they've worked with so many different publishers, considering how many games they've published. Because Remember Me was with Capcom, although that was originally going to be a PlayStation second party game. Life is Strange was with Square Enix. Vampire was with Focus, which is what they're doing this game with. And then Tell Me Why was that game they did it with Xbox. And then they published Twin Mirror by themselves. So a lot of different partners in the mix for them, but we'll continue to root for you guys. Don't Nod. And I think that game looks really, really good. So shout out to what is called Banishers, Ghost of New Eden, coming to PS5 in 2023. I thought this was, again, another game where I'm like, wasn't this already announced? But apparently it wasn't. And this is also being published by Focus Interactive. There's a new Space Marine game coming out for Warhammer 40K, Space Marine 2. Now, it's not to be, and this is what I said I was going to bring up Relic. People might remember that Relic made a Warhammer game called Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine that came out in 2011. This was around the time THQ was starting to go under. And so that was when Relic was sold off. This was probably one of the last THQ published games, actually, along with Homefront, a few others. And so around that time, they had wanted to do a sequel and had pitched a sequel called Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, which I think was maybe announced or discussed in some way. That is not that game. Relic has nothing to do with this particular version of it. So it comes out in 2023 and will be on PlayStation 5 only. and I'm not entirely sure who's developing it. I have to look. But are you a Warhammer 40K person? I've only known two people in my entire life that I knew actively were Warhammer people. One of them was Anthony Gallegos, who I used to work with at IGN. He was really into Warhammer. And he used to tell a funny story about, used to make me laugh actually, about how they were like painting Warhammer toys in their garage, and then like some girls came over and someone opened the garage and it was just opening, and they were just so embarrassed because they were just all sitting there like little creatures painting their stuff. And then my nephew Dash, I have no idea where he picked it up because he's in like 5th grade, but he's like super in the Warhammer, like painting the figures and playing. I was like, where did this come from? I have no fucking idea where you picked up Warhammer. Are you familiar with it, or are you into it at all?
No, I know almost nothing about Warhammer. I know that there's fantasy Warhammer, and I know there's futuristic Warhammer. I'm actually really curious about checking out Darktide, which just recently came out, which is supposed to be like Vermintide, which is supposed to be kind of like Left 4 Dead.
Wow.
So
and deep, huh?
Yeah. So
things that are like
Darktide,
things that are like things that are like things.
Yeah. Well, I know that's what people said about Vermintide, and Vermintide is the old fantasy Warhammer, right. And the Darktide is the Warhammer 40K. So I'm going to check that out at some point, especially because it's on PC Game Pass. So I'll give that a shot. But this Space Marine game, let's see, I'm looking on Steam. Developer, Saber Interactive. Publisher, Focus Home.
I just found that when you were talking. I wanted to say that Saber Interactive is the developer. Interesting. Russian studio. Although they're working in various places around the world, including a studio here in Florida, I think, or not here I'm not in Florida, in the United States, in Florida. So I'm sure that they've dispersed that work. But remember that they were likely taken off of The Witcher 3 because of the Russia connection during all these embargoes and weird economic sanctions going on because of the war in Ukraine. So yeah, I'm looking at Focus and Saber, very interesting combination. The old combination, like I said, Relic and the original THQ. So this game's a long time coming, and I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that are excited about it. Okay, this game, Meet Your Maker, was shown. It comes out April 4th, and it enters a beta, I think, before that, and it's on PS5. I think this game was already announced as well, but I gotta say, this game looks super cool. You can go to meetyourmakergame.com. I like the idea. Or what I liked what they were trying to explain, I guess, in the trailer, that it's like try and try again and get fucked in all these different ways. It looks cool. I like the aesthetic of it. I don't know that it's a game I'll play. It's described as a, quote, post-apocalyptic first-person building and raiding game where every level is designed by players for players. So a pretty neat user-generated content-driven idea. Again, not something I think I'm going to play because we're so inundated with games, but certainly a novel idea. Looked very pleasing to the eye. Definitely like the notion of it. What do you think?
Right. Yeah, this is one I think we have discussed on the show when it got announced. I couldn't remember the name of it, though, when I saw it. But this is from the developers of Dead by Daylight, which they have a huge following around that game. So the user-generated content ideas is cool. So this one's coming out April 4th. So again, another early-ish, 2023 game that may get lost with so many different releases. But what they've shown does look pretty cool.
Okay, sorry, I'm just taking notes here. All right. The next up is, and this would have been another great game Chris would have had something to say about. We'll have to touch base with him on the next episode about some of these games. I'll make note. But Crash Team Rumble, described as a team versus team multiplayer game. This comes from Activision-owned studio Toys for Bob. And Gamatsu says that it's a 4 versus 4 team-based online multiplayer game. Comes to PS4 and PS5, an unknown 2023 release date. Quote, according to the press release, in Crash Team Rumble, fans can play as Crash, Dingo Dial, and a host of other friends and frenemies, each of which has their own distinct power, personality, and playstyle as they compete across wild and varied arenas in 4 versus 4 team-based online multiplayer action. I was a little disappointed because, first of all, the Crash Bandicoot Twitter account and other social media feeds tease that they were going to be at the VGAs. I guess I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought that they were going to have a real Crash Bandicoot game. This seems like, I don't know what this is, and it seems like a weird game for Activision. They don't seem to do stuff like this. So they must think that this is going to be like a thing. And Crash Bandicoot sales were very strong, not only with the collection, the remake collection, but the new game. Pretty strong. Not strong by Call of Duty Activision standards, but good enough. What do you think of this? Is this something you're interested in?
No, I feel like this seems like a mistake. I don't really know who is excited for this game. I mean, I'm sure that there are Crash fans that are interested, but I don't know. I wonder if it's going to be free to play or something, because do you convince 3 of your friends to buy it also? Do you play it by yourself? It seems more along the free to play route, if I had to guess. I don't know if there's information about that out already, but I don't know. I think it's cool we got the Crash remastered, or the remakes of the original 3. We got Crash 4 and we got Crash Team Racing. And I know it's not the same studio, but I would have much rather had Spyro 4 instead. I feel like we're kind of good on Crash for the time being, and I don't know if this is really what people would want from that IP at this point. I think doing a whole new Crash Team Racing actually would have been really interesting to see, but I don't know. We'll see. It seems like everyone's chasing the Super Smash Brothers. Not that this game is like that, but like the competitive brawler, we'll say. So another one to add to the list.
All right, this next game comes from publisher 505. We talked about them earlier because of the connection to Death Stranding's original PC port. They're publishing a game that was at the VGAs called Crime Boss Rockay City. This game looks fucking awesome. I don't know where this game came from. I think this is a totally new announcement, like never before seen, or I feel like I would have known about it. And on the Epic Game Store, because it's going to be on there, it's described as, quote, Crime Boss Rockay City is an organized crime game combining first-person shooter action and turf wars, playable solo or with friends. Take on the role of Travis Baker. Too close to Travis Barker. I don't know why they called him that. A man with his sights set on becoming the new king of Rockay City, one crime at a time. This game, I don't know. It looks super, super neat. It's being made by a Czech studio that I think is new called In-Game. It has a release date of March 28th, 2023. And it takes place in the 90s in Florida. So it has a little bit of post-Vice City feel. I don't know if you agree, but there's something about this game that I thought was quite attractive and interesting. The idea of, I don't know if people played the EA published game Godfather 2, or some of the similar kind of crime mafia mid-aughts games where you would create a kind of crude criminal empire and take over things and have rackets and do racketeering and take over the map and do. I don't know if it's going to be like this, but I assume it's going to be, and I'm down, dude. That speaks to me on a deep level. I love that shit. So I think this Crime Boss Rockay City game is right up my alley. What do you think?
Well, it seems like there's definitely a market for this type of game, particularly in that Grand Theft Auto is super far away and Saints Row kind of was a total flop. So yeah, there's definitely more room in the market for these kind of crime focused games. I'm looking at an article on comicbook.com. It says the game will also feature a PvE co-op multiplayer mode where up to 4 players can take part in heists together. So yeah, this is cool to see. As one contender leaves the ring in Saints Row, a new one arises, and they definitely got the star power behind it with Chuck Norris.
Dude, that's awesome.
Ice.
So, dude, Danny
cool.
Glover. It's like,
yeah,
these aren't cheap names, and so that's pretty cool. And yeah, I'm down for this. I think this game looks super, super cool. Again, the name Travis Baker is just, I wish they're Czech, and I don't know if they're like thinking about it, but I just look at that and I'm like, Travis Barker. It's just a name that we know, and it's just too close to Travis Baker. They should have picked a different name. It's a small complaint. Okay, we already knew that this was coming, but there's more about Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty DLC coming to PS5 2023. I love Cyberpunk 2077. What a game. What an awesome game. Probably my favorite experience this year. I played it late, but I platinumed it this year, as everyone knows, and I really, really loved it. So we learned a little bit more about this DLC. Idris Elba, that's his name, right? The actor. He's looks like he's going to play as the protagonist. It looks like we're going to have Johnny Samurai. What's his name? Johnny Silverhand of the band Samurai back in it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's cool that they got Idris Elba in it because he's cool as fuck as far as I'm concerned. So having him in the game is cool. And alongside Keanu Reeves coming back is also really cool. And it's just nice that obviously CD Projekt Red got the scorn that it deserved for what happened, but this feels like it could at least be somewhat of a fresh start, that they can kind of return to this game and have a different mindset, at least from the players, about what it can be or what the expectations are. Obviously, they still need to deliver, but it's nice in the era of this new cyberpunk resurgence.
All right, there are only 2 more games to speak about, but both big ones. Let's go to this first one here. So FromSoft obviously won Game of the Year. Congratulations to them at the VGAs for Elden Ring. I think there was only 2 possible answers. I felt like God of War was really racking up wins, but when it got to director and Game of the Year, I was like, I feel like you got to give it to Elden Ring, probably from a more mainstream perspective. It's just such an important game, much more important, I think, than God of War Ragnarok, just in what it did and the way it spoke to people's imaginations and inspired, probably, and will inspire a whole new generation of open world games, more vague, challenging open world games. So that wasn't all we were going to see from FromSoft, though, because Armored Core 6 was revealed. Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon, which comes to PS4 and PS5, disappointingly, in 2023. This is a big deal because this is the first Armored Core game in about 10 years. Armored Core 5 came out on PS3 in 2012, and then there was that Armored Core Verdict Day game on PS3 in 2013, and that was the last we ever saw of it. And Bandai Namco, of course, were the publishers of the games back in the day, too, although some Armored Core games were actually self-published. What's interesting is that 1997 is when we first got the Armored Core series, and that came to PS1, and Sony itself actually published the games. So going back, Sony probably could have wrapped this stuff up earlier, but never did. Not that it was really a big series. Armored Core, even though Miyazaki has nothing to do with Armored Core, the more recent Armored Core games, he directed 2 of those games himself. So there is some of that heritage there as well. But the Souls games have bought FromSoft a lot of time, respect, and money, and there is literally no reason that they shouldn't go back to this IP and try to extract something from it, especially because I think they own it outright. And Micah was saying, she was like, man, this looks awesome. Like, just giant robots. Love it. Good shit. Love it. So I don't know that I'm going to play it. I feel like a little bit of a poser. I've played a couple of the Armored Core games over the years, but this Fires of Rubicon game looks no doubt dope, man. And it's good to see Bandai Namco having a strong showing here, invigorating their relationship with FromSoft. I wonder if FromSoft is for sale, and if they just seem like they should just go to Bandai Namco. These guys have been dancing for a while. Anyway, what do you think of Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon?
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm surprised that they are continuing making it Armored Core 6. It seemed, with it being so long in between, it would have made sense to just call it Armored Core and make it a reboot or something like that. But I also respect them continuing the line of games. The one thing I'll add, just on the Steam page, it says Hidetaka Miyazaki will be involved as the initial game director based on the initial development. Let's see, what's the name here? Masaru Yamamura has taken over as director. So we're not getting, this is kind of feels like, I don't know, side project, but this isn't necessarily Miyazaki's game. From what I can tell also from this Kotaku article that it just came up, I was just searching a little bit, that it's obviously not going to be a Souls game. So this is their first non-Souls style game in a very long time. So I'm very excited for this. I'm a big From Software fan, big Miyazaki fan. So I will check out whatever they do, but I'm fully prepared for this game to not be for me either. I've never played an Armored Core game. I don't know what they're about. I'm going to check it out though, or at least get refreshed with the series to kind of know what I'm getting into. But either way, like you said, they've earned to basically do whatever they want. And I'm sure that they have multiple projects in the works. So even if this one's not for me, I'm sure the next one probably will.
I looked up Masaru Yamamura on Moby Games, and here are his credits. Dark Souls, planner. Dark Souls Prepare to Die, planner. Bloodborne, game designer. Dark Souls 3, gameplay designer. Dark Souls Remastered, level designer. Sekiro, lead game designer. And then it stops there. So this will be his directorial debut, and we'll see how he does. No Armored Core experience, which is interesting, but I'm sure they trust him. I mean, they're not stupid. Clearly not stupid. Okay. And then there actually is one kind of other game that I forgot to mention before we get into the finale here, just to be thorough. is that there was a kind of an ad. This game was already revealed as far as I can tell last month for other VR platforms, but there was a sort of an ad for Behemoth, this game Behemoth, and it was attached to Meta, I believe, during the ad. However, at the same time, PlayStation Blog posted their own post from Skydance Interactive, which I think is acting as the publisher and intermediary for this game, announcing the game is coming to PSVR 2 as well. And it's described here on their website at behemothvr.com. It says, quote, sink into an all new world of danger, survival, and mystery from the creators of The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. Oh, so that actually is Skydance themselves. In Behemoth, take on the role of diseased wanderer lost in the frigid, forsaken lands. Overcome dangerous environments, deadly warriors, and towering behemoths using immersive, weighty VR combat and lifelike physics. Travel through strange, otherworldly environments and overcome all, no matter how large, or what. What does that say? No matter how large. Oh, okay. Travel through strange, otherworldly environments and overcome all, no matter how large. That stands in your way. That's bad writing. Okay. Is there any date at the bottom of this? No. Nothing really to say about this, I don't think. Just wanted to be thorough, make sure we don't skip anything. And finally, Final Fantasy 16 has a release date. It's another thing that leaked. June 22nd, 2023. June is absolutely fucked. Street Fighter 6, June 2nd. Yeah, well, maybe not that fucked. Yeah, maybe not that fucked. Okay. I don't know what else there is to say about this game. June 22nd, 2023, PS5, console exclusive. Looks awesome. Can't wait. Going to be all over it. So excited for the resurgence of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VII Remake specifically made me a complete believer in this new generation of post-Luminous Productions Final Fantasy games, because I just really wasn't into Final Fantasy 15. I just think that these guys know what they're doing. I think Yoshi P, who made an appearance, saved Final Fantasy in some way, and I'm excited about Final Fantasy 16. They have me hook, line, and sinker with this one. No doubt about it. What do you think?
Yeah, this trailer looks awesome. I think this game, the thing I was saying when I was streaming and watching this, I was like, this game just feels like it has to be a 90 plus. Maybe not. I don't know. It's rare that I feel the hype, so I'm just going to embrace it. You know, it's just a feeling I don't get often. So
yeah, do it, man.
I think this game looks like it's going to be fucking awesome. I can't wait. And the combat I think is awesome. I know there's some people bitching about it. I get it. You're upset. It's not turn-based. Take it for what it is. And what it is looks great. So, like I've been saying, most anticipated game next year, Final Fantasy 16. I think this game, man, every trailer looks good, but I think I'm going to have to go blackout at this point. I don't need to see any more. Let me be surprised from here on.
I agree. And yeah, that's it. And I mean, that's it in quotes, because I mean, that was a really great show. I thought Geoff did a really good job. I think there's a lot of really promising stuff. I mean, just to go through some of these games that I'm excited about here. Judas looks awesome. Earthblade, I'm really stoked about. Death Stranding 2 looks awesome. That Burning Shores DLC looks really exciting. That Banishers Ghost of New Eden game looks pretty dope. Crime Boss, Rockay City, Armored Core 6, and the Cyberpunk DLC and Final Fantasy 16. That's a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. And again, we're just what's so exciting about being a PlayStation fan right now, in my opinion, and I don't know if you agree or not, is it's just the unknown. There are things happening we just don't know, and it seems less and less frustrating as more and more games get announced, and as we get closer to this really busy period. I mean, the busy period actually is, we're in it, and what's so weird is that it's going through December. Games are coming out December 15th, December 13th. I mean, this is unheard of. This is completely weird behavior on a lot of publishers' part, because I think they realize they're in a digital ecosystem. There just are no blind spots. You just release games, just get it done. You're not requiring foot traffic and retail sales and all the rest. So I just think this is a really good time to be a PlayStation fan, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of promise and exciting stuff. As I say time and time again, I'm not sure we'll like what we see. I'm not sure that we'll like the answers or what Sony's future is between mobile, multiplayer, games as a service. But as long as they keep paying attention to single player games and their heritage in those games, and that's what brings them God of War type showings at the VGAs and makes them $300, $400, $500 million at a clip in cash money that they can reinvest back into their games, I think this is a good time. And so though we're frustrated that we only know about Spider-Man 2, we know about Helldivers 2, although it hasn't been announced. We know about Wolverine, although we don't know what year, probably 2024, maybe even later. There's a lot we don't know about. And when you start when those games start being announced and start fitting into this puzzle that's being built for 2023, 2024, even into 2025, I think we're going to be eating pretty good. And this was a pretty bad year for games, I thought, overall. So I think it's all up from here. What do you think?
I definitely agree. It's post-COVID too. It took some time probably still to get away from the way that affected games, working from home, whether people are still working from home, finally getting used to that, or delayed games or whatever, or, just finally flowing into the current gen. It's all coming together for next year, and it's going to be insane. So bring it on. I'm excited.
All right, let's go back to the show that we already recorded earlier today. It's 1:10 in the morning here, so it's time for us to go. I got to get up tomorrow. I mean, not that it's like, woe is me. I got to get up and beat God of War because we're recording the spoiler cast in 15 hours. And I'm a couple of missions away from the end, so I need to just go through and do that in preparation. I have all my notes ready to go. I'm very excited to talk about it. So, let's go back into the show that we've already recorded. Hope you enjoy the rest of it. Thank you for your, this must be this probably be the longest episode we've ever done. So, hope you enjoy it. We'll see you on the other side. There are just 3 pieces. So we'll begin with number 1. Out of all of PlayStation 4's first-party console exclusives, there's little doubt that Bend Studios' 2019 open-world motorcycle game Days Gone is the most contentious. While a lot of people love it, including yours truly, facts are facts. Compared to other notable PlayStation-developed games of the generation, from The Last of Us Part 2 and Ghost of Tsushima to the 2008 God of War reboot and Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone didn't stack up either critically or commercially, especially when taking into account Bend's 8-year gap in releasing a game at all. And as we've discussed on this show, a civil war of sorts took place within Bend Studio following Days Gone's release that ultimately quietly saw the studio's longtime creative lead, friend of the show John Garvin, exit somewhat unceremoniously. This was a surprise, since Garvin directed each game Bend made going all the way back to 2004's Siphon Filter game, The Omega Strain on PlayStation 2. This includes hits like Ben's Vita launch game Uncharted Golden Abyss. And while Garvin himself got started as an artist in the industry, he was the one who developed the story and characters for Siphon Filter, in addition to leading the series' early art direction. In other words, he has an established history within Sony, and this is important because following Days Gone's release and the failure to get a Days Gone 2 greenlit, it appears that another of the studio's other longtime power players, Christopher Reese, won an internal battle, and he now leads the team as is. Reese himself has deep roots at Bend as well, going back to the first Siphon Filter, which he worked on as a designer, and even before that, when Bend was still known as Eidetic and making stinkers like Bubsy 3D on PS1, widely considered one of the worst games of all time. Anyway, this is all important background for the story to come. As widely reported, and as can be seen on his Twitter account, Garvin began tweeting about Days Gone's critical and commercial reception with some consternation, which he's been known to do from time to time, indicating what I noted earlier, that the creative side of Days Gone seems to have been at odds with the technical side, which they blame for Days Gone's relatively soft reception. Garvin tweeted in response to another tweet noting the difference in Metacritic score between the PC and PS4 versions, quote, "The crazy thing is, nothing changed that Jeff Ross and I were responsible for. Gameplay and missions and story, all that changed were code cleaned up their shit. So I guess bugs, streaming, and frame rate matter. Funny that Jeff and I are the ones who are gone, huh?" End quote. Jeff Ross is, of course, in reference to another friend of the show who was the game director of Days Gone and who now works at Embracer-owned studio Crystal Dynamics as design director. Then, in a now-deleted tweet, Garvin later said that there were 3 reasons why the game reviewed poorly. Quote, "It had technical issues like bugs, streaming, and frame rate. It had reviewers who couldn't be bothered to actually play the game. And it had woke reviewers who couldn't handle a gruff white biker looking at his date's ass," end quote. This naturally is in reference to Deacon St. John's, John, Days Gone's biker protagonist. Now, Garvin may be right. I noted on this very show back in 2019 that Sony PR specifically did Days Gone very dirty by allowing critics to play it unpatched. But playing this out in public isn't a good idea for our friend. And unfortunately for him, the use of the word woke with a negative connotation has brought a lot of industry hate down on him. To his credit, Garvin hasn't backed down from his stance, though he has locked down his social media. So this is like the big story in PlayStation land right now. Mm-hmm. Dustin, what is it about Days Gone that we just can't quit it? Like, people can't stop talking about Days Gone, and I don't know if it's because these guys can't stop talking about it. First of all, I really like John Garvin, and I really like Jeff Ross, and I really like Michael Mumbauer. Jeff Ross is a much quieter character, but it is clear that Mumbauer and Garvin have a chip on their shoulder, no doubt. And I get it, and I understand it. I have many chips on my shoulders from things that have happened to me over the years, no doubt. But you've gotta just let it be, I think, at some point. And throwing people under the bus, I just think is a bad look. It doesn't make John look like the nice, decent person that I know he is because I know him. And I don't know what is it about this game and there's such contention around this game. I think it's because, as I said, it doesn't stack up, I think, objectively to some of these other games, even though I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad look. I mean, you mentioned, first of all, throwing other people under the bus, but to just start pointing fingers about why the reviews weren't right. You know what I mean? It just feels bad, especially coming off when you don't have anything new to show for. Like, maybe you can start pointing fingers when you have your next game is a smash hit or something, but you're kind of already in a weakened spot at this point. And I mean no disrespect to John Garvin overall, but you don't get to post a tweet blaming woke journalists and then a follow-up tweet that he made was, wow, I guess I'm paraphrasing, but it basically was, I guess the word woke really triggered some people. You don't get to say that and then put your social media on lockdown. Like, you just don't. I mean, maybe he acknowledges that was a mistake. We don't know because he hasn't, his Twitter is on lockdown, but you don't get to call people triggered and then lock down your account. You just simply don't do that.
Yeah, I've never locked my Twitter account one time. I never really understood what it was supposed to do. Right. I never really understood it.
Yeah.
Personally,
but
teachers them.
So this is you're right. This game just seemingly keeps coming up, despite the fact that we have not only moved on, but it's been re-released and it was in a good state on PC and it kind of had a second life. And
it's the rare game that they acknowledge will not get a sequel. Like, they very rarely ever do that. They're like, no, we're not doing it. You know, like, right. So it is time to move on. I don't know. It's a strange one.
It is.
Yeah. What do you think about it, Chris?
I don't know. It bothers me so much that this word just means nothing anymore. Because there were a lot of reviews around Days Gone, and I don't remember a single one of them being about how unwoke the game is.
Yeah, I don't either.
You know, like I don't either. Like, was it really like edgy? Was it really that edgy to have me walk slowly with my wife on the fucking shoreline picking flowers out of the ground? Like, is that really an edgy experience? Was it really like and there was that line too of like, oh man, promise you ride me just as often as you ride your bike. And it's like, it wasn't because it's offensive. It's just so lame.
And people get upset about that because it is, they claim it is, I don't know if I have any inquiries here from it, that they claim it's taken out of context. That,
oh, come on.
Because it's a reference to something she said earlier in the game. So it's not like, it makes it look so stupid when it's just a line, but it's actually referential. And I do understand that's unfair.
I understand it's referential. I understand the context of it, but it's still, man, you had an actor read that. It's just like, it's
Sam Witwer, a pretty big actor, which is even funnier.
Yeah. Sam Witwer, I'm pretty sure he's in Callisto. But I think I don't know. It's just, the game wasn't very good. It was fine. It was especially compared to other Sony first party. Like, I'm sorry. It is the weakest one. Like, by a lot, not even just on a technical perspective, but, you know, story and character and design. Like, the best elements of that game don't show up until you're really, really deep into it. And it's like, who did that?
Yeah, that's crazy. The zombie hordes were awesome. That was like the coolest part of the gameplay, I think. Yeah, but you don't even unlock that until deep into the game.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. It's more than just coding that was wrong with that game. It was a lot. It wasn't about, because I didn't like it, and I don't consider myself a particularly woke person. I'm not gonna be like, oh, a gruff biker guy, I can't stand this. It was more just like, it was just not particularly enthralling, and you got to just sort of take your losses and just move forward. And it's, I don't know. It always strikes me as a little annoying when people harp on things from this long ago at this point. Like, I understand the chip on your shoulder. I understand, like, still feeling some type of way about it, but to like tweet and then delete tweets and then, you know, bring other people into the situation as well that like have probably moved on and are doing very, very different things. Like, I would hate for people to bring my name up about something that happened like years ago, and now I'm being talked about, even though I said nothing, and I'm just trying to relax. I just think it's a lame move. Just move forward, make a new thing, and find success in that, because this just comes across as like very, very bitter.
Yeah, I'll admit that I emailed John when I saw this just to, offer him support and just tell him I'd love to have him on the show if he ever wanted to come talk about the situation there, because I'm sure he's NDA'd, but I doubt the NDA is permanent. Most aren't. And I would also imagine that it's a pretty interesting story. I mean, it's clearly a struggle behind the scenes for the control of the company.
Yeah.
The thing is that I don't think Garvin is wrong about some of the things he says, but again, I just don't think it's appropriate to put it out there like this. And I think he probably knows that, but the game, it's so funny because it's funny that I share the opinion of the game's creative director from before. Remember when we played it, I'm like, this game is getting killed because of the patchlessness of it. And it would probably, I think Days Gone would have scored 5 to 10 points higher on Metacritic if it was appropriately patched, and everyone that bought the game played it that way, which is why I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between the way people feel about it out there and maybe the way critics felt about it, although there's not that much of a disparate nature between it. But the one thing I will say is, and actually I'll let Richard J say it for me. He says, "Hello, CDC. What are your thoughts on John Garvin blaming woke game journalists as one of the reasons for Days Gone's bad sales? I don't remember any discussions about the game being woke when it was released. And why is John Garvin still talking about the bad sales of the game after all this time? He really seems to take the bad sales of the game personally. I don't think the game sold badly. I mean, we're looking at something that sold like 10 million copies. It's just, that's not sufficient for a 7 or 8 year gap in releases, supporting your studio, and they don't see enough to build off of there. So it's probably frustrating because it's not bad sales. In other words, it's not like the game washed out. He looks at something, it's on the edge, it's on the margin where it could have gone one way or the other. I think they could have been like, I think if you got Scott Rhodey and the decision makers at PlayStation Studios together and flipped the coin, I would imagine half the time they would have been like, yeah, let's greenlight Days Gone 2. They put so much time and effort into the first one, you might as well take it. So I think the coin flip came out the other side. But I recall, listen, I'm really tuned into social commentary and political commentary in games, and I don't remember any of that, to Chris's point either. I don't remember anyone saying that the game was in any way not woke enough or whatever. The one thing he says that he might have data on that we don't is if people played the game all the way through, which I think is relevant. And I'm surprised players don't do that because it's so easy to track that today. People used to and did get away with not playing games back in the day, no doubt, when they would review them, preview them, do whatever. But with the rise of achievements and trophies, it's just not possible anymore. And I've brought it up in the past, but I remember around the time I started working at IGN, there was someone at GameSpot that was fired because they reviewed an MMO and played it for like 30 minutes. And then when they were confronted, apparently, as I recall, they were like, no, we didn't. And the devs are like, we can literally see how long you were logged in. I don't understand like what the dispute is. So people don't really try this shit anymore. So I don't know exactly what that's all about, but the woke stuff, it's not a good word. I try not to use that word. It reminds me a lot of, well, I can't even think of some of these other words. I don't like some of these social commentary. Oh, like social justice warrior and stuff like that. I know what you mean, and you're right when you bring these things up most of the time or sometimes, but we got to figure out a different way to talk about it, and we can't be casting aspersions at things that didn't suffer from that. This isn't 6 Days in Fallujah or some of the sexual stuff in with sexism in a game like Red Dead 2 or Grand Theft Auto 5 or it's different. So I don't know. That seems, so in other words, I think John Garvin's right about one of the things he's saying about the technical part of the game. I think it's questionable he's saying about the reviewers, because I don't know that that's true. And then I think he's totally off base with the woke stuff. But John, if you're listening to this, and you might be, email me, let's talk. But keep your head down. You're working on something fun and exciting. You have a good partner in Michael Mumbauer. I'd say you just, and this is what I said in our Discord when people were talking about it, the best revenge in any situation is winning. Period. You can get all sorts of other satisfaction out of all sorts of other things and schadenfreude and all that, which is fine. But the best way to get one over on those that did you wrong in your eyes is to just beat them. So make Ashfall sell 20 million copies.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. I mean, it's a big ask, but that's the real win. Make them miss you and regret it. But nonetheless, John, thank you for being a friend of the show, and we hope to hear from you. All right, the second one is complicated because I had written it up, and I'm going to read it the way I wrote it. But there's all sorts of updates now since we started recording that really changed the name of this game. And so I'll just read it the way I wrote it, and then we'll take it from there. And sorry if you guys saw me playing around on my computer more than usual here. I was just trying to get all this information together because there's so much to say. I want to make sure we can just roll right into it. So number 2, we are truly sorry to report that we need to talk about Activision, Microsoft, and Call of Duty yet again. Please don't shoot the messenger. I don't make the news. We just report on it and analyze it. So here's the new information. According to a tweet sent out by Xbox head Phil Spencer, Microsoft has entered into the vaunted 10-year commitment surrounding Call of Duty, not with PlayStation, but with Nintendo. He wrote in part, quote, Microsoft has entered into a 10-year commitment to bring Call of Duty to Nintendo following the merger of Microsoft and Activision Blizzard King. Microsoft is committed to helping bring more games to more people however they choose to play, end quote. Microsoft's president, Brad Smith, followed up by throwing the gauntlet in his own tweet, quote, our acquisition will bring Call of Duty to more gamers and more platforms than ever before. That's good for competition and good for consumers. Thank you, Nintendo. Any day Sony wants to sit down and talk, we'll be happy to hammer out a 10-year deal for PlayStation as well, end quote. As you may recall, Sony currently has an exclusive marketing deal with Activision for Call of Duty through 2024. At that point, an acquired Activision wouldn't have to bring Call of Duty to PlayStation if it chose not to, though it has repeatedly said that doing so would make no financial sense for them, particularly as Sony has the most popular Call of Duty platform. You can't absorb hundreds of millions of dollars in annual development fees and not recoup by selling a la carte. Now, this Nintendo deal is interesting, although Brad Smith was being a little more disingenuous when he said Call of Duty would be on more platforms than ever under Xbox. 2013's Call of Duty Ghosts, the last game to come to a Nintendo platform, launched on PC, PS3, PS4, Wii U, Xbox 360, and Xbox One, a precise mirror to what it would look like today, just changing some of the names. Indeed, Call of Duty's Nintendo heritage goes all the way back to Call of Duty 3, which older gamers might remember came to both Wii and PS3 the same day, right after the consoles launched in 2006. Reporting by Bloomberg, passed along by website Video Games Chronicle, meanwhile, indicates that Microsoft intends to fight any barring of the deal in court, as the American Federal Trade Commission, by far the most powerful and important regulatory body Microsoft needs to convince to clear this deal, has apparently shown an inclination to sue over the deal. They may not win, but it means Microsoft won't be able to get the deal done anywhere in the 2023 calendar year. But Phil Spencer then said the following to Bloomberg, quote, there's been one games industry participant that has really been raising all of the objections, and that's Sony. And they've been fairly public about the things that don't meet their expectations. From where we sit, it's clear they're spending more time with the regulators than they are with us and to try and get this deal done, end quote. Microsoft is also committed to continuing to bring Call of Duty to Steam. Now, as for the FTC, and this is where things have materially changed, but I'll read what I wrote for now. As for the FTC, the original reporting about their intent to sue came from trusted American political website Politico, and now the New York Post has some follow-up details that make things seem a little more wishy-washy. The newspaper reports that, quote, at least one Democrat on the 4-member panel has recently taken a sympathetic view of the merger, according to one source close to the situation. That in turn could create a difficult path for FTC Chair Lena Khan, who, according to insiders, has eyed Microsoft's deal as a major target as she looks to burnish her credentials as a trustbuster of big tech. It basically comes down to this. Microsoft's willingness to make concessions is softening the group's willingness. And if Lena Khan doesn't think that she can win over more than half of FTC's voting members, she's going to look stupid for even trying. A big boon to Microsoft's case in America. So as of this morning, when I was writing all of this, or kind of putting the dotting the I's and crossing the T's, I wrote it yesterday. Things have changed. Things have changed materially, even since we've started recording. So the big thing we have to know here to start, the FTC is suing Microsoft. They announced it in a press release dated December 8th, which is the day we're recording. It's entitled FTC Seeks to Block Microsoft Corp's Acquisition of Activision Blizzard Inc. And I'll share this link with you guys. This is the actual press release from them. There you go. And they write here, the Federal Trade Commission is seeking to block technology giant Microsoft Corp from acquiring leading video game developer Activision Blizzard Inc. and its blockbuster gaming franchises such as Call of Duty, alleging that the $69 billion deal, Microsoft's largest ever and the largest ever in the video game industry, would enable Microsoft to suppress competitors to its Xbox gaming consoles and its rapidly growing subscription content and cloud gaming business. In a complete issue today, the FTC pointed to Microsoft's record of acquiring and using valuable gaming content to suppress competition from rival consoles, including its acquisition of ZeniMax, parent company of Bethesda Softworks, a well-known game developer. Microsoft decided to make several, and this is really important. This is a really important note. Microsoft decided to make several of Bethesda titles, including Starfield and Redfall, Microsoft exclusive, despite assurances it had given to European antitrust authorities that it had no incentive to withhold games from rival consoles. This is vital because regardless of what happened with those games, they seemingly lied or misled the regulators about that. And if they did it there, then why wouldn't they do that here? Which I guess is where these 10-year deals come in. But I think that that's a very important point. is that the FTC is basically saying, you guys lied to the European Commission about Bethesda. And the evidence is that Starfield's not on PlayStation. So here's the quote from Holly Vidova, director of the FTC's Bureau of Competition. Quote, Microsoft has already shown that it can and will withhold content from its gaming rivals. Today, we seek to stop Microsoft from gaining control over a leading independent game studio and using it to harm competition in multiple dynamic and fast-growing gaming markets, end quote. The piece goes on, and this is from the FTC itself. Microsoft's Xbox Series S and Series X are one of only two types of high-performance video game consoles. Importantly, Microsoft also offers a leading video game content subscription called Xbox Game Pass, as well as a cutting-edge cloud-based video game streaming service, according to the complaint. Activision is one of a very few small number of top video game developers in the world that create and publish high-quality video games for multiple devices, including video game consoles, and they go on and on with 154 million active monthly users, MAU. The commission vote to issue the complaint was 3-1. So what I wrote earlier was that one of the members were coming out against it, and that member ended up voting against. This is Christine S. Wilson. She voted no. So a 3-1 complaint to sue. And it says the commission issued an administrative complaint when it has reason to believe that the law has been or is being violated, and it appears to the commission that a proceeding is in the public interest. The issuance of the administrative complaint marks the beginning of a proceeding in which the allegations will be tried in a formal hearing before an administrative law judge. So that's a lot. I know I just went on a long time there. I'm sorry. There's a lot here. The FTC is indeed suing. Now, here's my take, and I speak from I think we all do, from a bit of a layman's space, because I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an economist. People have been saying a lot of things that have not been coming true about this. Sony has no complaint. Sony has no chance. The FTC would never do this. The EU would never do this. The CMA and the European Commission would never do this. And yet all of them have a problem with it. Sony seems to have successfully lobbied behind the scenes to get this to happen. And it seems that the people now that are saying, well, the FTC is just going to get blown out in court. It's like, well, you just said that the FTC was not going to even go to court. You just said that there was nothing illegal here happening at all. And then before that, you said that this was totally on the up and up. It seems to me that this claim, and they put it in their complaint, and this complaint's only 500 words or so. They basically say you lied about Starfield and Redfall. That's the problem, and that's so surprising that that's what they care about. It doesn't even seem to be about the monthly active users in some sense. They think they're being misled because they misled other regulators in the past about a much smaller deal, a deal about a 20th the size. So, Dustin, let's go to you first. What do you, and there's much more to say, but let's keep it here for now. What do you think about this? We have the 10-year deal that they signed to bring Nintendo on board. And then you have the FTC suing, potentially nullifying any need for that deal. Where's your head at?
Well, this is all very fresh, so I'm just going off the gut. We all are. But it is ironic to me that one of the things that I stated in the past was about Phil Spencer being wishy-washy about exclusivity. And I took some heat for that. And now that's what one of the primary things the FTC is talking about, from what it sounds like, that they directly lied about it to the European Commission, to the point where not only did they mention in the article, I'm looking at the FTC's Twitter, where they put a small a tweet thread, and that's included in one of those tweets. So it's clearly a very important point. So interesting. As far as the Nintendo deal, I don't know. I don't even know if it really even makes sense for Call of Duty to be on that platform. I guess it probably does. It has such a strong install base that it's like, of course, people make money there if it's there. But it just seems like it feels desperate in a way that maybe they knew that this was going to happen. So they wanted to try to get ahead and be like, oh, well, let's announce about this Nintendo stuff and do whatever we can in order to look like we wouldn't do anything bad. Right. And I think that our previous point stands about that it doesn't make sense for them to make Call of Duty exclusive from the financial aspect. It almost feels like a situation. It's like you can let Microsoft hold the gun, right? And they would never use it. But do you feel comfortable with them holding it? You know what I mean? Do we want to give them or let them have that ability that could severely fuck things up for their competitors. Even if they say they'll never use it, even if they sign a contract that says they won't shoot you for 10 years, right? And maybe by 10 years, the gun doesn't even work anymore, right? But does the FTC want that possibility to exist? Does that analogy make sense to you?
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense to me. I think that, well, there's more. So the Nintendo thing is interesting. There's some texture to add to this. From the website Xbox Era, they went through a report. This, I guess, was taken from Reset Era, the shitty games forum, but that there's a firm that was, I guess, working with these various companies called MLEX that was doing some research and reporting. And apparently this is how Sony feels about the Nintendo deal. Microsoft's Call of Duty deal with Nintendo is misleading. Sony argues that Sony has criticized Microsoft's deal to make the game Call of Duty available on Nintendo should its $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard be approved by regulators as smoke and mirrors, MLEX has learned. Activision Blizzard could supply Call of Duty to Nintendo today, but doesn't because Nintendo's younger audience is not interested in the first-person shooter, and a previous version of the game on its console was a commercial flop. This comes from, I guess, what Sony is telling this group. Instead of being a logical business decision, the licensing agreement is a tactic designed to make Microsoft, whose acquisition has drawn concerns in the EU, UK, and US, look cooperative with regulators, the argument goes. Furthermore, Nintendo Switch could not run Call of Duty easily and may never be able to, Sony argues. MLEX understands. Developing a version for the game compatible with the Switch could take years, making a 10-year licensing deal meaningless. It is easier for Nintendo to enter into such an agreement, Sony says, MLEX has learned. Nintendo doesn't need to worry about equal treatment for its subscription service or cloud gaming services, as those areas are not where it currently competes aggressively, the argument goes. So Sony apparently just doesn't give a shit about the Nintendo deal. And there was an interesting quote before I throw it over to you, Chris, that I wanted to point out that kind of annoyed me a little bit from Phil Spencer. He says there's been one game industry participant that's really been raising all the objections, and that's Sony. He said this to Bloomberg, and that they've been fairly public about the things that don't meet their expectations. From where we sit, it's clear they're spending more time with the regulators than they are with us to try to get this deal done. Why would Sony try to help you get your deal done?
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? Why won't they sit with us and try to help get this deal done? What are you saying? The second that Sony signs that agreement, the second the FTC has no reason to feel like they need to sue, although they don't have to sue on behalf of companies, they sue on behalf of the government. So, and the economy at large. So I just found that to be weird. It's like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
Why won't they sit with us and figure this out? It's like, because you are trying to weasel them out of this content, ultimately, not Call of Duty, but certainly all the other Activision stuff. I don't know. Chris, what do you think about this?
I don't know. This is all very fresh, obviously, but I feel generally, I feel like I'm in hell. First off, just that this is just not stopping. That this is going to continue probably for the next year. I would imagine is that this is going to be a story that will plague the industry for a very, very long time. I don't know. I feel a couple ways about it. I think I do understand the wishy-washiness of it, and I do think certain things like Starfield being exclusive and Redfall being exclusive are reasonable points to make. But there's like this weird idea here that Microsoft has a history of like keeping content from other platforms, but it's like I can't help but think about all the stuff that I'm currently playing on PC, that is literally Xbox oriented, or the fact that, Halo is on PC and that's their flagship series, or the fact that and you look over at Sony and if Sony had the IP that Microsoft had, those games wouldn't be on PC, and I mean, hell, even the IP that they do own is stranded on old hardware. Where the fuck is Resistance? You can't even play that on a PlayStation at all. So not only does Sony keep their IP from other platforms, they keep their IP from their own platforms. And it's baffling. So I don't know. I think that angle of it is very, very frustrating because I don't think that's a good angle. I do think there is a case to be made, I guess, in very specific circumstances. But as a general rule, I don't know if that's a good case. And the thing that scares me about this, and I brought it up last time that we recorded, is that, this Activision is clearly looking to be bought. Like they said that they're willing to fight for the deal. They said like, hey, we're willing to fight for this in court. And if Microsoft doesn't get them, then the only other entity that can get them, and we know that they are willing to sell, is Tencent and these other like massive conglomerates that are not American, that have a huge implication on the industry. And that, I think, gives me the most anxiety about this whole thing, is that if this doesn't go through, they will simply be bought by another entity that is way worse, that will have far worse implications. So I will fully admit that I want this deal to go through, not necessarily because I would love for Microsoft to hold all of these properties hostage, but specifically because they're not Tencent, and they, of the big three, are the most likely to have the widest availability of their content going forward. And I don't know. I guess we'll see how it shakes up. It could go any way now. I think everything's up in the air. I think every prediction is kind of pointless at this point, because it's been such a weird time.
It really is ultimately in the court's hands now. I think there's part of me is just kind of going to start phasing everyone out as far as their opinions on this outside of our show, because everyone's been so wrong about everything so far that there's obviously no reason to continue to listen to it per se. But to what you said, I thought this was interesting. I found this on GameSpot. They listened to a podcast called Second Request that Phil Spencer was on. And to your point, he makes the same argument about Sony. He says, quote, "There has really been one major opposer to the deal, and it's Sony. Sony is trying to protect their dominance on console. The way they grow is by making Xbox smaller. They have a very different view on the industry than we do. They don't ship their games day and date on PC. They don't put their games into subscription when they launch their games. They're starting to think about mobile, as I can see from the outside, just reading some of the moves they're doing," end quote. And then GameSpot writes, Spencer went on to say that Sony grabbing onto Call of Duty in its argument as to why the deal should not be allowed to go through doesn't make sense to him. Spencer said Microsoft has said repeatedly that it will not take Call of Duty off PlayStation if the bid goes through. In fact, Spencer has said he and Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella called Sony the other day and announced the deal to buy Activision Blizzard, to say it intended to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation should the deal be accepted. So from the very beginning, they make the argument, in other words, that they've been trying to play ball, but I disagree in some sense. Phil says something here that I think is interesting. The way PlayStation grows is by making Xbox smaller. No, Phil. The way PlayStation has grown is by making really great games. I mean, there's one place that Microsoft and PlayStation do not compete, and it's in exclusives. I don't know that there are many people that would ever say otherwise. And the way PlayStation has drawn in so many players, especially in the last generation and a half or so, let's say the second half of the PS3 generation through PS4 and into PS5, has been a really good run of games, of which Microsoft has made nothing comparable. Sorry. That's how they grew. And that to me is, and it's not to me, it's what Sony has been saying is the key to Sony's argument. And I think what they're going to argue to regulators and continue to argue is to say, listen, we did this. We started small and we built PlayStation into something. Our advantage was that we had a long lineage by the early 90s of creating hardware. So we knew how to do it. But we got spurned by Nintendo, and instead of going crazy with it, we just decided to do it ourselves. We brought it inside. We founded teams. We bought one team in Liverpool, and we started this thing, and we got it going, and it rolled and it rolled and it rolled. And they're right. I mean, that is the argument. Sony has never made a massive financial investment in PlayStation from the outside. The biggest things that they ever did were buying a few studios, the Bungie acquisition recently. The Gaikai deal over 10 years ago is so quaint. It was $350 million for that. And it went nowhere, obviously. So the few things that they've tried to like kind of buy their way in, it hasn't worked. They've realized they've built their things slowly and over time. That might not matter to regulators and it might not matter to the consumer, but it is an argument that Sony can make that I think is accurate and valid to say, we are a much smaller company with a much smaller footprint than our competitor, both of our competitors in some sense in the gaming space and in the ability to kind of draw people in, and Microsoft's case to be able to withstand losses. And even through all of that, including the PS3 era when we were on our back and it fucked badly, we survived. We didn't survive by buying shit. We survived by making great games. So why can't they do that? And that is an argument. And I think it's a legitimate one. And I think they can go back and say, well, you can look at us in our acquisition of certain studios that we've worked with that we can defend and that are easily defended, I think, that are also much smaller. But they can also say, look at the behavior of Microsoft since the very beginning. What did Microsoft do when they started the Xbox? They tried to buy Nintendo, right? We discussed that on the show. They literally tried to buy Nintendo. Then they buy Halo and put that as an exclusive on their platform. And they buy Rare and ruin it for 2 generations.
Gears.
Gears of War, right? From an outside, on the outside, then they end up bringing that in. They lose the studio. They own the IP. It's a complicated thing with Epic. That's not to say there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if that's the way you want to do it. It's just that's a bad look when you're competing against a studio that, or a family of studios and a brand that frankly didn't do it that way. And it just cannot be argued otherwise. And does it matter or not? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to matter to the regulators. It matters to me as a player because I think it gives PlayStation a lot of personality that the other ecosystem doesn't have. I don't feel like I'm missing almost anything not being there. And having to go out and buy and buttress that way is a different look at it, but it's here's what I think people don't understand about my argument about why I think this is bad. Or why I think Game Pass being profitable, for instance, is important. Because Microsoft has more money than everyone. So if they reshape the economics by taking loss after loss after loss after loss after loss, just to reshape the economy, that's uncompetitive. Because it forces all of the other manufacturers to go into a posture of going in the red, and they can't survive that way. That's free market to the absolute hilt, very laissez-faire, but it's not the way the market works, and hasn't worked that way since the mercantile age, really, and certainly since the trust busting in the late 19th and early 20th century. Companies are getting too big, and what the weird thing to me is, and I said it earlier in the show, and I'm just like, I hate big companies, all of them. I hate Sony in some way. It's like, well, fuck you guys. Like, fuck all these big money companies that just throw themselves around and do all these crazy things. We should be adversarial towards them. And what's funny is seeing a bunch of people just rooting for one major, huge company to buy another major, huge company, and that's going to give it all an identity. Okay. I mean, well, I guess we'll see how it all plays out. But it just strikes me as weird. I think Sony's got the edge right now in this argument. Specifically because, as I said, they cited ZeniMax, which would seem to be a deal that was just done and over with, and is done and over with. But perhaps a canary in the coal mine as to future behavior towards its competitors in the deal. And that's a direct accusation that I'd be interested to hear what Microsoft has to say about that. The FTC says you lied and misled the EU about Redfall and Starfield. What do you say about that?
Mm-hmm.
Is their answer going to be, well, we're going to bring Starfield to PlayStation? Is that going to be the answer? It could be. I don't know. I'm tired of talking about this shit too, but it's getting juicier. I will say that. And
oh yeah.
And this could go on for a while. And remember that if the deal doesn't go through for any reason, doesn't matter what the reason is, Microsoft owes Activision Blizzard $3 billion in cash as a kill fee. A lot of money. That's the budget of 15 AAA games in PlayStation studios. So, by the way, does that argument resonate? Dustin, I'm curious about with you. Does my argument, and I guess Sony's argument, it's not really my argument, it's their argument that I'm outlining, their argument saying we did it the right way.
Right.
Is that a valid argument, or does it really matter? Because these arguments are used often in antitrust and monopolistic cases, wherein the example I used on Discord explaining to someone is a mom and pop store buys a tchotchke at $5.50 gross, right, per item. And Amazon can sell it at $5 and take the 50-cent loss over and over and over and over and over again. And the mom and pop store has to sell it for $7 to make any sort of budget, or any sort of profit rather. And so they get squeezed out. And it's unfair because in order for them not to get squeezed out, they have to run in the red. That's why I don't think people are connecting all those dots when they yell back at me about all these things. It's like, are you not connecting the dots that a company can be so big that it can force the economics to change entirely and snuff out all of its competitors? Why would you want that?
Right.
That's fucked. And so does that quality argument make sense to you?
Yeah, it definitely makes sense to me. I think that the devil's advocate response, so I'm just saying what I've heard in response to these types of things is that Sony has used its market dominance, its popularity, or whatever in order to edge out competition with Microsoft, whether that's locking down Call of Duty, locking down games like Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's more of a death by 1,000 cuts than buying the biggest thing ever. That's the number one thing I hear in response, is that Sony plays a lot of the same exclusivity type things, just not in the same way.
Right. But you're right. But I just want to, you're right that is the argument. And there is something to that optically at the very least. However, I will say that Final Fantasy 16 plus Final Fantasy VII Remake plus Final Fantasy VII Remake 2 plus Forspoken will sell fewer copies than Call of Duty does in probably 2 years, a year and a half. I mean, so it's kind of a joke to compare them. I understand that we're trying to find some sort of comparative nature to it, and there is that comparison, and then there's no doubt that there's something to that, but it's not the same. And I think everyone arguing knows that, right? You know that they're not the same. That Final Fantasy VII Remake will sell 10 million copies at the most. Maybe. Forspoken will sell a few million, maybe. So you're just talking about totally different things, and that's where I think Sony's argument has been quite potent in my mind. Do you agree?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that there may be something a little more than just copies sold, but the idea of how having those types of exclusives could also influence a console purchase, which may lock somebody in to that platform as well. But overall, I 100% agree with you. I just wanted to bring up the that is the main sticking point I hear, and it is easy to point out, especially just because it is so ironic to see this going on when you see Sony have this deal in place where it's talking about get this skin exclusively on PlayStation, get the beta exclusively. It's like, yeah, it's an unfortunate timing for sure with Sony, and they definitely play tactics like that. But overall, like you said, it's just not on the same level.
Yeah, it's the same. People get offended when I say, well, Sony or Microsoft has no real creative ownership over the likes of Starfield or Deathloop or things like that, and they don't. It's like dating a woman when she's 7 months pregnant. It's like you might become the baby's father, but you certainly weren't. You're not the baby's father. Yeah. You know, like you're not. But you can come in late in the pregnancy and step up and not become the stepdad, but the dad who stepped up, as it were. So I find that's a really valid argument too, because Sony can also say when we do work with second parties, as an example, Spider-Man being a good example, we have a long-term relationship with the studio. We have a long-term relationship with the IP holder through our pictures, our Sony Pictures thing. And the game was always a second party. And after it did well, after 20 other games we did with the studio, we bought them. Right. But it was always going to be a Sony funded and Sony fueled game. Spider-Man from Insomniac was never going to exist without Sony. So there are different delineations of exclusives and the way things all go. I think the most potent argument that Microsoft can make is to the point to say, but they do gobble all this shit up. They just don't. It's like you said, a death by 1,000 cuts is a really great way that Microsoft can even put it. But it's just the scale is totally different. And Microsoft, again, they can harp on these exclusive deals, but all of the third-party exclusives that Sony has made so far will sell fewer copies combined than Call of Duty will sell through half the generation. And that's all they really have to say. 154 million active users from Activision games alone is more people than own a PS4 and a PS5 combined.
Yeah.
So these scales are different. That's why I find a lot of the arguments just disingenuous, because it doesn't take into account scale, and it doesn't take into account the money, the economy. That Microsoft can do a bunch of different shit and never make money on it, ever. And just start siphoning the money in from other parts of the profitable parts of the company. And that's anti-competitive. It's what Amazon did to mom and pop stores. Now, someone asked me on Discord when I brought that up, well, you like Amazon? I'm like, yes, I do. We all like Amazon. We're all a part of the problem. But do we really, really like the way it is now? Do you really like it? That there are no downtowns anymore, that there's no mom and pop stores, that do you really like it? It's convenient because it has to be. They've made it really convenient, but you have no choices. It's to me, I just think it's an example of being very careful what you ask for. And Microsoft has and everyone knows this, not quite to Google's reputation, but Microsoft has, going back to the 70s and certainly in the 80s, a reputation of buying all sorts of shit for way above market rate, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm glad to see the FTC step up, not because I really just don't care about this deal very much. I got to be honest with you, from a gameplay perspective or a gamer's perspective. I just don't play these games. I don't care. But I like to see the FTC say, like, big businesses, you got to stop. This is obscene. And it's not just them. It's a lot of what's going on. It's obscene.
Yeah, like Disney and Fox. Like,
that can't be, right? Like, at some point, it's just like, no way. How much power do we want to give to these oligarchs and these big companies anyway? And I don't mean that from a video game perspective. I mean that just from a grander 40,000 foot perspective. And now the people that really want this deal to go through, I guess, because they like Game Pass, well, you're rooting for two of the biggest businesses in America, basically. So or not the big. You're rooting for one of the biggest businesses in America and the games industry's biggest business. And what you're rooting for is for them to merge into an even bigger company. Yay! I can't wait. I love when big businesses combine with each other and become bigger. It's my favorite thing in the world. Okay. Is there anything else here that I need to make note of? The one thing I wanted to say as a postscript, and I guess we'll kick it over to you, Chris, on this one. Brad Smith, who we brought up earlier, who's the president of Microsoft.
Oh.
He keeps saying this thing over and over again. He says, we continue to believe that this deal will expand competition and create more opportunities for gamers and game developers. End quote. I don't understand that argument either. Do you?
What, that it would create more competition?
He says the deal will expand competition and create more opportunities for gamers and game developers. It just seems disingenuous. Like, that doesn't really make any sense. If you buying a third party and making it part of your company gives everyone more choices, if that's true, then the maximum amount of choice now already exists. If nothing's going to change, then what is even the point? That's it. Really goes back to It's like their arguments over and over again basically boil down to nothing's changing.
Well, materialistically,
don't worry, guys, nothing's going to change. And it's like, but why are you spending all this money then?
Well, I mean, clearly, I mean, there is an argument to be made about Call of Duty being on Nintendo platforms for the first time in forever. That is definitely that's technically more opportunity. And I guess like things, if an IP is limited to a console and then they're kind of cross play with PC initiative kind of taking hold, that is, those are IP that are now open to more people. So I get on a purely technical level, I understand, I suppose, but I don't think it expands. I don't think it expands competition. It expands like choice in where to play, I guess. But I don't know if expanding competition is not what I would consider that, because it's still ultimately going to the same. You're still ultimately going to Microsoft. It's not about competition. You might have more choice, I guess. And that's kind of the thing that I remember early on was the big thing where it's like Microsoft is clearly the most willing to put their stuff everywhere, largely because they have to justify a purchase like that. So maybe that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that is the point. Is like they have to say whatever they need to justify it. The FTC might bring this to court, and the court's just like, this is nonsense. Just get out of here. The deal's allowed to go through, and it happens, and it's over with. But it's become much more compelling, and I think brought up a lot of different things for us to kind of dissect and think about when it comes to the two brands, their identity, and their economic strategies moving forward. I am in complete rapt skepticism about Game Pass and its ability to truly be a money churner. And I'm worried about if Microsoft can't make it work, then no one can. So what's the point of even introducing this thing that's going to gobble up and subsume the way we do business and have done business in this industry in some way for 50 years, which is a la carte purchases by making massive upfront investments that are made back by selling video games. That very thing is in jeopardy. Yeah. And I don't think people realize that could be the reality. Look what Apple did to its own storefront with the free-to-play race to the bottom. It obliterated it. And then they made Apple Arcade as a sort of forced kind of system where it's a subscription system where it's like, oh, we'll kind of go through and curate some of this stuff for you. You know,
Yeah.
I just don't want to get to these weird situations. I think the way we were doing business made a lot of sense. Microsoft obviously has the impetus to change the entire mode and spectrum of the way games are sold because they're losing. So I'm not saying that they're wrong in trying to do that. I just think we need to look at the holistic picture. Money in, money out is not sufficient. It's got to be more than that. And how it affects other companies and how it affects the way we do business. And as someone who makes games, I'm scared of that. I think we've already gotten into a position where people don't want to even pay for anything. And now we're arguing about how businesses can get so big and bloated that they can do business in extraordinary ways to just snuff out competitors by virtue of just running in the red, which is exactly what I think is going on with the Xbox brand in some way, you know, through Game Pass. Certainly not the whole Xbox brand. People still buy games, people still buy the consoles and all the rest. So we'll see what happens. Fascinating to talk about. I'm kind of over it. I'd like to go through Christmas now and not have to talk about this anymore, but we'll see.
I have one last thought, Colin.
Please.
From this was a quote from this is Brad Smith, who said, "While we believed in giving peace a chance, we have complete confidence in our case and will welcome the opportunity to present our case in court." Some again, Helm's Deep vibe here, that they are ready to fully fight for this. I just wonder, as a hypothetical, let's say there is no problem, the deal goes through. Does Microsoft say, "Fuck you, Sony, you had the chance to sign a deal with us for 10 years. We're locking this shit down"?
Fair enough.
You know, something like that could be crazy.
Indeed. We'll see what happens here. The concession might be, the concession might be great to get this over the line, you know? And I'm really fascinated to hear someone ask Phil Spencer about Starfield, since that is the direct game talked about. What's ironic about that, of course, is Sony itself tried to go get that as a timed exclusive and couldn't. They ended up extracting other Bethesda published games, of course, and they ended up being really good. But those are two different. Those two are different because one of them is already on Xbox and one of them will be coming on Xbox, no doubt, on the 366th day of. By the way, just like with and so you can see what Sony's doing too. We were talking about it when Deathloop went to PlayStation Plus. We were like, well, of course, because this game's going to go to Game Pass tomorrow. So you might as well just you've literally extracted every ounce of whatever you're going to get out of it. And I suspect that they'll follow the same. We'll follow the same path. All right. This third one is not really a big piece of news, but I wanted to read it because of what we talk about on the show all the time. We don't have very much by way of good news when it comes to PlayStation Plus Premium Classic games, as we often discuss on this show. So let's give a shout out to a rare new game that seems to be coming to the service, albeit confusingly. PSP's 2005 hit third-person shooter Star Wars Battlefront 2, not to be confused with the more modern 2017 Battlefront 2. As reported by website Gamatsu, the now deleted posting for the game on the PlayStation Network notes that you can, quote, experience Star Wars Battlefront 2, originally released on the PSP system, enhanced with up-rendering, rewind, quick save, and custom video filters, end quote. Now, the mystery behind this release is that the game also came to PlayStation 2 the same year, and it's considered the far superior version, sitting in the mid-80s on Metacritic, 15 points higher than the PSP iteration. All versions were developed by Pandemic Studios before being purchased by EA, and the team was, of course, veteran to the Star Wars series, having also developed 2002's licensed game for Episode 2, The Clone Wars, as well as the original 2004 Battlefront, both also on PS2. The team would go on to develop the Destroy All Humans and Mercenaries franchises and get purchased by EA in 2007. In 2009, they would release the World War II game The Saboteur on PS3 before EA shut them down entirely. As far as PSP releases, on Sony's beleaguered PS Plus premium tier, Battlefront 2 would, by my count, be the 8th game launched. As of the time we're recording, it still hasn't been officially announced. In reading this, I was thinking of both of you, Pandemic for Chris, and of course the PSP stuff, because Dustin, you've been talking more about it, the classic games. But isn't it weird that it's the PSP version of a game that was on PS2? Wouldn't you want to release the PS2 version of the game? This is a little strange.
Yeah. Well, they haven't released any new PS2 versions of any games. They've only just kind of given us the stuff they already made. So it's in that way, it's not surprising, but it's like, dude, I like Battlefront 2. I never played it on PSP. Actually, maybe I did. I can't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But the point is, it's like this movie license game, albeit a good one, but still, this is what you got for us? come on. I don't know. I've become a broken record with this, but this is just insane to me at this point. It's like, are you even trying anymore?
Well, we're I don't know. I think I have much to say. I mean, we'll see how this stack of PSP games and classic games and hopefully PS2 revisited games kind of lines up. But Chris, you have anything you want to add before we move on?
Nah, that's just weird. It's weird to choose that version. It's just a very bizarre choice. God, I don't know what the hell they're doing with this service. This is such a weird service. I really don't understand the point of the premium tier.
Right. Well, part of their decision to not use the PS2 version is probably because their PS2 emulator doesn't really work on PS5 all that well. So they need to go in and fix that because their current offerings don't really work on their new platform.
Oh, man.
I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying Ape Escape. If you have premium, check it out. Check it out in your PS5. See how good it is. It's bad.
All right, a final piece of news I wanted to just bring up here because I see it breaking is IGN just had a bunch of layoffs apparently. That's straight. I mean, I worked there for 12 years, so obviously it's near and dear to me. I survived many layoffs, but I don't think there's been a layoff at IGN of any major capacity since 2013, and I was there, and I remember it because it happened right when the PS4 was about to get revealed at that New York City event, and I was told before I left for that event that who was getting laid off, that there was going to be layoffs, and who was getting laid off, and it was very awkward for me because you knew when you were interacting with these people and you like couldn't do anything about it or whatever. And then we went a pretty long time. I haven't been there since 2014, but that company has gone a pretty long time without layoffs, but it seems like they're pretty deep and it's not a surprise. I mean, sad, of course, you don't want anyone to lose their jobs, but the games media is just, it's done. I mean, I'm reading this games industry piece since earlier this year, since July, they say Polygon, GameByte, Game Informer, Future, Fanbyte, G4, Vice all have layoffs, with G4 being gone, Fanbyte being gone. Although if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, did it make a noise? No one knows for sure. Okay. Our best to all affected. Let's end our show like we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience as written in on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia, our fully independent and fan-funded podcast network. We could not do without you, inoculating us from this trying economy. We appreciate that. And of course, we know that the economy is hard. So if you need to listen on free feeds or need to, stop your subscription and come back later or whatever you want to do, we totally understand. We welcome you regardless of how you want to join us. Blue Moose wrote in and said, "Hello, Studley Sex Schlongs. With the Game Awards happening this week, I wanted to get your perspective on the purpose of the show. It has become more and more of a show to advertise new game announcements and less about awarding the hard work of the games industry. Do you think the way Geoff Keighley is running the show is the best way, or do you all have different way you would like to run the show? Love all the amazing content and keep staying Studley." So we're answering this without the benefit of having seen this year's show. So we're going to answer it from the hip. Chris, let's go to you first. What do you think about the Game Awards generally? We talk about them obviously every time they come up. I think we called our show last year that covered it, the Lame Awards. The advertising was completely through the roof. Geoff Keighley, I like Geoff Keighley. He said that the show is going to be shorter, I think, this year at 2.5 hours. And I don't know. I'm not really quite sure what it is either, to be honest.
Yeah, it's confusing because it's partially an industry event, and it's also partially a game, like an award show, and I don't think those things marry very well. There's a reason why the Oscars, is what it is, and there's a reason why even things like the DICE Awards and even just like the BAFTAs are a lot more prestigious and a lot more taken a lot more seriously. I like Geoff Keighley too. I think he's a nice guy. I don't think his passion for video games is like fake. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's one of those situations where, like, I remember there was one year of the Video Game Awards where you had Joel McHale hosting or something, and it was like the worst. He was just,
dude, that's
do you remember
awesome.
that? He just like didn't want to be
amazing.
there. He just hated the whole thing, and it was just like he didn't even try. So I like Geoff Keighley, and I appreciate what he does. It's just never. I think the necessity of this show to sell is what's kind of harming it, but it also can't exist without it. So like, I don't know what I don't really know what the solution is, because it's half an advertisement and half an award show, but but none of it is as serious as it should be, and it's just bizarre. I don't know what the vibe they're going for is.
Yeah, it's well, it's representative of this unholy alliance in my mind or this want that you want to have both your cake and eat it too, as it were.
Yeah,
just do one or do the other. I think that the German thing that he does every year is the opening night live. Like that should be the game announcements, and then the game awards can be something else. Although the reason we didn't even do game awards predictions or whatever is I honestly don't care. I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but I just do not care about who wins any of this stuff. It doesn't mean anything to me. Knowing the people that vote for these things, I could really care less. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add?
I think that I'm okay with it being an announcement show and an award show, because no one cares about just an award show. Nobody. And so it really wouldn't exist unless there was that carrot on the end of the stick to intrigue people to watch. It's kind of like there's the cycle. There's people watch and you get money from the ads, and there's the awards, and it needs all three of these components. I think that he could do a better job tuning the balance of all three of these things. And I think we have seen this improve over time. Last year was definitely a lower point of we'll say the last 5, because I believe this is the 9th year I saw him tweet. And so next year will be the 10th. And so I imagine that doing something like this is incredibly difficult as far as balancing these things out, trying to make something that people are interested in, that respects people's time, while also making sure you have your bases covered as far as paying for it as well. So you're not always going to get all three of those things right. But I can understand the complaints. I think the biggest thing that he needs to fix is the voting, and the amount, the types and the amount of people judging and when they get to vote makes no sense. I understand you got to have it in December because, well, I don't know. I was going to say you got to have it in December. Why do you have to have it in December? Why can't you have it in January?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand either. That's why I'm just not even remotely ready to render any sort of verdict. It's not fair. And it's also just an arbitrary cutoff as well, you know?
Well, that something that I saw, I'm trying to remember the exact details, but a lot of people were wondering about Pentiment, if it was eligible, and it technically was eligible, I believe, for this year. But with the way it came out, no one had played it at all, or at least, you know, maybe a few of the people that voted had, but it really didn't have any time to even get a chance. And that sucks for any game. So the system doesn't really make sense to me. So, but I don't know. Surely there is some specific data on why you want to do it in December and not January that I don't understand. But yeah, it just seems like if you really want it to be both a serious award show and a serious time of announcements, then you got to get both of those right. And right now, the awards, people just don't care. And it's because of shit like that, where it's like, why you're not even giving certain games a chance. So,
all right, let's move on to Stephen Bruton. Stephen Bruton. I don't know. Hi, Sacred Crew. I noticed that Sky, the previously iOS exclusive from that game company, is now on PSN. However, there seems to be very little chatter about this release. Do you think this game would have been more popular if it had been released on PlayStation first, where that studio had more recognition? Thanks for all you do. Well, as people might recall, that game company was incubated at Santa Monica Studio and released the games Flow, Flower, and Journey on PS3. And they were some of the biggest hits still in digital exclusivity that PlayStation has ever had, especially Journey, which I think is just an extraordinary game. Flower is really good too, and really emotional in its own way. So they signed that 3-game deal. They were working with XDev as a second party, and then they got outside investment and got courted away. Sony just didn't. Sony, I think, could have probably had that game company. I just don't think they wanted them. And it was probably a wise thing not to get in business with them, because you don't want to get too crazy with the auteur style studios where they make weird shit. You don't know where that's going to go and how quickly they're going to release games. So I saw that this game actually did come, and I didn't realize that I recognized it. First of all, you can just recognize it from its art because it looks like that game company art. But I saw it pop up on PSN profiles with the trophies, and it doesn't have a platinum, which is funny. I'm not going to play it either way. But it just goes to show how little of a shit they even care about the mores of the PlayStation ecosystem today. They're just like, here's our game. You play the game. Are either of you familiar with this? And are you interested in checking it out?
I'm not. I haven't really heard anything about it at all. And I think that's the thing, is that not only have I not heard about it before when it was only on iPhone, but it's also, I haven't heard anything about it really coming to PlayStation. I know we talked about it on the show, but it seems like, is it just not a remarkable game like their last game? And that's part of the reason why. Surely being on PlayStation maybe would have made a bit of a difference, but it just doesn't seem to kind of have the same gravitas around it that their previous games had.
Yeah, it's certainly not. For people that are not familiar, it came out in 2019 on iOS, and then I think it came to Switch last year. So it's been on handheld or like a handheld controlled device for a while. And it scored in the 8s in most places on iOS, so it did pretty well. I just think it was a stupid move. I just think it was a stupid place to put your game. I don't think that's the right place to put almost any game. I'm not trying to be an asshole. It's just, unless you get very, very, very lucky and find yourself absorbed into Apple Arcade or are just one of the very few notable. Think about the hundreds of thousands of games, at least, that are on phones, and how many of them you actually know. Like Plants vs. Zombies, that kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just not a good look. And also it took them 7 years to get that game out. So I just think that they kind of lost the zeitgeist and the momentum of what they were doing. They missed an entire generation, basically, of PlayStation. And they should have gotten their game out on other platforms quicker. I think it was a big mistake. But I'm sure that they're perfectly happy. And Genova Chen's a very thoughtful and very smart person. I've had the opportunity to meet and speak with him on several occasions. And I wish him the very best, but yeah, Sky is it's just not all that interesting to me. I'm pretty sure they, well, I'm trying to find it here. Yeah, they published it themselves. So yeah, here it is. They published it themselves. So a lot riding on it too, which I respect, but yeah, not for me. Anything you want to add, Chris, before we move on?
No, yeah, I mean, it looks, it's the art is cool, but I don't know. It doesn't strike me necessarily, you know, just one of those.
It'll be interesting. I remember his I can't remember her name. Kelly Santiago, I think was her name. And she was like the lead co-developer or the co-lead developer at that game company. And she was courted, I think, to go to Ouya or something, I remember, which was weird. There's all sorts of weird things coming out of that game company. Anyway, John wrote in and said, "Hello, boys. In the same vein that Microsoft can't really take full creative credit for games like Psychonauts 2, Deathloop, and Ghostwire Tokyo, do we need to be fair on the other end of the spectrum and attribute some of Callisto Protocol's lack of quality to Sony? It's pretty obvious at this point that Callisto isn't what we hoped it would be. While not terrible, it's not nowhere close to what the marketing built it up as. And with more than 150 employees from Sony working on the project, do we need to place some of the blame on them? No, because digital arts and services, the art houses and like Sony Malaysia are artists doing assets. So I don't feel that way at all. I could be wrong, but the visual arts sector of Sony does visual arts. So if you have a problem with the way it looks, then yeah, it might be on them. But as far as I understand, and you could speak to this more, Chris, it's not about the aesthetic, certainly, right? No,
it looks great. It's like it's one of the most. It's one of the best looking games I've ever seen, to be honest. But it's more about the technical state and just some design decisions that people are not super keen on. People aren't keen on the dodge. People aren't keen on the length. People aren't keen on the linearity.
Yes, Sony has nothing to do with any of that. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, that's not a Sony. That's not a Sony thing.
If you think the game's beautiful, I guess they can take credit for it, or take some credit for it. But yeah, don't. I wouldn't. I see what you're trying to do here, but it's not. I don't think that that's really an accurate or fair or even a coherent comparison, in my opinion. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, I just don't think we have enough information. We know that there were 150 Sony developers that worked on the project. We don't know when their involvement started. maybe their involvement is the only reason why this game turned out and was working. Or you know what I mean? Like, and I even saw that there was some accused potential sabotage or something because the PS5 is the best version, and apparently the Series X version has a slightly worse frame rate and the ray tracing doesn't work on it. And I don't know, it's a fun thing to say that they sabotaged it, but it's probably that they understand PlayStation hardware. If those 150 people were working on both versions, then it's probably that they understood that hardware better, or maybe they weren't even working on it at all. You know what I mean? Like Colin brought up about it being more like arts and services related. So there's just really not enough information to say that it was their fault, because it very well, I mean, it could have been, but it also could have been the reason why this game even was functioning in the end. We don't know.
All right. Yeah, and that's a fair point too. I think it's just a wash. Sony just got some contract money and did what they do probably best, which is art. So I don't think anyone disputes at the very least that their games are beautiful. So anyway, Jonathan Sherlin wrote in, said, is it my imagination, or is there generally less news in the video game industry today? As a 38-year-old guy, I remember in my teens and 20s spending hours looking through IGN, GameSpot, etc. each day. Now it seems like it takes 5 minutes just to get through the news of the day. Am I remembering wrong? Is there just less news to report these days, or is the interesting stuff still happening, but are the games journalists these days just not doing the work? I don't know if it's that. I think that the way and I wonder if you guys agree, I feel like the way we absorb content is just totally different. What websites do you go to? I very rarely go to websites. The only time I ever visit websites is when I sit down on my computer here in my office to do certain things, or when I'm eating dinner and I'm looking at my laptop and I go to like Politico or Pro Football Talk. But generally speaking, I get my news through social media. And I feel like that kind of ruins the discovery. Like I used to love going, I worked there for many years. Obviously, I loved making that front page that everyone looking at and selecting all the things you would read. And that was fun, but it's just not the way. I don't think people do it that way anymore. What do you think, Chris? Yeah,
I mean, I definitely get most of my news from social media, or like what's trending on Twitter, or like maybe a friend of mine will retweet an article and it's an article with like however many thousand likes. It's got a catchy headline and a ridiculous thumbnail, like Yuji Naka in a top hat. It's usually stuff like that, and I don't think it's necessarily that there's less news. In fact, I think that's kind of the opposite. I feel like we have probably more news now than we ever have, to the point where it might be a little bit harder to distinguish what's important. Because there's so much stuff that we could include in this show that we don't. I'm sure there's like a million little.
There are. We cut them out. Remember? We cut it all out. People were saying that people were complaining. So I was like, the one thing we can do is get rid of me naming every game that gets announced every week. And so there is that too. And that was becoming a thing even at IGN, where they'd be like, you're writing stories that are too obscure.
Yeah.
And so there's that as well. I think if you go to the little fan sites that still exist, or your little verticals, and I think Push Square is a great example of this. I love that site. It gets you everything you really need to know. But yeah, getting through Push Square, sometimes I go there and between Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, there's nothing. Like literally nothing happened. So yeah, maybe it's a little different now. But I think when we see things like the Activision deal and all this is more seismic news than ever happened when I don't want to be in the industry anymore like that. But when I was in the industry writing news, I wish shit like that was happening. I would have been like, dude, you can mine this forever and have great content. So Dustin, you have anything you want to add?
I feel like I'm constantly consuming information about video games. It might not be news per se, but you could go on a subreddit for a specific game and read quote unquote news that is super niche. Or if you go to IGN, which I'm guessing is the case that he's talking about here, is that they're very focused on big news items that are going to secure the most amount of clicks. So if you're only looking at that, then sure, it seems like their focus has changed in that way. But it seems like there's an infinite amount of news or smaller niche items, whatever, to consume. You just got to look in the right places for it.
Okay, let's go on to Giovanni D'Amico, who wrote in and said, hey guys, glad you're taking time off in December and hope you can rest and truly disconnect. You do so much for us, and LSM remains the best value in entertainment. Quick aside, I'm excited for the new show. I've just recently gotten into Knockback and have been listening to every episode from the beginning, but adding a new adventure to the mix is exciting. I forgot to mention it earlier. Yeah, we are doing a new show, and we're excited to launch it January 2nd. Everyone on this screen right now will be involved. Now, my question, do you have any big gaming plans for the holidays? Backlog, new stuff? I'm always really ambitious going into the holiday breaks, creating a list of games, movies, books that I want to experience, inevitably getting to a quarter of them. Also, I'm sure you'll touch on this, but what are LSM's plans for Game of the Year? Would you consider getting the full company together for it? So to answer the last thing first, we do Game of the Year the same way every year. We just included in a regular episode of Sacred Symbols in early to mid-January, and we give it about as much attention as we think it deserves, which is not much, to be honest. Again, it's fun to look back on that and think about that stuff, and we try to cater to that. A lot of our episodes at the end of the year each year are a look back, a look forward, all of that. But generally speaking, I think we'll just keep it to that like we usually do. Now, as far as taking time off, Chris, I'm eager to hear, do you have any big plans for your holiday gaming sessions? We have, if everything goes according to plan, to let everyone know out there, we'll go 3 full weeks without recording anything. And that you'll still get all the shows. They'll still be coming out, but we've pre-recorded everything. And so it should give us a nice little bucket of time to maybe do something.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I definitely want to go into my backlog. Obviously, I talked earlier about going through Bayonetta because I want to get that done. I want to check out Midnight Suns because I've heard good things about the gameplay of that game. But beyond that, I don't know. I'm taking off for this, but I've still got a lot of, there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to be doing the entire time. So I'll probably, I don't know. I don't suspect that I'll have that much free time. I'll probably be working a lot on videos now that I'll have that chunk of time free. But yeah, definitely some backlog work, some games that I missed. I want to do Midnight Suns, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think I also kind of want to get to Monkey Island as well. I've been very curious about that for whatever reason, but nothing crazy.
Yeah, for me, I don't know. I always get ambitious and then never do what I want to do. It's like I never even get anywhere close. I'm going to do this today. I'm going to play this many hours. It never stacks up. So I try not to get too into the weeds with that. But there are a few games that I want to try to play this holiday season. So Callisto Protocol, like I said earlier, is a little bit on the bubble simply because the New Game Plus and all the things they're adding early next year, it's just, I don't know that I want to do it now. It doesn't really seem to make too much sense to me. But there's that. There's Evil West, which I definitely want to play, and I feel like I'm definitely going to get through that. And then I want to continue to play Tactics Ogre, Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. I'm definitely going to get into. Looks awesome. I loved the game on PSP, so I want to get back into that. And then there's that. What's that role-playing game, that 8-bit or that 16-bit looking role-playing game that was just announced or just revealed, just published on PlayStation Store? Let me see if I can find it. It's amazing looking. Well, I'll try to figure it out. Dustin, what do you want to do this holiday season?
Yeah, I'm the same as you, Colin, where I get all these ideas in my head of things I want to do, and I'll maybe do about 25% of them. But for me, the break is a nice time to kind of reset in some ways. I really want to clean up my entire studio room to kind of set myself in a good place for going forward for the rest of the year. There's a couple small house projects I want to do since my dad will be here and he actually understands how to do. I don't know. I don't know how to do pretty much anything when it comes to doing house renovations or whatever. Like I want to put up some shelves and stuff like that. As far as leisure activities, though, I really want to get back into reading Berserk, which is a manga that I'm very much into. I took a break on. Crisis Core is probably going to be the main game that I'll be playing during break. And there was some light discussion about watching Lord of the Rings extended trilogy with my parents, maybe while they're here. So that's always a nice way to spend the time. I just want to, do stuff that would be annoying, like cleaning while doing other work is really annoying. Like I want to be able to just be like, okay, this is all I have to focus on for a day or two is just cleaning up this room. And it almost makes it kind of relaxing to do it that way, where it's like, This is the only task I need to worry about. So either way, having that time off is going to be really nice. So even if I don't get any of that done, just being able to hang out, spend time with family, and probably eat too much food Sounds great.
Yeah, that's an important point. Is last year I didn't really get a chance to be off at all because I wrote the outline for the role-playing game that Lilimo is making, and I loved doing it, but it basically ruined my vacation. I like just couldn't settle in and do anything, and I almost wanted to cry at the end of the vacation because I was like, I cannot believe that all this time went and I just did not get a chance to relax. So I really want to try to be more deliberate about getting away, not being on social media, although I don't post anymore except for promotional stuff, just trying to disconnect a little bit. My office, I'd like to get it in order too. And one of the things that I did that I quietly talked about on our music channel in Discord is I bought a drum kit for the first time since college. I bought just a little jungle drum kit, small pearl, Midtown, like 16-inch kick drum, small little compact jazz setup, bunch of Zildjian cymbals and some hardware, and just want to get that all set up and start playing again. I miss playing the drums, and it'll be fun to be able to do that. And I always had a big rock kit with like a Gibraltar stack and a big 22-inch or whatever 20-inch bass drum. I want to play something quieter and smaller and tighter. I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the holiday season. Just one more week from when we're recording. We just got to get through all this shit and then we'll be done. And excited to be there. Is there one last question that we have? I think there is. Yes. Brayton Brown wrote in and said, "Hey, BB Boys, just wanted to get your thoughts on this Dead Space female character model drama. Don't get me wrong, I'm not offended at all by over-sexualized female leads or boob armor, so to speak, if that's what the game calls for. But I also have no problem with the way the models look in this. Graphically, they look fantastic. But as far as their beauty, why does it even matter? They look like real people. I don't think it makes the game worse because they don't look like curvy supermodels with big old titties. Anyway, curious to know your thoughts. Take care, guys." I wanted to use this. I'm not familiar with what's going on with Dead Space. I wanted to use this because I've had this idea and I'm finally able to talk about it, that the more realistic games become, the more unattractive we should expect the models to become, because we are no longer stylizing our games, but rather making them more and more hyper realistic. And when you look around, there are lots of beautiful and handsome people, of course, but a lot of the people you meet every day are just normal, like me and many others. And you're not like aghast that they're, blown away by their beauty or think they're hot or anything like that. And so it's funny to kind of read things like this, because my take is the more realistic it gets, the more strange it's going to be if you have some buxom, beautiful astronaut or something. Maybe she is beautiful. I don't know. And does that resonate with you, Dustin?
I don't know. It's just so weird to me that people either want everyone in games to be beautiful and hot, or they are complaining about it being unrealistic. Let's have the game with the hot people. We have games with normal people or even ugly people. I don't care. It seems like we've got a wide variety of everything right now. And so, I don't know. Some games are going to be stylized and have all beautiful people. That's cool. I like that. Nothing wrong with some anime titties here and there. But to complain when a game's not like that is equally stupid. So I don't know. I'm kind of completely in the middle on this one.
You have anything you want to add, Chris?
Well, I feel kind of similarly. Well, first of all, I want to say I haven't heard anything about this.
I'm trying to search for it. I can't find anything. I'm searching like Dead Space female.
That's what I did too, and I found nothing. So maybe it's a good example of just sort of like a microcosm of the internet kind of talking about something, and it really wasn't that big of a deal. But I don't care. I like stylized graphics. I like real graphics as long as it serves the purpose of the game and it's fun. I don't care. It's I just want people to be free to make whatever the hell they want, and if that is a realistic game with more realistic character models, or if it's something that's a lot more, gratuitously stylized or sexualized, whatever, that's fine. Just make the game good.
All right. I agree. Guys, let's get the hell out of here. How long have we been going? A little over 3 hours. We're going to be back when we're going to put it more. You'll have already heard it, but the Game Awards stuff. So we should cut it here so we don't go too crazy. I imagine some things will be happening that we'll want to discuss tonight. Let's bounce. Chris, you have any closing comments?
No, man, I'm probably going to jump into Vampire Survivors for a way too long period of a time at this point.
Dustin.
I'm thinking pizza tonight for the Game Awards. I think that's just the perfect combo. I will not be rolling it up like some kind of freak. Maybe fold. Sometimes I fold, sometimes I don't. Sometimes when you fold, just creates like a little river of grease, depending on if it's like pepperoni or something. Got to watch out for that. So any day with pizza is a good day in my mind. Unless you're rolling it up like a freak.
No, you don't want to do that. I just got some interesting texts about the show tonight. Some information. Okay, well, let's get out of here. We'll see you guys all next time for another episode of Sacred Symbols. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media. Until next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.